Last Chance, 180 Days and Counting, Series. Book 2. By B.R. Paulson. One vaccine dose. The deadliest virus the world hasn't met yet. A mom who has to save her daughter and could die trying. Cady lives out in a rural area and life with her daughter is thrown into turmoil, even with society so far away. Jackson has promised her a vaccine, but only one dose, for the virus he's loosed on the world. Can Cady choose between saving her daughter or leaving her little girl alone in a world filled with questions and fear? While the world falls ill, Cady is faced with the worst decision a parent could have. Will she make the right decision? Is it too late to change Jackson's mind? Chapter 1. Jessica. Jessica smiled at Matt, the newest news anchor. A faint yellow line of makeup showed where his skin was pale along his jaw. No one watching would see the line. If there was even anyone watching. Shuffling some blank papers, Jessica forced a smile as she focused her gaze on the spot beside the lens. Hopefully, you're feeling fine as you're joining us tonight. The truth is, there are more people finding themselves sick every day. The numbers are growing exponentially and it's a worrisome report. The green light said it was time to turn to the next camera. She swiveled on her seat, turning her eyes and softening her smile as she continued reading from the prompter. Doctors are claiming this newest virus is similar to chickenpox, maybe a cross between shingles and chickenpox. She had been warned not to say the word smallpox, even though the truth was the virus was closer to a cross between chickenpox and smallpox than shingles. The threats had been palpable as she'd been told to stay away from that topic. Do not be lulled into believing you won't contract the disease, if you've had a vaccine for either of these diseases. Please, continue watching and we'll get you the information you need, first. She turned her attention to Matt. Well, Matt, speaking of vaccines, it seems there's quite a controversy going on in eastern Nevada. He blinked at her, his mouth working but nothing coming out. Jessica inwardly groaned. Great, a rookie. They'd found someone who didn't even know what to do to take her partner's place. Lovely. She nodded, then looked at the prompter again, reading his lines. Yes, it turns out that a young mother with a popular blog about parenting lost her young son to a vaccine side effect. Apparently, she didn't know what the ingredients were inside the vaccine and the child was allergic to egg. Jessica wanted to scream. Her stomach dropped as more of the story appeared on the screen. She continued reading the report as if reading a report about cake, her voice growing more monotone. The mother is suing the clinic for his death. We'll talk about the weather and what highs we can expect next week, when we return. The light indicated it was time for a break and Jessica leaned forward, ignoring Matt as he continued sitting there like a fish out of water, his lips moving but nothing coming out. Everything she'd read out loud had been a lie. Everything. Jessica had read the blog that they were reporting on. She had given the lead to the reporter and had been excited, thinking she would be reporting on something relevant, a human interest story. When her friend had sent the information to her, Jessica had made some calls to see what was going on. The blogger was from a small town in northern Nevada and so was another big blogger that went by Cinna. According to the reports, both blogging families were dead. The children and the mothers. Jessica hadn't been able to find out about the fathers before she'd hit her deadline and had to turn in the information to the team. All of her efforts had been a waste of time. What had she done, if they were going to just turn it into a vaccine controversy? They could have just written a story of fiction and not used any real people. Why hadn't they done that? Probably because to have a real person that viewers could research gave them the viability they were lacking. Was anything she'd done worth it? Had she helped anyone? Nope. After a moment of staring at the blank papers and considering what she'd become, Jessica stood, unable to fight the righteous anger billowing inside her. Jess, honey, we don't have time for a bathroom break. Sit down and you can grab one on the next break. Tim, the producer, motioned toward her seat, his headset on and his wide behind his spectacles. Seriously, sit down. Accustomed to doing as she was directed when in front of the camera, Jessica reflexively sat, albeit reluctantly. She picked the stack of paper back up, clenching it in her fists. The paper crinkled with her grip. The truth. She owed people the truth. That's the only reason she'd gotten into journalism, to report the truth. They weren't reporting anything honest that night. The red light came on and Jessica lifted her head, her TV smile in place. Tim relaxed his stance and moved over to the side of the set to talk to someone who was up for the next section. Matt continued sitting there with no value but as another fixture on set. Pausing, the prompter waited for her to catch up. Jessica blinked and she took a deep breath. While Tim was busy was the only chance she'd have. Everything has been a lie. The sickness has a relationship with smallpox, not chickenpox. The woman on the blog? She's dead, too. It had nothing to do with the vaccine. There is no minus. The light went off and the producer moved to stand in front of her, his face mottled red and his chest heaving with unreleased anger. Get down to my office. Jessica jumped from her seat and glared down at the shorter man. No, Tim. I'm done. This is ridiculous. This isn't reporting. We might as well be on a sitcom. She straightened from her stance of thrusting her finger at his chest. I'm done. She stomped from the set, making her way to her locker. Grabbing her things, she didn't even care that she'd quit her job. She could work from home as a massage therapist and have integrity. She didn't need the money that badly, nor did she need to be known all over town. In the parking garage, she unlocked her Cadillac and bent down to slide into her seat. She leaned back in her seat as the enormity of what had happened over the last few minutes finally hit her. A knock on her partially rolled down window pulled her attention and she looked toward the glass in time to stare down the black hole of a muzzle. Jessica wouldn't have to deal with the virus. Tim's assistant left her brains all over the seat and inside the car. If only Jessica could see the devastation in place for Tim, his assistant, and even Matt, her fish-faced co-anchor who did nothing but stare while she took on the media. Chapter 2, Cady. Sunlight sparkled on the mounds of gravel, dusted snow. Running the snow blower over the driveway and through the grass to create paths to the chicken coop had left torn up grass and gravel and other debris in the piles of snow. Where they should have been white and clean, they were brown, green, and gray in spots. The snow didn't cover the yard though. Only the places where the snow had reached a thickness of more than 3 feet had any remnants. They were fading fast and Cady hoped she lived to see her grass green out and her lovage grow. She loved the crisp taste of lovage in a salad during the summer. Cady watched the sun rise over her yard, sipping more tea. She wished she had more than 18 hours left to decide on what to do. Of course, she already knew what she was doing, but the biggest part was getting Bailey to agree to the course of action Cady was determined to take. The timing had to be perfect. She wasn't sure when that was. If she had enough notice, Bailey could think through all the options. She would realize there was nothing else to be done. But not so much notice she could come full circle and decide she didn't care if there was anything else. Bailey came down about an hour later when Cady was on her 3rd cup of vanilla tea. With her hair pulled back in a messy bun, she smiled, tugging on the hem of her tea-shirt. Hi, Mom. Any word? She didn't need to say what she was wondering about. The virus was out and the sickness was reported as the worst bout of flu in recent history. Everything was rolling forward as if it was just that, a flu. Every flu season a death was reported, usually the young or the old or a mix of both. With multiple reports of varying ages, no one was sure what was going on. Rumors of staying dehydrated, using licorice root, and sleeping with a heated rock had spread across social media as cures or ways to increase chances to get better faster. At that point, no one was certain what was going on, but it was still in the early stages. Not everyone was sick yet, just mostly those with compromised immune systems. Most people over 40 or under 2 years were contracting it, or those who were tired or run down. Same situation with the normal flus. Add all that information together with the fact that not 2 reports anywhere had the same incubation time. Some thought it was 7 days, others threw out 1 day, 2, 3, 4, or just mere hours. The disgusting part, over even the deaths, was the fact that there were all kinds of conjecture and nothing being done about any of it. How many people would die before anyone actually came out and said what was really going on and faced the fact that there was no cure, there was no surviving the virus with everyone in your life intact? Cady had finally come to the acceptance stage. She was there. She faced her last chance and she wasn't ready to give up without a fight. Bailey wasn't old enough to have faced as many flus as Cady had, as many things that would build up her immune system. She didn't have faith in Jackson or in his vaccine, but she knew his science was solid, if nothing else. He wouldn't have given himself the vaccine if he didn't believe, wholeheartedly, in its efficacy. He'd given it to himself, and that was good enough for her. Cady considered their options for breakfast. They were down to the last gallon of milk and should probably get rid of it since who knew when the power would go out. Want to have raisin bran for breakfast? Cady pulled the box from the cupboard above the microwave and the milk from the fridge. She didn't wait for Bailey's answer as she approached the table. Bailey passed her mom and gathered spoons, bowls, and the sugar dispenser. Then she returned to the table to sit beside Cady. They both took a position where they could see out the windows. Before pouring the cereal, Cady paused. Her motherly instinct told her the time had come and she had to tell Bailey before they poured the milk. She had to come clean with her daughter, if she wanted to have something worth saving. She studied Bailey, then finally spoke with a light-hearted attempt at keeping it more like a conversation than a confession. We need to make a decision. I want to know what you think, before I take any actions. She rested her hands on the table, debating with her heart if she was doing the right thing or not. After a moment, she nodded. Her heart and her mind had come to an agreement. Bailey deserved to know what Cady had planned. I have a vaccine for the virus. Bailey gasped, reaching out and grabbing Cady's hand. Mom. Oh wow. I'm so relieved. We'll be safe, at least. Can we give some to Scott and Grandma? We need to call them again. Oh, wow, this is great. She rose from her seat as if Cady had just told her the virus was gone and no longer an issue. Like the world wasn't going to end, but there they were and they needed to throw a party. But Cady gently took Bailey's hand in hers and pulled her back to her seat. Shaking her head, Cady peered at Bailey. I don't think you understand how truly sick this man is. He's so twisted, Bailey, that he sent me one vaccine. One dose. There isn't enough for both of us, honey, let alone any family or friends. Bailey stopped pulling on Cady's hand for release. She blinked, slowly at first and then more rapidly as she fought back tears of disbelief. Mom. I don't understand. There's only one vaccine? She sobbed. Why would anyone do this? I don't understand. There's only one. I want to give it to you. Cady swallowed. She gripped Bailey's fingers in hers, willing her wishes into her daughter. Please, let me do this. I'm your mother. But Bailey wouldn't have any of it. She struggled, freeing her fingers enough to put them in her lap. She shook her head. No. I'm not going to take it. I don't want to be here without you. Her whole body trembled and she rocked back and forth. How could you ask me that? I can't do it. I'll never be able to do that. It's horrible. How can you? She lifted her turbulent gaze and focused on her mother. It's not your choice. Cady offered softly. She knew what Bailey had to struggle through. Bailey was a girl. She wasn't old enough to know what was important and what wasn't. She wasn't a mother, yet. She didn't know that Cady had no other choice than to pick her. How could she? She didn't know that kind of love yet. Bailey scoffed at Cady's assertion over Bailey's choices. Of course, it is. I'm 14 years old in only a week. I'm old enough to say no. She leaned forward, bracing her elbows and forearms on the table. She'd never looked more vulnerable. Cady cleared her throat. She lifted her chin. The topic was non-negotiable and Bailey needed to understand that Cady wasn't messing around. Actually, you're too young to know any better. If I said I wanted to take the vaccine myself, you'd argue that it wasn't fair that I was getting it and you weren't. You're wired to argue with whatever decision I offer up. That's part of the phase you're in. Thus, you're not in the right frame of mind to make this decision. Cady shrugged, willing to do what was needed to keep the upper hand. Bailey slammed her hand on the table. Stop trying to science me. I'm old enough to understand that you want me to watch my world die around me. Watch you die. Wasn't it enough that Dad died? You're not happy that I suffered for him, Now you want to see how I'll react while I watch you die. Are you sick? So, you die, what then? I'll be all alone. She looked around at the chickens out the window, the over-sized garden, the huge home she didn't like helping with, and she turned her gaze back on her mother. Are you kidding me? No. You're demanding too much. Cady's shoulders slumped as if in defeat. I can't watch you die, Bailey. It's natural for a mother to die before her daughter, not the other way around. That was the only way Cady was able to not worry about her own parents so much. Of course, she was worried sick, but she didn't have the energy to try to find them while she was trying to figure out how to save Bailey. Margie was a retired nurse. She could take care of herself. David was dying, one way or the other. Cady just hoped he was comfortable when he went. She couldn't hold on to them, not in the world Jackson was delivering up to her. Her attention had strayed. The stress had affected her sleep and she caught herself lost in thought at times. She blinked as she returned to the table with Bailey staring at her. But what you're saying is that no matter what, one of us will die? Bailey set her jaw, flashing a look that Cady recognized from Zach's stubbornness. I'm not living here alone, Mom. Bailey's tone was final, but she didn't realize that while it always seemed like Zach won their fights, no one saw the steps Cady would take to manipulate her way to being the way they took. Sometimes, she had Zach convinced that it was his idea. Cady didn't want to, but she had no qualms pulling the same things with Bailey. She didn't have the time to convince her it was her idea, but Cady didn't mind doing things without Bailey's approval. I'm not living here alone, either. Cady stood, matching Bailey's obstinate expression. Then are we saying we both want to die? Do you think that should be our option? We both die. What do you want to do? Swallow a bullet or let the sickness claim us, slowly and painfully? Bailey's eyes widened in horror at the reality of what her options really were crashed around them both at the same time. Would the horrors never cease? Chapter 3. Scott. Scott ignored the laughter coming from the kitchen where his mom, Mary, was talking to her friend on the phone. Life was going on as if there was nothing wrong, just a normal flu season rearing its ugly head at an odd time of the year. Stepping onto the back deck to his parents' backyard, Scott breathed in the fresh air. Boise was the only city in the world that was as large as it was, but still smelled like a small town. He pulled out his phone and dialed Cady's number. He wanted to hear her voice, but he also wanted to find out if there was any new information or if she'd heard anything that made sense. The phone rang, and then she picked it up in the middle of the third ring. Scott. She didn't say hello and something in her tone was sadder than he'd expected. He jerked backward, hoping she wouldn't tell him someone they knew was dead, like Bailey, like her parents. Scott wasn't ready for that kind of a revelation. He still needed to believe that he had a chance, that his parents had a chance. Cady. He looked behind him for any listeners, pausing to make sure his mom still laughed in the kitchen. Holding his voice low, he faced back out to the lawn. I'm not sure what's going on. Is this sickness the one you were talking about? I thought you said we had more time. The flu was all anyone could talk about. He didn't want to tell her he'd been exposed more than 24 times before he'd realized what it was he could be facing. Cady's voice dropped the sadness and she became frantic. What sickness? What is going on? The news is just saying it's a flu and leaving it at that. We haven't left the house, well, except to move your chickens. That was nice, by the way. I don't mind helping, but Bailey didn't tell me and I thought she had left. Her sarcasm and guilt trip were plain as day. She said you were pacing and we both know what that means. Not to mention, the fact that your daughter doesn't obey you is not my fault. I asked her to do it. She said she would let you know. Scott's tone was clipped. He didn't have time to worry about making sure Cady's feelings were okay. She needed to respect the situation and quit acting like a protected princess. If anyone could handle what was coming down the pipeline, it was Cady. Her internal strength would take her by surprise when she allowed it to click into place. Cady paused, her voice lower, more worried when she spoke again. What's going on? Are you okay? You never talk to me like that. But she wasn't reproachful. More like his tone had changed her mind about something about him. He reached up and rubbed at his neck, pinching the back with his hand. "I'm at my parents' place. You remember my oldest brother, Joe? He's sick at his house. Stephanie's at the hospital. Mom didn't realize she wasn't feeling well. Apparently, Stephanie didn't tell anyone, but when she couldn't breathe, she got herself into the hospital. You know, she's pregnant, but she's still sick, and it's not looking good." Scott heaved a breath, leaning his head back. "I thought we had more time, Cady. Why was our time shortened?" Cady's voice broke on a sob. "He texted me. The hours are running into each other. I can't remember if he texted me yesterday, or today, or when. Everything, it's all a blur. He cut 8 days off the timeline." She sounded like she was trying to figure it out. Jackson wasn't the best at understanding the virology aspect of replication and evolution. No one is really. "Explain it. What is it? What don't we know?" Scott leaned forward, resting his elbows on the railing to the deck and furrowing his brow. He'd understand, if it killed him. There had to be something he could learn that would benefit him or his family. There had to be a weakness. Cady had said so herself. Dropping all pretenses at being unknowledgeable, Cady's voice took on the dulcet tones of a lecturer. "Okay, I'll keep this simple. Evolution is easy to understand simply as change that happens over multiple generations to adapt for survival, right? I'm not talking the fallacy that humans came from monkeys. That's ridiculous. What I'm talking about is like something as simple as size. Men in the early 1900s were an average height of 5 feet and 5 inches, give or take. Now, average height is closer to 6 feet. That's an evolutionary trait due to better access to nutrition at a younger age and better healthcare. Another one would involve the emergence of genes that are prevalent in humans that are devoted to fighting diseases like malaria, leprosy, and tuberculosis." Cady paused, warming to her subject. "Okay, I understand all of that." Scott straightened again, wishing she would get on with it. "What does that have to do with the virus?" "Evolution takes generations to create. It's not something that is going to happen between me and Bailey, in one generation. It takes multiple generations. For humans, evolution seems relatively slow because generations are every 20 years. In a viral aspect, the generational turnover to develop a new trait or an adaptive trait is a matter of hours to days. The generation time aspect for a virus is more like 20 minutes compared to our 20 years. Cady let that sink in before continuing. "So, if he released his virus early, then the viral changes needed for that particular disease to flourish would be altered and adapted to as warranted. What this means, Scott, is that it doesn't matter what Jackson wanted the virus to do. Now that it's been released, it will do what it wants. It will alter and change and do what it needs to do to fulfill its calling. Jackson's timeline is no longer controlled by his testing." "Are you saying that every 20 minutes there's a new generation of the virus?" "Every 20 minutes?" Scott's disbelief could have stopped the breeze from blowing past him. 20 minutes. Evolution could happen so fast on a viral landscape. How did humans ever stand a chance? "What does this mean, Cady?" Discouragement clouded Scott's normal can-do attitude. "I need you to break it down for me, simply, and tell me what I need to do." A long pause filled with tension and regret covered the line. Scott ignored the sight of Ranger sleeping on his side on the driveway in the sun. The dog would have no one, if Scott died from the sickness. After another moment, Cady's forced optimism left a bitter taste in Scott's mouth. "Honestly? Stay away from hospitals, clinics, doctor offices. I know you have family that is sick, and I wouldn't write them off, not yet. However, you're looking at a guaranteed 50–60% death rate. If Jackson's virus is evolving, it may or may not be for the better. I guarantee the design will have been to have an 80% mortality rate, but the genetic code could have changed to alter that. You need to get your family and either hunker down in Boise, or you need to get home before everything becomes impossible to navigate, and you need to hunker down wherever you end up." Cady paused, as if uncertain just how much to give him. "Look, I know this sounds harsh, but I can't take the chance with my daughter. You've been out there, you're exposed. I can't. Her voice broke on a sob and Scott realized it wasn't worry over Bailey that created her sorrow. How long had she known she cared? Was it before Zach's death? Had she suspected that she had feelings for him? Had he tipped his hand and exposed his feelings too soon? None of that had been intentional. Things couldn't be a worse time, and yet, Zach didn't care. She spoke of not being able to see him because he'd been exposed already. It was like a slap in the face, but he agreed with her. The last thing he wanted to do was to endanger her or her daughter. But how could he not see her? How was that going to work? As if she could see him, he nodded, gripping the angle of the post to his side. He squeezed his eyes tight. Yeah, I get it. His voice was husky with his own regret. She sniffed. Scott, No. Cady, let's just leave it. If we both make it through this, let's talk then. He wasn't going to lose a chance at happiness. Even if he had to survive a deadly virus to be with her. They hung up and Scott tapped his cell against his thigh while he considered all of his options. He had to finish what he'd started. Since he'd already come into contact with whatever was terrorizing everyone, he had no idea yet just what kind of a scale he was looking at. Scott had no excuse but to gather everyone up and get them the 8-hour drive home. All of them. Even the sick ones. Who would come with him? How hard was he going to have to fight them? Scott didn't want to go back inside, but he had to finish what he'd gone to Boise for. To rescue his family. His fight was just starting. If the incubation period was right, the one he'd heard his mom mention to her friend, of only 3 days, Scott had to hurry to get them north. He had 72 hours before he came down with the sickness. He couldn't be protective, if he was down for the count with a sickness he wanted to save everyone else from. Inside the house, he approached his mom working in the kitchen, albeit slower than he remembered from his last trip. She'd put the phone away and used a blue sponge to wipe down the counter. How are you feeling, Mom? Scott came up from behind and studied her as she turned to face him. Her long silver hair was pulled back in a French braid and she wore a peasant blouse over a pair of faded jeans. Her natural beauty wasn't hidden under makeup, which also revealed the shadows under her eyes and a slight rash along her neck up to her ears. The red splotches dipped below the neckline of her shirt down her back toward her shoulder blades. She forced a smile, the light not quite reaching her eyes. I'm fine. Your dad isn't feeling too well. He has a fever. I was surprised he got this. He got the flu shot a few weeks ago. Mary half shrugged as if she couldn't figure out the science of it all. Mom. I know you're not okay. I can see the bumps starting. He'd been watching his parents since he'd arrived and they were already weak from whatever they'd caught. Scott wasn't sure if it was the one Cady had been worried about, but it wasn't looking promising. The hospitals were beginning to report deaths in their facilities, but not many. Not yet. At least not that they were tying to the specific illness. According to the authorities, the flu was spreading fast and the incubation period was only a matter of days, much shorter than that of a regular virus. There were whispers of it being similar to chickenpox, measles, shingles, and even, on the peripherals of suggestion, smallpox. His mother put a bowl in the dishwasher and raised worried eyes to his. She shook her head. I don't want to die this young, Scott. If the reports are correct, we have to go to the hospital, but you and I both know those aren't the places for the old or the young in these situations. I want to die because I wasn't strong enough to survive, not because I wasn't smart enough to listen to my son and his warnings. She didn't blink, as if holding back the tears was the last chance she had to fight that sign of weakness. Mom, you were smart. I could have been wrong just as easily. He shook his head, reaching out to rub her arm comfortingly. What was he doing there? He'd left the safety of his home, quarantined and safe, to come down and make his family go back with him. They hadn't wanted to. He should have left well enough alone. She jerked back. Scott, aren't you worried about getting it? She wiped at his hand with her sponge as if the soapy water would save him from anything he might have gotten. He offered a half-smile. Nah. I put myself at risk just leaving the house. Plus, I put all of that worry away. It's not worth surviving, If my family isn't alive. He stepped forward and pulled her suddenly frail-like body in his arms. Her shoulders shook. She drew back after a moment, studying his face, her own cheeks damp from tears. But you're not exhibiting symptoms. She eyed him closely. Just how dangerous is this? I haven't been exposed long enough. Leaving my house to come down here was the first time I've left it in a while. Things are going to get worse before they get better. I wouldn't trust anything that has to do with this sickness, Mom. If they say there's a cure, stay away from it. There is no vaccine for it. Do you understand? Scott studied his mother's expression. She nodded, hope lighting her eyes. Is there a chance you won't get it? She reached out and patted his arm. Scott shook his head. Oh, I'm sure I'll get it. If the incubation period is only a few days, I'll have it probably in 2. There was no point in lying. Maybe he could give her a sense of urgency and get her to commit to come with him. Then you'll be stuck here with us. No, she shook her head, pushing away from him. Jason. She hollered up the stairs for Scott's nephew. Look, you don't have symptoms yet. You're feeling okay for now. Jason hasn't expressed anything either. Take your nephew and get back home. Get things ready. If we survive this, we'll follow as soon as we can. She held up her hand as Scott opened his mouth to argue. This is not something we can talk about, Scott. You said yourself it's time sensitive. I don't want him to watch us suffer. I know I'm putting a lot on you, but if this is going to get worse, I don't want him to see it. He's the only one in that generation so far. If Stephanie doesn't. I mean. She narrowed her eyes, blinking back tears. Please, Scott. I need to fix this somehow. I'll watch over your siblings the best I can. I'll make sure your dad is fine. We'll come up as soon as everyone can get their stuff packed, okay? She patted his chest but kept her distance. She choked back her despair. I'm serious. This isn't a joke. I'm not sure, Mom. I came down here to get all of you. He angled his head as he thought about her pleading. Please, Scott. Do this for me. She begged him with her eyes, with the red-rimmed lids and the slouch in her cheeks. She was tired and barely holding it together. If Scott could alleviate some of that pressure, he would do his best. Against his better judgment, he nodded. Jason thundered down the stairs. He was 15 and didn't handle quiet very well, not yet. He had his aunt's eyes and his father's nose. His face tight while holding his mom's gaze, Scott nodded. Jason, grab your things. You're going to go back with me. He smiled as if it was going to be a grand adventure, but no one was fooled. Jason volleyed his glance between his grandmother and Scott, the little boy he'd been not too long ago, evident in the still soft skin of his face. Scott and Jason worked together to repack as much as they could in the car, ignoring Ranger as he watched their frantic movements. There would be room for the dog. There was always room for Ranger. Scott stepped toward his parents' room, but Mary stopped him, shaking her head with a determined jerk. No. Go. No more exposure to this disease. He'll be fine and I'll bring him up as soon as we pull through. Look, we survived a lot of things. This is nothing. She waved her hand in front of her face and smiled smugly. Can I have a hug? Scott leaned forward with his arms open, but his mother stepped back, shaking her head. He dropped his arms disappointedly. It's not goodbye. Now go. She tightened her facial expression and smiled, pressing her lips thinly together. When Mary had that expression, there was no arguing with her. She was a determined woman and she didn't take well to argument with her decisions. She had herself convinced they would survive the sickness, and Scott didn't doubt her strength of will. If anyone could survive the sickness that would put humans on the extinction list, it would be Mary Jensen. Scott understood her reticence to be sentimental. As if hugging and saying goodbye was somehow acknowledging that there was no hope. He nodded, placing his hand on the door to their room. Bye, Dad. He murmured. There was an urgency in his gut to get on the road, but an ache in his soul to stay there with his family. At least he was doing something productive by helping Jason, and his mom could gather everyone and get them to his place. now that she understood the urgency. The house phone rang as he walked out the door. Climbing into the car, he started the engine. "Put your belt on," he admonished Jason, glancing behind his seat to make sure Ranger was in place. "Scott." His mom stopped him from driving away. Tears rolling down her cheeks, she lifted her chin, the soft skin under her jawline quivering ever so slightly. "Stephanie is dead. I'm trying to find out about the baby. I'll tell you more when you're on the road. Get home as fast as you can. Don't stop for anything," she implored him with desperation in her tone. Glancing at Jason, she offered a sad smile. "Stay safe, kiddo. We love you." Jason's chest rose and fell in rapid succession. His aunt had died and he was being ripped away from family. That was more loss than he would be able to handle on his own. "Can't we stay? Grandma, you're going to need us. We can help." His gaze implored Mary to reconsider. Scott offered a sad smile, trying to lighten that burden at least from his mother's shoulders. "We can't stay, buddy." He looked at his mom. "I'm sorry about Steph, Mom." "Thank you. I'll see you soon. Love you." He pulled out of the drive, ignoring the aching hole in his stomach and the feeling like he'd lost a limb. His bratty but hard working and annoyingly nice sister was dead. What about the baby? What would happen with Bryant and the kids? Bryant would be devastated. His whole world was wrapped up in his wife. Anyone who met Stephanie couldn't believe they hadn't realized they'd missed not having her, even before they'd known her. Scott reached up and pinched the bridge of his nose, then used his forefinger and thumb to wipe at the moisture under his eyes. He sniffed, wiping at his nose. His sis. He had to pull it together for his nephew. He could save at least one family member. He ignored the reason he'd gone to Boise in the first place, which was for all of them. He was leaving with one. That was enough, wasn't it? The miserable fact that he couldn't even stay for the funeral of his sister left a bitter taste in his mouth. If he waited too long, he'd be joining them 6 feet under, if there was even anyone left to bury him. On the road, he pulled out his cell phone and called Cady one last time. "I'm headed back." He didn't share the latest news that incubation was suggested to be at 3 days. He didn't tell her so much. The information welled inside him. There was so much he had to say. A desperate anxiety did something to twist her tone. She sounded like a different person but with a familiarity to her voice. "Get somewhere fast, Scott, and lay low. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I'm sure they'll all be okay, but you know what the odds are reported to be. They're much worse. Get somewhere safe." He sniffed again, nodding to no one in particular. "My sister is dead. I don't have anywhere to stay low." He set his jaw. The only place he had left to go was home. Chapter 4. Margie. Margie wandered the main deck with a plate of food she'd gathered from the always open buffet. More and more people were retreating their rooms with symptoms of the flu. The more people who disappeared, the more dessert options left open to her. Even though it seemed to be a vain hope, Margie couldn't help hoping everyone was just experiencing seasickness, but they weren't out far in the harbor. There had been a Coast Guard block for the cruise ships and they were waiting in a queue to leave the harbor. Regardless, the view was still breathtaking as the water stretched around them and the city skyline was breathtaking in the morning. Margie didn't want to go back to her cabin. Her husband was weaker than most with his cancer and he'd crawled into bed as soon as they'd boarded. Even the Ativan and morphine weren't working and Margie didn't want to increase his dose on the off chance he was just dealing with seasickness himself. Except, he had a cold, or symptoms similar to a cold. The thing she hated most about cancer, among so many other things, of course, was the way it seemed to change the standard physiology expectations of a normal man. Margie should be able to see his elevated fever and assume he had the flu or a cold instead of worrying that he had an infection. Hopefully, the fact that he hadn't come out of bed except to use the bathroom was just a sign that he needed rest and not that his death had come earlier than expected. Margie would rather eat another tiramisu than consider that as an option. She doubled back to the dessert bar. How about 2? If she was smart, if she took the time to put the pieces together, Margie wouldn't have to fight to understand what was happening. Cady had already told her everything. Margie refused to believe that her daughter had any knowledge about what was going on. She laughed. Why couldn't she just accept the fact that she had messed up hugely? Not only had she ignored the things Cady had said, but she'd also ignored the things David had said when she'd pushed the road trip and cruise on him. Denial. The counselor had advised Margie to be prepared for it. She'd said it would rear up and bite her. She wouldn't be able to see it, but if Margie and David worked together, his end of life plan would be quality and he wouldn't be in very much pain at the end. Margie had wanted to bring him on this last adventure before he died. Not to have him die on the trip. She hadn't really considered the fact that he would be in immense pain, nor would she have fully believed that Cady would warn them against going far and telling them to return to her place. Cady's warnings were beginning to make sense as more and more passengers on the ship fell ill. There was a virus running rampant, terrorizing the world, and no one knew how to stop it or even how to minimize the damage. Lost in thought, Margie settled onto the edge of a lounge chair, staring from a seat on the main deck toward dark clouds rolling in. Of course, there would be rain and storms. They were in Seattle, for crying out loud. The place didn't know how to have a normal day of sunshine without adding in the drama of a storm. Her plate tipped toward her lap and she barely snapped out of her thoughts in time to catch an errant brownie making its way toward her cream-colored pants. She lowered her plate, setting it on her knees and taking a deep breath. For crying out loud, why was she even wearing cream? A cruise worker in a smart white uniform trimmed in dark blue stopped beside Margie, bending at the waist to try to catch her gaze. "Ma'am, are you okay? I saw your plate slip." His concern didn't just stem from his job and seemed sincere. Margie nodded, holding her plate aloft. She motioned with her fork in the other hand toward the view. "I am. The puffed swans are amazing. The clouds coming in just surprised me." "I wasn't." She cleared her throat, lifting her gaze and smiling. "Is everyone feeling better yet?" The worker inclined his head, worry darkening his gaze. "No, ma'am. Sick bay is full. If you begin to feel ill, please ring the operator and a doctor will be around shortly." He nodded his head, unable to hide the beginnings of a rash under his hairline or behind his ears. Their jobs had to be so stressful. From the splotches of red, Margie figured he had some form of psoriasis. Margie swallowed. "Okay, yes, thank you." She'd ignored Cady's warnings, believing that she knew what was best for her husband and herself. Plus, to be honest, she didn't want Cady to know about David's condition. They'd struggled to keep it a secret for so long. What was she supposed to do? Dang it, she was supposed to protect her daughter and her husband but make sure she didn't hide anything from either of them. She was failing, drastically. She'd kept David's condition from Cady and Cady's warnings from David. When had Margie turned into a liar? She never lied. She didn't like the feelings of guilt associated with it. And there was lying, and the more she lied, the worse she felt, but the cycle was ongoing and she couldn't escape. What kind of betrayal would Cady accuse Margie of when David died? How would Margie feel if she couldn't apologize to Cady because she was dead from the sickness? And David. Poor David. All he'd wanted was to die, fade into the background at his home. Margie hoped he would pull out of his current sickness so they could get off that ship. No one deserved to die in a harbor of all places on a ship turned sardine can. She had no idea what was going to happen. Not for the first time, she wished she had taken the time to call her daughter back. Maybe, if nothing else, she wouldn't be filled with such deep-seated regret. Chapter 5. Cady. Tension filled the house after Cady's revelation. It was thick and bitter like a viscous unsweetened syrup. Bailey and Cady hadn't spoken since Cady's revelation about the vaccine and both were determined to be right about what was going to happen. What Bailey didn't understand was that it wasn't an option to have her die while Cady watched. She didn't know that Cady had a plan in place for when Cady got too sick. She would stick it out as long as she could, but then, before she got to be a mess, she would kill herself. Maybe she'd be able to talk Bailey into letting her walk into the woods and Cady could do it with a gun. The details weren't important. All Bailey needed to know was Cady would take care of her. She wouldn't let her suffer more than she needed to, even if she didn't want to be protected. Cady fixed pizza for dinner, aware she needed to start to whittle her perishable items from the fridge and freezers. How long would they have electricity? She had a generator, but that could be heard, and who knew if there'd be any survivors and what they would be like. It would be exactly Cady's luck if the zombie apocalypse ripped through the world because of Jackson. Her science knowledge knew zombies weren't possible. Dead tissue couldn't be moved without recharging it with electrical charges. Dead tissue couldn't spontaneous spark. Even a virus couldn't do that. No, she had no worry about zombies, nuclear bombs, or even some kind of a World War III. Cady's concern lay in the emptiness of the world and what would happen to Bailey after Cady died, after Jackson came for her. She actually didn't need to wait for him. Cady was going to train Bailey. She would teach her everything she needed to learn before the virus claimed Cady. At least that was the plan. That's what she had to do to justify protecting Bailey from death by sickness and leaving her to the dangers of a death-like life with Jackson. Just the thought of the decision she had made brought a queasiness to her stomach. Would Bailey talk to her afterward, at least enough to learn what she needed to? Glancing around the lower level, Cady made sure her daughter wasn't in the vicinity. She was probably upstairs listening to angsty music, or maybe she was talking to a friend. Cady hadn't cut off her phone usage. That would just be horrible torture. But not as bad as it would be when Bailey went to make a call and her friends couldn't talk anymore. With no witnesses, Cady climbed onto the counter beside the sink. Reaching into the back of her pharmacy cupboard, Cady pulled out a bottle of Ambien, a sleep aid Zach had been prescribed earlier that year for when he was on the road and unable to sleep when he needed to. The pills were small, only 10 milligrams, but he'd only needed a half of one to put him into a deep sleep. They were fast-acting and Cady had used them once or twice herself. The after-effects had been slight, but the sleep they'd induced had been all-consuming. Cady pulled out a plastic bowl and used a gravy ladle to crush the small pill into a fine powder. She couldn't believe what she was doing. There were no Best Mother of the Year awards she was up for with the moves she was making. The only thing she had to hold on to was the fact that she was saving her daughter's life. Desperate times called for desperate measures, or whatever it was. She wasn't sure she believed it, but she did believe in all's fair in love and war. Bailey wasn't a huge one to drink all of her beverage at her meals, so dissolving the pill into her water wasn't an option. Best thing about Bailey was she always ate all of her pizza. Rather than cook the medicine in the oven and chance changing the molecular structure of the compound, Cady waited until the pizza came out of the oven and sprinkled the powder on Bailey's slice, then smothered it in Parmesan cheese, another favorite of Bailey's. Placing the dishes at the table, Cady called out to her daughter. "It's time to eat." Would Bailey suspect something? There was a huge amount of trust being damaged right there. Cady had to own it. In a few minutes, it would be too late to pull back from. She gripped the wooden back of her chair and refused to change her mind. Bailey appeared at the bottom of the stairs, cautiously approaching the table. Her eyes widened at the sight of dinner. She turned a questioning gaze on her mom. As if she was making amends, Cady didn't say anything, just motioned toward their seats. Hopefully, the drug wasn't noticeable. She didn't want to be found out with only half a pill eaten or less. Who was she kidding? She didn't want to be found out at all. They sat, both digging into their dinners with gusto. Bailey finished her piece, going back for seconds and thirds, and they continued eating in silence. There was nothing to talk about, but that was fine. The deadline loomed, and as soon as it passed, they would be fine. They could act like nothing had happened. Even if something had. After dinner, Bailey cleared the dishes from the table and wiped it down, then went into the living room and turned on the television while Cady cleaned up. In even more silence. Cady couldn't help worrying that she might have overdosed Bailey. What if she had? Bailey wasn't as big as Zach or Cady. Half the amount of pill knocked them both out. Cady had given Bailey a whole pill. She wanted Bailey to sleep through the shot, not sleep for a week. Maybe it hadn't even worked. Padding quietly to the living room, Cady peeked in at Bailey, who had fallen asleep on the couch with her hands tucked beneath her cheek. Heavy breathing suggested she was in a deep sleep. Cady prodded her, calling her name, but Bailey didn't answer or even stir. Cady reached down and pinched the soft skin at the back of Bailey's bicep. Bailey's eyelids didn't even flutter. Returning to the kitchen, Cady retrieved the vial and syringe from the freezer and warmed it gently between her hands. She, then, grabbed an alcohol pad from her first aid supply, and a small bandage. What was she doing? What if it was too late? What if she destroyed Bailey's trust for nothing? Cady had to wait a little longer, at least for the vial to reach room temperature, which hopefully wouldn't take long, before she'd give it to Bailey. That would give her enough time to think it through one more time. They were down to hours and Cady wasn't going to take any more chances. That's all she needed to know. That was it. She had no more options to make sure Bailey didn't suffer that way. What was the point in prepping, if she didn't take the one chance she was given to protect Bailey? Ugh, enough. Just do it. She muttered to herself as she hesitated outside the living room door. She didn't have any other options. She couldn't let Bailey die. Not while Cady had a prevention in her hands. She wasn't a naturally nurturing mother, but her protective instincts were higher than most. This was one of those times when she was out to protect her daughter, over anything else. One way or the other, the world was changing and she had to make sure her daughter survived. Even if Cady didn't stand a chance. Chapter 6. Cady. As long the world was ending, Cady could justify what she'd done to her daughter. She hadn't slept a wink with all the worry about what she'd done. Giving Bailey the vaccine after drugging her wasn't the best move, but Cady didn't have any other choice. There was nothing else she could do, if Bailey refused to take it. What was Cady supposed to do? Put Bailey in a chokehold and chance missing a prime administration site? No, that wasn't an option. Looking hard at herself, Cady wasn't pleased with her actions. Somehow, in the last few weeks of losing her husband and finding out about the end coming, not to mention discovering her father was dying of stage 4 cancer, and an endless list, Cady had lost a part of herself and become someone she'd never wanted to be. All of it was coming down to a do-or-die mentality, and she'd never really thought this would be her. Pushing herself from her bed, Cady glanced out her window, spying the chickens pecking at scratch outside their coop. Bailey must be up and she'd done the chickens without prodding. Something was wrong. Cady's stomach twisted. Did her daughter know? Did she suspect what Cady had done? If she didn't know yet, it was only a matter of time before she found the small disc bandage covering the spot the large gauge needle had entered her flesh. Wrapping her robe around her, Cady pushed her hair back off her shoulders. She slid her feet into slippers with fuzzy insides and gave up on finding more to do to procrastinate going downstairs. Cady got to the bottom of the stairs and tread softly across the wood floor. The main level of the home was open with the dining area leading seamlessly into the kitchen. A wood stove manned the west side of the level while the kitchen, with its wraparound counter, reigned over the east side of the home. A dining table defined the three areas as if there were invisible dividers designating the rooms. She'd always loved her home, and had always teased Zach, her husband, that she was going to die there. She hadn't realized just how prophetic that statement was. As Cady rounded the corner from the stairs, she slowed at finding Bailey washing her hands in the sink. With her hair up in a sloppy bun similar to the night before, Bailey looked older than her almost 14 years. She had a graceful neck and a gently sloped nose which Cady had always loved. Every moment was going to become a goodbye moment for Cady. She wasn't exposed to the disease, but that could change at any time. She couldn't control when and if she got infected, outside of leaving her home. They had done everything they could to quarantine themselves. Sometimes, though, even a plastic bubble popped on its own. Why hadn't Cady thought of a plastic bubble? Smiling at her daughter with more sentimentality than she wanted to admit to, Cady watched for a sign that Bailey remembered getting the vaccine shot the night before. Sneaking into the living room and administering the shot after drugging her daughter hadn't been a high point in Cady's parenting. She winced as she recalled Bailey's slight struggling, but never complete awakening. Apparently, the vaccine had hurt more than a hard pinch to the sensitive skin at the back of her arm. Cady never would have guessed. Bailey turned, spying her mom beside the counter. She started, blinking her blue eyes and then cocking her head to the side. "Mom, I didn't see you there." She smiled hesitantly as if there was no more reason to be mad. "Did you take the shot last night?" She didn't know. Bailey didn't know what had happened the night before. Cady was going to have to tell her. Maybe it was a good thing. Maybe not. If Cady lied to her daughter once, she would be forced to continue doing so, the act growing and building into a tsunami of treachery that she didn't want to become her life. Lying was a habit she wouldn't start. She refused to send that as her last message to her daughter before she died. Lifting her chin, Cady wrapped her robe tighter around her. She wasn't cold. She needed the steadiness the action provided. She held her voice level. No, I didn't take the shot last night. Would Bailey ever forgive her? Bailey twisted her lips to the side, nodding slowly. Okay, so we go together. That makes sense. She blinked, wiping under her eyes as she seemed to accept that they were going to die and die together. I really wish you would have taken it, Mom, but, she shrugged and wiped her hands on a towel. Cady could let her continue believing that, but then her goals wouldn't make sense to Bailey. She shook her head, resting her hand on the edge of the counter. How'd you sleep? She would have to move gently into the topic. Telling someone you had drugged them and then given them a shot with a deadly virus vaccine wasn't something you dropped into the conversation without some leading into. Bailey gave a small laugh as if the topic brought normalcy to their lives. Really good. I'm surprised. I was so nervous about the vaccine, I didn't think I was going to at all. She offered a soggy smile to Cady, unable to hide her puffy eyes and her red cheeks. Are you upset, Bailey? This is what you wanted. Cady narrowed her eyes. Maybe Bailey wouldn't be as mad if she realized that she didn't want to die. When Cady told her the truth, maybe she would be relieved and grateful instead of betrayed and mad. A mom could hope. Shrugging, Bailey hung up the towel and turned to face Cady, bracing her arms on the counter and leaning back. I didn't want the vaccine to go to waste. I wanted you to take it. You know? I wanted you to live, Mom. Now, we're both going to die and it seems like a waste. She pushed off the counter and strode to the fridge and freezer combination. She opened the door to the freezer and reached inside, patting around inside. I know you put it in here. Where is it? She turned questioning eyes toward Cady. Did you have to throw it out or something? Cady's silence didn't help. Bailey slowed, growing silent and pensive to match her mother. She pulled her hand from the freezer, letting the door close softly as she turned back to the counter. Mom? Where's the vaccine? Suspicion darkened her eyes. What did you do? Did you throw it away? Mom, say something. Truth or lie time. She couldn't turn back from this decision, just like she couldn't walk away from giving Bailey that shot last night. Cady squared her shoulders, throwing back her head. I got my way. Let the blocks fall where they may. Confused, Bailey furrowed her brow. But your way was me getting the vaccine. That's what you wanted. She blinked rapidly, considering all the options. After a moment, she folded her arms and studied her mom. No. You wouldn't have given it to me without me knowing about it. That's violating my personal rights. Bailey's blinking worked to clear the tears from obstructing her view. They traced lines down her adolescent cheeks. Cheeks that, thanks to Cady, would thin even more and have a chance at seeing adulthood. Immediately on the defensive, even though she'd already decided that Bailey had the right to be upset, Cady's hackles raised. Girl, you need to figure out that you might not like me all the time, you might not even love me very much, but you are my world and I'll do whatever I need to do to protect you. We aren't friends. I'm your mom, that will always, and I do mean always, come first. Do you understand that? I honestly don't care if you like me or not. I don't care if you love me. As long as you're alive to make that decision, I'm good. Do you understand that? I love you enough for both of us. Cady refused to cry. She had made the right decision. She stood by it. She couldn't care what Bailey thought. But, Mom, this isn't fair. Bailey shook her head, ready to argue more with Cady. Holding up her hand, Cady tucked her chin and lowered her voice. No, you know what isn't fair? Beth Stark finding out she has cancer and having to deal with it without telling her children because her husband didn't want to be inconvenienced. What isn't fair is your grandpa dying of stage 4 cancer and grandma not telling us he has it so we can say goodbye. What isn't fair is the fact that I was even put into the position of having to choose between you or me. Cady couldn't stop. All of the injustice piled upon her, breaking through the breach and splitting into the tension between them. You think I want to miss out on you growing up? Or the fact that the world I've raised you in won't even be here, so I can't even protect you with standard knowledge. What's not fair is that I had to choose between watching you die or you watching me die. Neither is an option. I have plans in place so that you won't have to deal with me dying. She thrust her finger at the countertop and ground her teeth together. Not being able to call my closest friend and warning her about what is happening isn't fair. Not reaching my parents to see how they're doing isn't fair. None of this is fair. She pulled back, slapping her hand flat on the counter. You got a vaccine that no one else on earth gets to have. You get to benefit from that. I would stop whining about not fair and accept it. Jerking back from the verbal assault, Bailey bit her lower lip, half shrugging. But if you loved me, you wouldn't have taken my choice from me. She shook her head in a tight side motion as if she couldn't move too much. Sighing, Cady added with extreme patience. No, honey, again, I'm your mother. I'm not your friend. You're not old enough to make your mind up and someday, I'll get to say I told you, but reality dawned on Cady. No, she wouldn't. She wouldn't get to say anything like that to Bailey. Because Cady had given her daughter the shot that would save her and left herself exposed to the virus that would most likely kill her. She'd made that choice. Now she had to live with it, and so did Bailey. Bailey huffed, spinning away from Cady and disappearing into the pantry past the fridge. Boxes rattled around, shuffling and shaking in the pantry. She emerged again with a box of Raisin Bran cereal and granola bars. She ignored Cady as she poured herself a bowl for breakfast, then passed her mom to get to the table. Slapping the counter, Cady turned, claiming a seat at the table across from Bailey. Look, I know you're upset. I get it. But when you're a mom, you'll understand. Their time was limited, they couldn't waste it by being petty. Not that Bailey's emotional upset was petty, but Cady had to believe her daughter could move past it. She had to. There wasn't time for anything else. Bailey paused in her movements, lifting her gaze to pierce her mother. You betrayed me. I don't know how I can recover from that. Oh, for the love, Bailey. This isn't a teen drama. You better figure out fast how you're going to get over it. I'm teaching you how to take care of yourself and this place after I die. I don't have a lot of time to do it. Who knows when we'll get exposed to this virus. Cady leaned over and drew scratch paper and a pen from the Lazy Susan in front of her. She continued, as if Bailey had agreed to move on. Cady honestly didn't care at that point. The timeline urgency had shifted. We'll start by fitting you with your own gun. I'm so glad I learned from Scott. I feel safer already. I need to practice more, but I think you'll pick it up fairly fast. He told me that as long as you make it a habit, wearing one and handling one, it will become natural right away. I'll probably get you the slim. It's small enough you can handle it, but big enough to be taken seriously. Cady tapped the end of the pen on her front tooth and stared into space over Bailey's head. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Hold on. Bailey stared after her like she had no idea what was going on. She ducked her head and took a bite of cereal, chewing mechanically. Cady left the table, leaving her note, taking supplies. She disappeared into the pantry as well, but pulled up the floor to get into the crawl space. She dropped down into the space and ducked as she crouched, walked to the end of the space and took a right. Everything she'd been collecting was down there, well, most of it. She would be stupid to leave her home with how fortified it had become with supplies. The backup gun safe had a dial lock. She spun in the code and withdrew a Taurus Slim with a blued finish. She grabbed a box of ammunition and returned to the entrance of the crawlspace. Extra holsters that weren't the fanciest but were more practical had been stacked beside the opening, furthest from the air vents in case of flooding. All items were protected in a waterproof container. If she could, she would feel pride at what she'd hoarded. But no matter what she'd been prepared for, she dropped the ball on the most important thing. making sure Bailey was a part of her preparations. She should have forced the issue instead of letting Zach's derision keep her back. Climbing out of the hole, Cady returned the door cover to its place and made her way to the table. She handed the piece carefully to Bailey. "You need to make sure you're always carrying this. We'll go out and practice more shooting and handling after breakfast. Keep the barrel away from you and don't ever hold your finger on the trigger until you're ready to shoot." Bailey narrowed her eyes, but Cady waved her hand, cutting her off. "Look, I don't really care if you're mad at me or if you like guns or not. You want to survive? Great, I just made it possible. I don't want you to get sick and I had the means to make sure it won't happen." She rounded the table and approached Bailey. "Let me check the injection site and then you can take your anger out on the targets outside, okay?" "Mom, I really don't know if I can handle you dying." Bailey fought tears, her efforts more than noticeable as Cady watched her. "I understand." Cady nodded. If she dwelled on her decision and actions any further, she'd go crazy. "But it's over and done with. Let's make the best of it." Bailey pushed at the gun Cady had set on the table. "Do I really have to learn this stuff?" She was back to a petty whine that sounded like she was really trying to be normal. "If you don't, this will all be in vain, Bailey." Cady didn't want to consider it an option. Everyone dying wasn't something she wanted to tolerate, but the virus was out and she'd done everything she could to make sure her daughter was safe. Who knew who else she could have saved? Chapter 7. Scott. Scott leaned forward, pushing Seek on the Broncos radio through yet another channel of fuzz. Finally, sound other than static greeted his newest search and he leaned back, glancing at Jason. His nephew had his ankle crossed over his knee, tapping his fingers on the top part of his boot with a rapid staccato that screamed frustration. The light from the dash and Jason's random phone checking illuminated the cab in the near midnight darkness. They'd been driving north and neither had been able to even think about sleeping. Multiple stops to let Ranger P had slowed their progress as well. As if trying to come up with something to say, Jason pointed toward the radio. "Do you think they have this song on loop?" Jason shifted in his seat. He checked his cell phone, swiping the screen and answering a text. His face tightened as if he fought tears and he looked out the window. The same song had been playing on the station since they'd left Boise a few hours ago. They should have been out of range of the station, but the faint waves reached the boosted antenna of Scott's Ford Bronco. Scott wasn't dumb. He could see a longing in Jason that only loss would bring about. "They probably do have it on loop. I'm not sure how many people care about the songs on the radio when they're sick and many will." He didn't need to say it. The word they were both avoiding like the germs they'd already been exposed to. He didn't want to bring up his sister's death, Jason's aunt, when they had both just found out as they were pulling from the drive. Glancing at Jason's phone, Scott shifted up and back on his seat. Broncos were the best for practicality purposes, but not for comfort. "Who are you texting?" "Grandma." Jason pulled his cell closer to his face and texted furiously. After a moment, he glanced up at Scott. "Uncle Scott, can we go back? Please?" "Grandma said she's all by herself. I asked her for a selfie and she looks worse. I know she's sick. We can't leave them there." His lower lip quivered as he begged his uncle to return for the rest of their family. "I mean, why did you come down anyway?" When they'd left, Scott had taken the back roads, uncomfortable with what may or may not be construction stalled on the highway north. They hadn't gotten far and he rubbed at his sleep-deprived eyes, blinking hard to find focus and not to clear the tears out of his eyes. That would be his story, if asked. He studied the trees they passed and the lighter, almost non-existent traffic. Why had he come to Boise? He'd wanted to bring his family home with him, back to North Idaho where he was prepared for just about anything in the wilds north of Coeur d'Alene. He'd wanted his family together, but his mother had sent him on his way with only his nephew in tow. He wanted to get back home, because there was nowhere else he would feel comfortable getting sick and dying at. That's what he had to look forward to. He'd been exposed and the sickness was proving to be more fatal than originally assumed. His sister had already died in the hospital. She'd been pregnant and gone into the hospital sick with the virus Scott's neighbor, Cady Warren, had warned him about. Cady had been involved with the man who had invented the virus, the end of the world's sickness. Scott still hadn't wrapped his mind around that one. But Jason had a point. If Scott wasn't going to try to bring his parents back with him, then why had he gone down there? He'd already been exposed to the virus multiple times, and he wasn't sick feeling, not yet. There was nothing to lose and his family to gain. He'd given up too fast. Scott knew better. True, he didn't know what the exact incubation period was, but he had to have felt something by then. Rumor had the time between exposure and symptom onset at 3 days, but in Scott's non-scientific mind other factors had to have a play in that, like immunity strength, fatigue, nutrition, and other things he didn't know about. He was exhausted. That alone should have shortened his incubation period. A sign caught the light from his headlights, declaring an upcoming rest area and grabbing his attention. The reflective green sign told him to take the next right in 3/4 of a mile. The decision wasn't a hard one, but it was one that required putting Jason in danger and himself. Heading back into the depths of an urban area during a pre-apocalyptic period was not what was taught in the prepper handbooks. No, you were supposed to get out and get out fast. Heading back in wasn't an option and he'd never seen it covered in any of the resources he'd scoured. He took the exit, stopping in a parking spot and clenching his hands on the steering wheel. Scott would be endangering his nephew if they returned. But at the same time, Jason had been exposed multiple times already. They both had nothing to lose except peace of mind. Scott turned toward Jason, his jaw tight with resolve. Let's go back, but be prepared. Grandma and Grandpa haven't been feeling well. We can't force them to come with us, but we can try. He pierced his nephew with his gaze, hoping he would understand the severity of what they were going back to. But that was hard to expect. Even Scott wasn't exactly sure what they faced. While it had only been half the night, evidence that things were getting worse fast was evidenced in the dying availability of the radio channels, the worsening selfie from Mary, and the traffic that they passed and could count on one hand. Where was everyone? Wasn't the freeway supposed to be packed with empty cars and wrecks and so much destruction at the end? Not this apocalypse. Everyone was home. All the cars were parked in their driveways. That fact made him feel even worse. Nothing could have prepared him for this. He couldn't have prepared Jason for anything with his weak warning. Scott cleared his throat and hardened his tone. Jason, I need to hear you say you understand. We're going back and Grandma and Grandpa aren't any better. They might not want to go with us. Do you understand me? Yes. Jason's voice cracked but he nodded, his smile hopeful but nervous. A flash of fear cracked behind his gaze. Good. Scott hoped he was scared. Fear would keep him on edge. Nothing else but being alert would keep him alive, if there were looters or crazy people out. Scott reached down and felt for the cool metal of his shotgun. He just had to make sure it was still there, like a security blanket, but with a whole lot more fire. They turned back to Boise, the moon shining through their windshield instead of through the back. Taking a side road, Scott maneuvered them onto the highway to make fast work of the trip back in. The time passed fast and in no time signs alerted to travelers to the mere miles left to Boise. On the outskirts of the large city, Scott pulled into a service station. At a pump, he pulled out his wallet and approached the double doors to the convenience store. He needed coffee and Jason would need something with caffeine and sugar to stay awake. At the doors, he glanced back at the truck and waved at Jason. Turning to push on the door, he stopped. He pushed again, studying the rectangle of the panels side by side. Pushing on the door again, he couldn't understand why he couldn't open it. Peering through the glass, he shaded his view with his hand. Hello? The open sign glowed neon green, indicating the station was definitely open. He stood back and stared at the light as if it would answer some magical question even he wasn't aware of. After a moment, the light flipped off. Scott jerked back, blinking at the now closed sign. What gas station was closed on such a normally busy highway? He checked his analog watch. Had he missed the open hours by a minute or something? He blinked at the glow in the dark face of his watch. No, it was 22 after the hour. He glanced at the door, a placard declaring it was open 24 4 hours. Confused at what was going on, Scott peered inside again. Maybe he'd missed something. There were some lights on in the back, but they only dimly offered any light to the front, and it was minimal compared to the parking lot lights that made it difficult to see inside the glass. The sight of a double-barrel shotgun pointed at his head had him lifting his hands slowly and backing away from the door. The shotgun jerked to the side and Scott nodded, but paused before turning away. "I need gas," he called out, pointing toward his rig. "I can pay. I just need gas." He didn't want to break into his gas stores, not at that point. Not when he still had to make it into Boise and then back out. A whiskered man came into view from the darkened depths of the gas station. A scowl hid any sign of understanding from his expression. He called through the glass with his gun aimed squarely on Scott. "You need to use your card, debit or credit, I don't care. I'm not letting you in here. You might be carrying." "I am carrying. I understand. I'll do the credit on the island. Thank you." Scott nodded slowly, turning back to his rig. Jason moved to unbuckle his seatbelt, but Scott shook his head imperceptibly and mouthed, "Stay there." He inserted his debit card and filled his rig. The gas tanks on the top needed to be topped off, as well as the custom rear tank he'd added a year ago. He had a sinking sensation he wouldn't be able to get gas again until he got closer to home, if at all. Chapter 8. Margie. Margie jerked awake. She stared into the dark confines of their cabin. Light from the harbor carried through their small window, revealing shadows and shapes but not enough detail. Thrashing from David's side of the bed pulled her attention back to what had woken her. David, calm down, breathe." Margie rolled over on the firm mattress that should have been slightly rocking, or at least feel like it was at sea even the smallest amount. She reached out, patting David's upper back carefully as he coughed, crying out with the pain. The morphine wasn't touching his pain. Their cruise ship had only gotten halfway out of the harbor. They could see the docks about 600 yards away, but couldn't reach them from the loading plank. Those 600 yards might as well have been 1,000 miles for all they could cross them. The waters were cold and even the air seemed to cling to the memories of winter. The rainstorm had come with a vengeance and the dark clouds hadn't let up. 3 days they'd been at harbor, waiting, but none of the people on board knew what was going on. The captain wouldn't tell anyone, and the deckhands seemed just as confused as the rest of the passengers. Sick bay was full, or had been yesterday when Margie and David had retired to their cabin. Margie? David's eyes were still closed as he called weakly for her. Margie's husband had multiple issues right then. His lung cancer had spread to stage 4 a month or so ago and things were bad. Margie had planned a last trip on an Alaskan cruise to fulfill his dream of seeing the northernmost state. She'd gone out of her way to hide his sickness from their only daughter, Cady, and then Cady's husband, Zach, had died in a car accident. Margie hadn't been able to tell Cady on their way through since they were there to help with burying her husband. The fact that her father was dying wasn't something they could just drop on her. Cady had literally just lost her husband the day before. Margie could at least protect Cady from more pain for a little while longer. Unfortunately, she'd ignored Cady's text messages and phone calls after they'd left, as they'd been filled with doom and gloom and warnings of things to come. Things Margie wished she'd paid attention to. Now she was faced with the very real possibility of facing the apocalypse from the deck of a cruise ship filled with the dying and sick. Stubbornness was not a trait she wanted to be the cause of her death or her husband's. "Can you sit up?" Margie clamored to sit beside him on his side of the small bed. "David, you need to sit up so you can breathe." She had no way to determine what symptoms came from his cancer and which ones came from the illness Cady had mentioned, the illness other passengers had murmured about. Some people had already fallen victim to a painful chickenpox-like sickness. But if the rumors on the symptoms were true, they sounded closer to smallpox, but she couldn't know for sure. Even the captain had become sick, which shouldn't be surprising, but of course was. The ship was supposed to be waiting for a replacement, but that was the last thing anyone had heard, and that was 2 days ago. A fine sheen of sweat dotted David's forehead and down his neck. He shivered, wrapping his arms tightly around his waist. "I'm so cold." His teeth chattered as he spoke. The cabin was far from cold. The thermostat still worked and forced air kept them in a comfortable 72 degrees. Margie would adjust that for her husband. She'd walk around in the heat, if only to help him be more comfortable. Margie's heart broke for him. He was miserable and being pent up in the cabin wasn't helping anything. They needed to get off that ship. In fact, Margie wouldn't have to work hard to convince herself that she needed to get off that ship to save his life or hers. She leaned against him, rubbing his back and placing her cheek against his shoulder. Her heart was breaking, and it made it worse that she was a huge part of the reason he was so uncomfortable. "I'm sorry. I know you're miserable. I'm not sure why I even forced you to come here." But she did. She hadn't brought him for him. She'd brought him for her to be able to feel just one more time that they were happy and everything was fine. Everything had been selfish on her part, and she'd never felt so sick or guilty about her actions before. Grasping at her fingers on his arm, David twisted his face toward her. "You did it for me. I love you." His smile resembled a grimace of pain more than anything with happiness in it. His eyes were damp and sunken in, and he looked like a gaunt version of the man she'd spent her life loving. "Oh, David, what have I done?" Margie moaned. She had to get him back to Cady's house. He didn't need to suffer through the cruise, if that was even going to happen anymore. Even worse would be dying right there in the Seattle harbor, just feet from freedom. Could she get him off the ship and back to their motorhome? She had no idea how things had progressed on the ship. Why hadn't they returned to the loading dock? Why weren't they unloading people? They had lifeboats and, as far as she was aware, they weren't being used. Setting her jaw, Margie nodded to no one in particular. "David, I'm going to get you some chicken broth and ice chips. I'll be right back, okay? I'm going to figure this out. I'll fix this. I promise." He nodded, laying back against the stack of pillows she'd set up for him 2 days before to keep his head elevated. He closed his eyes, shivering even as more sweat poured from his skin. Pulling on her jeans, a T-shirt, a long-sleeve T-shirt, and a sweatshirt, Margie then yanked on her socks and the hiking boots she'd brought for the walks on the Alaskan shores. She wasn't sure what exactly she was getting prepared for, but walking around the ship in her pajamas wasn't being proactive. She was done waiting for someone else to save them. Softly closing the door behind her, Margie glanced both ways down the hallway. Their stateroom wasn't overly large, but the hallway was elegantly appointed with cream wallpaper and blue, gold, and maroon carpeting. Headed toward the eating area, she stopped at the first aid station set up beside the fire extinguisher. She glanced both ways again, disconnecting the bright orange and yellow bag from the wall and pulling it to her side. She passed her cabin door again and tucked the bag and its contents inside her door. David wouldn't even know she was there, but storing that inside would keep it easily accessible for her than in the hallway. A part of her recognized that she was shoring up for when they made a break for it. Another part shied away from the risk they were taking. She wasn't that type of a woman until she was backed into a corner. Nothing was happening until she got food and her husband and herself. She strode confidently toward the buffet. Grabbing a plate in the large, empty room, she turned to the closest food display. Wrinkling her nose, Margie passed up congealed puddings, melted jell, molds, limp lettuce, and dry, crusty meats. How long had the food been left out? She lifted a vegetable dish, peeking underneath for the presence of ice, but lukewarm water greeted her touch. She slowly lowered the dish, searching the well-lit serving areas for any food that didn't need to be kept in specific temperatures. Rolls, biscuits, crackers, and nuts were stored in a plastic bin along the side of the soup display. She crossed the floor quickly, setting her plate down on a table that she passed. She wasn't going to be able to get David any broth. As it was, she'd be lucky to walk out of there with anything, certainly nothing on a plate. Staring at the display, she squinted while she thought. She should have brought a bag or something. Usually there were things stored behind the counter of buffets or places like that to help with restocking food items. Leaning over the edge of the counter, Margie spied a plastic bag hanging from a box in the back. Yanking on the corner, Margie pulled it to her side of the counter and shook it open. Filling the standard-sized garbage bag with all of the baked goods she could reach, Margie looked around for other items that wouldn't have been ruined by sitting out for who knows how long. Apples and bananas sat proudly among limp fruit like grapes and pineapple slices. She grabbed what she could, edging the heavier food to the side of the bag so it would work its way to the bottom without crushing the softer rolls. Once the bag was full, she searched for bottles of water, but the soft drink dispenser was the only sign of anything related to beverages. Nothing. Well, she'd have to make do. Once they got to the mainland, she'd worry about water. She left the large room and searched for the stairs that would take her to her deck. Rushing back to their room, she stored the food inside the door beside the first aid bag. Sneaking a peek at David, she was both relieved and anxious that he slept through her disruptions. Her murmur went unheeded as she closed the door. "Don't worry." Back out in the hallway, she climbed the stairs and went to the main deck, peering at the Seattle skyline while gripping the cool railing with both hands. She would have to make sure they were dressed appropriately for cold weather, even as the summer was coming on soon. It was better to be too warm, than not warm enough. Especially if David wasn't feeling well. "Ma'am? Are you okay?" A deckhand with brown hair and pale skin smiled cautiously beside her. A name tag proudly proclaimed he was Brad from beside his left front pocket. "Brad. Yes, I'm fine. Do you know what's going on?" Margie pasted a congenial smile on her face and turned toward him. She didn't want to create alarm or give away her plans to get off the ship before she knew what was in play. For all she knew, the staff had been instructed to keep everyone calm and in their rooms no matter what. "I was just on my way up to check. If you go back to your cabin, we'll send word around as soon as we know." He smiled reassuringly, but something was lacking in his eyes. He waited for Margie to walk toward her hall, and she didn't turn to look at him while his gaze pierced her in the back. She didn't trust what he said. He didn't know what her room was and he had no idea what was going on. Keeping the passengers controlled was the only way they would be able to maintain some semblance of peace on the ship until it got too bad to fight for freedom. Margie had read all the books. She knew what would happen. She'd just been too stubborn to listen to Cady to believe it could actually happen in her lifetime. As she climbed down the stairs slowly, Margie inhaled through her nose and blinked. How had she missed the odors of unwashed bodies and rotting food? She'd been in such a hurry, she'd been breathing through her mouth. That mistake was one she wouldn't make again. Down the stairs, Margie hurried to her cabin and closed the door behind her again. The walls pressed in on her and she realized that the longer she waited for news, the closer she was to being a statistic. Margie sank onto the bed. She rubbed at her forehead, pulling on reserve she wasn't sure she had. Okay, she needed something to eat and to gather everything together. Once they were ready, she could do what was needed. She had to get David off that ship. She wasn't sure how, but the smells were atrocious and she was determined to have David make it back to his daughter before he died. They had to get off the water. She had a sad suspicion that part of the smells was from dead bodies. She'd been an operating room nurse a long time ago and she'd smelled the flesh in all its varying forms of life and death and decomposition. The acrid scent of death would seep under the other smells, rotting them as well. They couldn't waste any more time. She stood, grabbing a few items of clothing for both her and David. Shoving the articles into the end pocket of the large first aid duffel bag, she shuffled some of the items inside the bag to the other pocket and then stuffed the food items into the bag. Once it was as full as she could get it, she zipped all of the pockets closed. The bright orange and yellow might be detrimental or might be beneficial. Right then, she could know and she couldn't be picky. None of their luggage would be able to hold everything nor would she be able to sling her bags over her shoulder like she needed to. Getting out similar clothing items for David like she wore, Margie tugged their coats down from the hangers in the closet and turned to face her sleeping husband. She hated to make him move. But there was no other way. Scooting the bag to a spot by the door, she leaned over David, gently shaking him. "David, we need to go. Come on, honey, let's get off the ship." He groaned, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He struggled to sit up and nodded slowly. "Is bad?" Margie blinked back tears at his struggling to ask a question. She nodded. "It's worse than they're telling anyone and I've got to get you out of here." She squatted beside him, ready to help take some of his weight. "Come on, I'll help you to the bathroom first. Margie braced him underneath the arms and helped him up. He stumbled to the side and leaned heavily on her as they made their way to the restroom. She hadn't realized how weak he really was. How was she going to get him off the ship when he could barely walk? Chapter 9. Jackson. Glee and triumph didn't adequately describe Jackson's emotional state. He tapped his fingers along the windowsill of his Jeep as he drove north on I-205. Reported as one of the busiest and fastest-growing cities in America, Portland's highways were virtually empty. With just the slight spreading of a virus, Jackson had cleared his commute to pretty much everywhere. There would be no signs of roadblocks or traffic jams. Everyone was at home, trying not to die. He laughed at that, inhaling deeply. Poor saps. But honestly, he just couldn't believe his luck. Not only had the virus spread faster than he'd planned, it had evolved and was killing people faster than he'd thought possible. Hopefully, he could make it to his next stop before it was too late. Seattle was his goal. He wanted to be there when they released the ointment, which should be any day now, if they hadn't already. Normally, such deviation from his plans would be unacceptable, but since every transgressor was going to die anyway, Jackson decided to sit back and enjoy the show. Plus, he really didn't mind the fact that everyone was dying earlier than he'd wanted. Cut his wait time in half. Gotta love efficiency. In Portland, the illness had taken the population activity down to 30%, give or take, and most people were probably at their jobs working overtime for pay they would never get or to help others in an attempt to save them. Idiots. The drive on the freeway was actually enjoyable instead of bumper to bumper. Jackson couldn't help thinking it over and over. He passed a Toyota pickup and nodded at the driver, muttering, "You're welcome for the drive." The jangle of his phone pulled his attention. Only his parents had the number. He'd kept it restricted so Cady couldn't convince him to change anything. As soon as he'd realized she was a woman, he'd had to protect himself from any power she might have over him. He planned on being with her for as long as the world would let them stay on it. After the rest of humanity died, they had to make sure they repopulate the earth. He pushed the button on his Bluetooth. Hello. He knew who it was, but he didn't care. Juan? This is your father. I need you to come home. The older man's words ended on a sob. Juan. That infernal name. His father's pain didn't bother him. Jackson expected it, welcomed it. Things would be over sooner rather than later. Jackson arched an eyebrow. He glanced toward the phone to see where his father was calling from. Home. This was a good sign. What's going on, Dad? Is everything okay? He knew nothing was okay, but he asked, anyway. Your mama is not doing well. She's very sick. I'm starting to cough, and all of your brothers and their wives are very sick. We haven't seen your sister, Maria, since the party. We need you to come home and help us. The plea was palpable in his voice, as if he truly expected his son, Juan, to make the trip home to help out. Who was Jackson to let down his loving father? Jackson glanced at the green sign coming into view on the right side of the highway, announcing the arrival of the junction that would divide the highway into more westward pavement on the I-84 or the northward exit to get him on to the I-205 headed towards Seattle. He just wanted to go to Seattle, see the devastation there before heading on to Spokane and North Idaho to find his apocalypse bride. He'd already said his goodbyes to his parents and his family. But the plaintive whine in his father's voice and the chance to see his brothers sick was more appealing than he could turn down. They turned to him when they needed something. Only then was he worth calling or including. The drive would take all day and then some, but he had all the time in the world. Smirking, he replied, I'll try to be there this evening. He lifted his chin in a short nod. Hey, Dad. I heard there's an ointment that's supposed to be the cure. Don't go anywhere. I'll stop and get some and bring it for you guys. Gracias, Juan. We are so happy to have you come. His father hung up, relief in his voice. Jackson tapped the steering wheel to a beat only he could hear. Then he ditched the exit to I-205 and continued westward. Stopping at his parents' place wouldn't put him out at all. He'd miss out on the devastation in Seattle, but there were plenty of other places he could see it carrying on. He'd learned once that attitude was everything. If he looked forward to the death anywhere, then the presence of near extinction would make him happy wherever he went. Humming under his breath, he shifted on his seat and settled into a speed faster than what was posted as legal. He didn't care if a cop tried stopping him or not. He had a gun and very little doubt there were any authority figures untainted by the sickness. Jackson couldn't be bothered. He was already altering his plans and he wouldn't tolerate anyone getting in his way. He had a family to kill. Chapter 10. Cady. Time wasn't moving fast enough to warrant the excruciating worry mounting in Cady. She had no idea what was going on. She had no outside eyes and that was driving her nuts. Sites on the internet were becoming more and more static. The only one with overt movement was the big social media one. She scrolled through countless posts declaring another family member was sick. Another person couldn't get into the hospital or clinic because they were too full and understaffed. A few deaths were reported, but not enough to cause a widespread panic, just enough to warrant excessive praying and best thoughts. People who made it to work seemed to be left out of the dark themselves as they were swamped with needs that needed to be handled right away. Mentions of the end of days seemed to be suppressed by the algorithms and there was something weird in the way ads were being displayed. In trending topics, there was a cure reported and it was equally questioned and sought. The drug hadn't been fully released yet, so only a few towns and cities had received shipments. Those that did have them were already out of stock, and patients were reporting immediate pain relief which created a furor to get some. If they couldn't find any, then they were offering obscene amounts of money to those who might have some left over. Cady wasn't aware of any cures, chalking it up to natural medicine and more conspiracies she knew nothing about. There wasn't enough time for anyone in the science community to develop something when the disease was striking so fast. Frustrated with her most recent scrolling through threads, Cady closed her laptop with a click. She hadn't heard from Scott in a few days and he should have been home by then. She ignored the hand radio she'd encouraged him to use and picked up the cell. If he were home, it would go right to voicemail and she would know to use his landline or the radios. She hoped that was the case. Even if she couldn't see him, she would feel better knowing he was home. Swiping to speed dial Scott's cell, Cady leaned back on the leather couch and stared at the ceiling. She hadn't heard from her parents in days and she tried not to worry, but with her father's condition and their advancing ages, Cady was worried she wouldn't hear from them again. There was too much going on and she really just needed someone to talk to. Calling her closest friend, Beth, wasn't an option. Cady would tell her what was going on and Beth would panic. That wouldn't help anyone. Scott picked up. "Yeah, Cady, what's going on?" He sounded exhausted and out of options. Was he as optionless as Cady? Cady dropped her gaze, sitting more at attention and staring at her knees. "Scott, you're not home yet. Is everything okay?" Maybe they'd gotten stopped at a roadblock or something. She pressed her fingers over her eyes as she concentrated on the sounds coming from the other end of the line. "Everything is as good as it's going to get with the way things are going." His tone was distracted and she tried to hear him over the rumble and bumping of his Ford Bronco in the background. "How do you feel?" She didn't want Scott to get the virus. She couldn't imagine losing him, too, although in a moment of selfishness, she didn't want to watch him die even more. So if he was getting sick, then it would be best for everyone if he didn't come back. She blinked back tears at the possibility and the fact that she had actually thought that. Scott sighed. "I'm fine. I'm upset that I left my N95 masks on the counter at home. That's what I forgot. But from I'm seeing, it doesn't matter. This thing is spreading so fast." He lifted his voice, as if trying to be more cheerful. "How are the chickens?" "Big Red is a great rooster, but the ladies will boss him around if you don't stay on top of it. We moved them in with ours. He's taken over the entire chicken harem and he's settled in fine. All of the ladies have as well." She half grinned, unable to keep the image of the large blue lace Wyandotte as he waddled around the smaller Rhode Island Reds and Buff Orpingtons from her mind. They fell into an odd silence that Cady didn't recognize. When had they gotten to that point where they were uncomfortable with each other? She cleared her throat, picking at the edge of a blanket tossed randomly onto the couch beside her. "Are you coming back?" "Not when, but a flat out are you returning?" After a drawn Out pause filled with things Cady couldn't focus on. Scott lowered his voice. I'm going to try. Is Bailey okay? Cady blinked back more tears. She's good. She's mad at me, but I'm hoping she'll get over it. There was a lot there she couldn't get into, but she had to tell someone that her daughter probably hated her now. Why is she mad? Scott's tone welcomed conspiratorial conversation. Without saying anything more, he urged her to confide in him. And Cady wanted to. She needed to talk to an adult who wasn't biased against the entire situation. But she couldn't. Scott hadn't known about the vaccine. He wasn't aware of the things she fought while he was gone, mostly her guilt and the fact that she wasn't sure she wanted him to come back. She shrugged at the empty room. Who knows? Teenagers, right? She rolled her eyes and tried to smile, but even she didn't buy it. What's going on, Cady? You're not telling me something. Scott knew her better than she wanted to admit. He'd been there after Zach died and even before when her husband had been less than anything to her. Scott was a constant in Cady's life when she needed more foundation than anything. If she told him, she ran the risk of losing him, and she wasn't sure she was ready to cope with that kind of loss just yet. Honestly? She redirected their conversation away from what she wasn't telling him to something she shouldn't tell him. I'm worried about you. I'm not sure if that's good or not, but I am. I think it's good. His tone took on a plethora of underlying meaning. I'll check in with you again soon. His words promised something, but the virus took his promise and drove it into the ground. Cady hung up, clutching the phone to her chest and staring up at the ceiling. Guilt wasn't an emotion she had imagined taking with her into the end of the world, but it rode her shoulders like a cape. First, helping create the idea that the world didn't need that many humans. Second, lying to Scott about all of the virus idiosyncrasies. Third, drugging her daughter to give her a vaccine that may or may not be effective. Fourth, failing to stop her parents and making them stay with her when she knew what was coming. Was there anything she was missing? Of course, there was, but that was enough incentive to wallow in guilt until the end of time. Did she really want to drum up more? Chapter 11. Margie. With her arm under David, bracing him up as they crept from the cabin, Margie took a deep breath and hefted the duffel bag higher on her hip. The strap crossed her chest and if anyone grabbed it, she'd be yanked off her feet. She was stronger than most women her age since she hiked and did calisthenics, but she wasn't the best when it came to heavy lifting. Something to work on, apparently, if she ever made it out of the harbor. We need to get to Deck 4 to access Deck 5. There's lifeboat access there off the promenade. Can you do the stairs or do you want to try the elevators? She knew the answer, but she wasn't sure the elevators were working. What if they got stuck inside? There were too many possibilities and Margie would rather take her chances with the stairs, but she was already pushing David harder than he needed. They reached the elevators first. Let's take this down. She grimaced when she pushed the button. They waited for the lift to reach them, David coughing softly like he couldn't summon enough strength to cough with results or with true intent. They shuffled inside when the doors opened and Margie leaned David against the mirrored wall. Panting slightly, Margie turned and pressed the circle branded with 4. She had to get David down the stairs and then across the wide floor to get to the loading area. They'd been shown some lifeboat things when they'd boarded, like a practice drill in case of evacuation. Margie was a fast learner, but even the quick tutorial during the drills combined with intuitive button pushing wasn't going to be enough to get them out of there without some help. Another deckhand stood guard. His dark skin had a yellow tinge to it, like he too was under the weather. The crew staff must have pulled straws to see who would be working and who would get to rest with the minimal number of staff at posts. Didn't they want to go home? As she got closer, helping David limp nearer and nearer the lifeboats, she searched the deck for anyone else. If they could get a number of reasonable passengers to convince the deckhand to help them off the ship, the problems would be minimal. The deckhand had to know how to work the boat, wasn't that a requirement? The man's name tag read, Randy, and he folded his arms as they approached. He swallowed. Yes, ma'am, can I help you? I'm fine, thank you. I need to get off the ship, Randy. My husband is ill and I need to get him home. Margie didn't know his orders. She was hoping plain old assertiveness was enough to get him to let her off. He held up a hand, his fingers shaking as if the movement cost him a lot more energy than he had. I know what you're going to say. Sick bay is full, Anne. If you call the operator, they can send a doctor down to you when they're available. Randy's tremulous smile wasn't comforting nor was it aggressive. Randy, look, you don't seem like you're feeling very well, either. Margie hefted the bag higher while trying not to lose David, who lagged at her side. Glancing at her husband, she then turned her worried gaze back to the deckhand. She couldn't believe Randy wanted to hold anyone hostage. He probably didn't care what happened. Maybe you can help us get off the ship. Then you could go home, too. Randy's expression went from refusal to considering when she mentioned he could get home as well. He tilted his head to the side, taking her words and mulling them over. Margie could almost see his options and consequences play out in his mind as he considered if his job was worth sitting around feeling horrible. He probably had heard what was really happening and had more information Margie didn't have access to. He twisted his lips and then shook his head. I don't know. I'm not supposed to. I'm sure you have family. Aren't you worried that they're sick and need you, too? Margie wasn't going to stop. She could be persuasive when she needed to be. Right then, she needed to be. I have been worried. He caught his breath. After searching her face as if it held the answer, he finally nodded. We should check to see if there are more who want to go. The boats are large and I'm not sure if anyone else will be willing to help run the boats. He pointed toward the portal and opened the door. Go ahead and board. If I'm not back, it's really easy to work. The instructions are right there. It's like driving a speedboat. Bathrooms are in the rear. Don't worry. I'll most likely be back, but I can run any of these boats. Don't wait more than 10 minutes. Shift change will be in 20. He turned, unconcerned if they left without him or not. And why should he be? He knew how to run the lifeboats. He was merely checking on the other passengers, probably to lessen the guilt for walking out on his job. Margie helped David inside the spacious lifeboat. Fully enclosed and orange on all the external sides, the lifeboats gave the impression they would be straight, lined and uncomfortable from the outside. The interior, however, was anything but austere, with cushioned seats that could be laid back as well as storage and multiple restrooms along the back. Extra life vests hung from a hook above each seat and the driver wasn't separated from the rest of the holding area, giving it a very easy to maneuver look and feel. Margie settled David into a seat closest to the driver's position. She had no problem leaving the deckhand behind, if he didn't return in a few minutes. She needed to get them back to the storage units to retrieve their motorhome before the storage unit management was too sick to let them in. Making the leap from sickness to epidemic to pandemic wasn't hard as she considered the things Cady had left her messages about and the reality all around them. The sickness was real. If it was already causing deaths, then it was only a matter of time until the population took a turn for the worse. Murmuring and grumbling pulled Margie's attention to the doorway. She crept closer to the opening, placing a finger silently to her lips and looking back at David. He was already asleep on the bench, leaning back against the wall behind him. Peeking around the corner, Margie clamped her lips tight together. A group of 3 men and 4 women approached the landing area. The leader, with his hair tousled and a pink tinge to his skin, had enough energy to demand the rest of the group look for a way to call for an employee. A woman slumped against the railing beside the lifeboat. I'm too tired, Tobias. I just want to go back to the cabin. Her hair was done in a sloppy up-do and her makeup was streaked as if she'd worn it for a few days. No. We need to get home. This isn't a normal flu. We need to get home before we're left on this boat to die. Even the food isn't being replenished. Tobias waved his hands around outside of where Margie could see. Margie closed her eyes and ducked back to shrink against the wall beside the door. What was she supposed to do? They would want in there. Tobias didn't seem like he was stable enough mentally to take onto a boat. He'd probably want to control the driving mechanisms and Margie wasn't going to consider that as an option. It was Randy or Margie. No one else was a possibility. Loud yelling a distance away grew louder as it got closer. Margie peeked again, clenching her fingers around the edge and careful not to move too fast. 6 men and 6 women rushed to the railing along the edges of the lifeboats, feet from where Margie hid. A red-haired man who had spent more than his fair share of time at the buffet waved his hand at the first group. "Kick them down. You're not going with us on this boat. You're sick and you deserve to stay on this ship before you infect the rest of the world." Tobias stepped forward. "That makes you the dumbest person on the continent. You're infected yourself, even if you aren't yet showing the symptoms." He coughed as if to prove a point, but it fell flat. One man wore only his dressing robe with untied tennis shoes as he stood there with the group of newcomers. While they weren't exhibiting any symptoms, Tobias was right, they would all get the sickness. Only time would tell who survived and who didn't. Movement from past the 2 groups pulled Margie's gaze and her eyes widened. Randy approached from the direction of the lifts, his hands held in front of him as if he came upon a group of wild animals. A woman with 3 children slunk along behind him, staring wide-eyed at both groups, angrily shifting into a standoff position. Holding his hands higher, Randy pushed at the air. "It's okay. Everyone should be able to fit. There's plenty of room." He glanced around, a questioning expression on his face, then spied Margie in the lifeboat. Narrowing his eyes, he opened his mouth as if to speak or acknowledge her, but he stopped and Margie backed up, shaking her head and motioning for him to not say a word. Tobias stepped forward, raising both hands in a challenge. "Why should you get to go? You're carrying the germ and you're stupid. I think that's enough justification to just let your bloodline die on the waters." Laughing, the opposing leader grinned. "You're sick. You won't make it far. It's wasting seats to have you on board either boats." The red-haired man stepped forward, pulling a steak knife from his pocket. Both groups gasped and Randy lunged closer, perspiration spotting his skin. "Listen, none of this is necessary." He moved closer to the men, his eyes wide and full of fear. "We're all trying to get home. Let's just get on the boat and get there in just a few minutes. Then everyone can go their separate ways. No harm. No foul. What do you say? We can't get the sickness. They can't go on the boat. I heard people are dying on the mainland from this." A woman pointed toward the first group, negating their argument that the disease would be spread by them getting to the land and increasing the reality that they weren't very smart while denying they were going to get it. Another woman from the second group, standing behind the red-haired man, spoke with a whine. "I heard we've had 2 deaths ourselves on the ship. Actually, there have been 33. Randy spoke up. His quiet words fell flat to the floor like a crashing boulder on a bed of moss. Panic welled in the group, overriding the disgruntled worry and anguish. Shoved forward by someone edging closer to the boats in his group, Tobias inadvertently lurched forward. Thinking he was attacking, the red-haired thrust the knife forward, into Tobias's chest. Tobias's eyes widened as blood poured over his fingers, but the red-haired didn't pull back or even seem startled. He set his jaw and yanked the knife from Tobias's chest, swinging the blade in a wide arc as if to clear the area around him. Blood droplets splashed the crowd. There would be no denying the disease now. Randy stumbled forward, reaching for Tobias, who sank slowly to the ground. Sir, are you all right?" He glared up at the knife wielder. "You killed him." Shrugging, the man smirked. One less seat to worry about. He was dead anyway. A loud yell from Tobias's group announced the man's arrival as he plummeted toward the red-haired with outrage. He lunged at the man who had killed the leader of his group, wrapping his arms around his waist and grunting as the knife struck him repeatedly on the shoulder and back. Randy reached forward, his youthful strength more than the older men could overcome. But as Randy moved to pull them apart, the knife swung upward, pointing up through his diaphragm and into the rib cavity. He didn't stand a chance as the blade struck his heart. He faded, his eyes dimming in moments as the blood spurted from his chest. Margie clamped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide as she tried to think strategically rather than letting shock take over. Her gaze clashed with the newly arrived mothers who had worked her way carefully around the group and stood at the opening of the lifeboat with the children. Fear made her chest rise and fall rapidly as she clutched her children around her. "Please," she mouthed, her eyes begging. Jerkily, Margie nodded, motioning her into the boat. She just had to reach the red button and close the door without being noticed behind them. Then the crank to release the boat. That's it. That's all she needed to do. Find your seats and get settled. I'm sure it's going to get rocky. Margie's whisper reached the mother, who nodded frantically. She had to step into view of the mob outside to reach the button to close the door and release the boat. Did she have enough time? Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the doorway. Searching above the doorframe, she reached up, wincing as a man called out, "The boat. They're leaving without us." Margie hit the red button, stepping back as the door closed with extreme slowness as the group clamored to get to the opening. Who would be the first one in? Chapter 12. Cady. Taking out the garbage was the worst job. It didn't matter if it was the end of days or a normal Tuesday. But when you added in the fact that Cady had nowhere to take the garbage and she had to teach Bailey how to sort it according to potential use, potential burning, or just as trash, you got a task that was going to be less than tasteful. Bailey was still mad at Cady, but at least she was sucking it up and trying to learn. Cady pointed toward the double garage doors on the left of the man door. The garage faced east and they had an oversized 3-car garage. The single garage door was on the north side of the man door. They were sorting the garbage on the patch of concrete in front of the garage while enjoying the fresh air. "Bailey, can you grab a plastic bag for this stuff, please? We'll try to figure out a way to get it to the dumps or get rid of it another way." Cady stood back, wiping her forehead with the back of her wrist exposed between her sweatshirt cuff and glove. She tried catching her breath, staring at the stack of garbage she and Bailey had come outside to organize. How had they gotten so much? Most likely because Cady had put them into quarantine well before the rest of the world had stopped functioning clearly. News reported the White House officials had released a statement that the president was sick and the vice president would cover for him until further notice. Or, Cady liked to add, more likely until they all died. "I didn't know it was so much work." Bailey huffed beside her, removing her gloves and brushing her hair back from her face. "Just one bag? Or do you want me to bring the box?" "Maybe let's start with one. I don't want to go through all of them the first week." Cady stared at the stack of items they'd already separated. Burnable items would go into the burn pit on the north side of the property to be burned on a rainy day. Recyclables or items with the potential to be repurposed were set to the side to be rinsed and stored in a Rubbermaid bin for later. Then the actual trash would need to be dealt with. Food products never made it out that far since Cady kept a large red bowl beside the kitchen sink to put food scraps in for their chickens. Feeding leftovers to the chickens kept the food bill down. Thankfully, the electricity still worked and Cady hadn't been forced to turn on the generator. She had set up the transfer switch and had only been forced to use it twice in the past. So far it hadn't blown up the house, but who knew what could happen? The water was a community well and didn't need power to run. There was a lot of things to keep track of, but Cady considered it a real test to see if her things were in order. The only places where things were noticeable that society was affected by a sickness with no name was the spotty TV channels. Cady only watched to see if anything new had been reported, but some channels had gone to just an image of the station logo, and others were only on at certain times. Her favorite world news wasn't on anymore. Cady had dressed warm and she'd been working hard. A drink sounded about right and she removed her gloves to join Bailey in the garage. Her daughter stood at the shelves, watching the small television Zach had set up for when he'd been woodworking. She glanced at Cady, her lips downturned in something worse than a frown. The colorful images were a definite sign of improvement on the screen and Bailey motioned toward the news channel. "Mom, they're saying there's a cure." "What?" She'd heard about it, but had assumed that was just rumor. Cady sidled up beside Bailey and stared intently at the screen. The newscaster's face was distinctly yellow with a line along the lower jawline as if they'd added as much color as they dared with her in a blue three-piece dress suit. Her faint smile trembled as she nodded at someone off-screen. "Yes, that's what I said, Tom. A cure. This ointment will take the initial pain away from the bumps, rashes, and sores, and then, according to doctors, will decrease the fever. If it's administered in time, it could cure you from the disease and save your life." She took a breath, reaching out to steady herself with a hand flattened to the table. Yes, that's right. Save your life from this disease that has so far increased in deaths and has been so debilitating. More than 90% who have it are unable to move much after day 11. This ointment, the woman held up a jar with an orange and white label for the camera to see, is supposed to be the fix we all need. The text on the label read CJ180D.B. Cady raised her fingers to her lips, horrified as the newscaster unscrewed the lid and scooped the shiny ointment from the bottle. The woman cooed as she lifted a dime-sized amount in her fingers. She glanced at the camera. It tingles but feels like it's numbing the paper cut I got earlier. She glanced off, screen again. With a delighted shrug, she smiled. Okay, folks, I'm going to be one of the first to try it. I have the sores along the back of neck, where most people first show them. As you know, most of us here at KXSW have the virus. There are only a very small few who are able to work, bringing you the best in news. Oh. She closed her eyes mid-sentence as she rubbed the cure over her rash. I can't even tell you how much my skin hurt earlier. Of course, I don't need to. I'm sure many of you already know what it feels like. This ointment. Wow. She grabbed more and rubbed it on the other side, thick and fast. Cady gasped, moving closer to the TV. The woman was going to die. The ointment. Jackson had warned her of the ointment. After a moment, the news anchor opened her eyes. The lines of pain faded around her mouth and eyes. I can't believe how great it feels. She heaved a sigh, her shoulders slumping as if in relief. This is definitely helping, folks. It's not very expensive. I think $10 at any pharmacy, and you don't need a prescription. If you have the extra funds, you might donate money and buy some for those who don't even have that much. Everyone is infected and everyone needs this cure. Cady turned away from the television, shaking her head. She pulled her cell phone from her pocket and dusted off her hands. Dialing Scott's number, she closed her eyes. Pick up, Scott, pick up. Cady paced back out to the driveway where she'd been working on the garbage. She thrust her hand on her hip and stared toward the trees on the east side of the property. But after a few rings she went to voicemail. After the beep, she nodded tightly and spoke with conviction. Scott, it's Cady. Whatever you do, do not use the ointment they're claiming is the cure. The name of the ointment is CJ180D.B. That's the second part of his plan. Think of it with your conspiracy mind, Scott. Don't go anywhere near that cure. She lowered her voice, dropping her head to rub at her neck. Be careful. I hope, but she didn't finish. Hanging up, she lifted her head, starting at the sudden appearance of Kent, her neighbor to the east. He wore a white undershirt with a button-up shirt hanging over it. The buttons weren't secured and the wrinkled state of the material suggested he'd just thrown it on. Twisting her head to the side, Cady searched around him, looking for his wife. She never let him come onto the Warren property because she was a jealous woman and Cady was usually by herself. Kent? Are you okay? Where's Linda? Eyes red-rimmed, Kent stared at her. Linda, well, she can't move. Did you just say something about a cure? He blinked slowly, then turned his head toward the garage. Where's Zach? I need his help, but I can't remember why. I'm so tired. The jump in topic threw Cady off and she adjusted her position to keep herself in his view. She didn't want him to go searching for Bailey or Zach. Something was off. Zach is dead, Kent. He died a couple weeks ago. She'd lost count of the days since her world had changed, long before the end had arrived at her doorstep. Remember, I sent you the announcement. Linda sent over flowers. Kent reached up and scratched at his neck, shaking his head. No, I heard he had died, but it didn't seem right. He coughed. A dark, tar-like stream ran from the side of his mouth. The whites of his eyes seemed to glow as the veins around his nose bulged. Do you know what's going on with this sickness? I overheard your call. There's a cure. He stepped threateningly toward her, but the multiple piles and bags of garbage stopped him from getting closer than 10 feet. Cady held up her hands. The breeze ran through her fingers toward him. Hopefully, He wouldn't come any closer and he could leave the way he'd come. He was downwind from her, not the other way around. They're saying there's an ointment, but, Kent, it won't work. It isn't going to work. Cady pressed her lips together as she watched him brush aside her words. But there's a cure. Thanks, I'll head into town. They wouldn't lie, you know. All of you conspiracy theorists. You're all going to get sick and die because you won't take the cure. He waved his fingers her direction and turned on his heel, which was bedecked in slippers. The shift in his personality was startling. Normally, Kent was mild, mannered and complimentary. He liked to visit and talk about anything, no matter what the political climate may be. For the first time, Cady took in the pajama pants he wore. The hems soaked up dirty, slush water as he slogged through the melting snow. A bright red rash ran up the back of his neck with long scratch lines running up under his thinning hairline. Cady stayed back. She couldn't follow him. She still felt fine. Kent was her first exposure to the illness that she was aware of. She had to get Bailey out of the garage so Cady could spray herself down with a bleach and water mixture. She would have to hide her exposure from Bailey. They didn't touch. She hadn't touched him. It wasn't too far off to hope she hadn't been infected. If her luck held, she could clean off and then come back out to finish sorting the garbage. But Cady hadn't seen the spittle fly from Kent's mouth to land on the tops of the unsorted bags of garbage at her feet. Chapter 13. Scott. Scott hadn't planned on seeing his parents home so soon, if ever. He'd hoped they would get better and head his way and no more worry would crease his forehead. The house was dark as was most of the street. He turned to Jason, parking on the far side of the driveway so as not to wake up his parents with lights in the windows. Lean your seat back and lock your door. We'll sleep in here for a few hours. I'm not sure what's going on or even if she's awake enough to let us in. She's not expecting us, right? Scott continued at Jason's nod. I'll let Ranger out and then we'll just crash for a bit, okay? Jason agreed, his stress seemingly abetted a bit with the fact that he was at his grandparents' home again. They had to try and Scott saw that. He was more than a little ashamed it had taken his nephew to get him back on track. They settled in. The next few hours needed to supply them with enough energy to get through the next few days without getting sick. They hadn't eaten in a while either. Scott reached into the glove box and pulled out protein bars, handing the German chocolate cake one to Jason and keeping the confetti sprinkles one for himself. No one could say he didn't know how to celebrate the end. The morning light woke them and Scott bent his head forward to work out the kinks sleeping in his seat had caused. He needed to relieve himself and judging by the whimpers from Ranger, the dog had the same problem. Jason stretched beside him, opening his eyes and sitting upright quickly. Can we go in now? Scott reached out, placing a hand on Jason's shoulder. We're not going in there. They're going to have to come out. He ignored Jason's balking expression and continued. Let's see if they're awake and see if they have the energy to come with us. Remember, we came back to get them, not force them. Jason considered his uncle's words. Then where will I pee? Pointing toward Mary's prized rose bushes, Scott raised his eyebrows. Don't say you've never wanted to. I know I'm hitting them up. He'd had to weed those things so many times over the years. The chance to pee on them had never presented itself. He could almost be satisfied with life, if he did that. Jason chuckled, sliding from the rig and calling Ranger out with him. Scott followed and they made themselves presentable before approaching the front of the house. The rest of the neighborhood was quiet with an almost coma-like sensation. Even the wind didn't dare touch the branches, even though Scott's hair moved with its presence. He studied the front door and the porch around it. After a moment, he motioned back toward his nephew. Jason, stay back. I'm going to ring the doorbell and see if they're up yet. Maybe they're feeling better. Scott offered the hope as he approached the porch cautiously. His mom had put up a large red construction paper sign that read in black block letters, "Go away. Sick inside." Sick. His mother had delegated herself with a label, sick. Scott blinked back tears. The label said a lot since his mother hated them. She would go out of her way to avoid stereotypes or any label of any kind. Things had gotten bad enough that she'd labeled her and her husband with a singularly horrible Letter word. She probably wouldn't let him in, but he had to try. He had to get them to come home with him. He had to try. He pushed on the doorbell, stepping back to let her open without fear of him crowding the door and pushing his way inside. She rustled the window blinds after a moment, raising them from the inside all the way to the top. After a moment of studying him in wonder, she slumped her shoulders and shook her head. She raised her voice to be heard through the glass. Go away, Scott. Save Jason. He raised his hand and reached for her, but stopped as she shook her head more vehemently. No. Your father is in a coma. It's getting bad. My rash is worse and I can feel my lungs filling with fluid. Her revelation pushed Scott back a step with shock. Jason stepped forward from behind Scott. He'd crept up behind his uncle and Scott hadn't even known. Grandma, there's a cure. I can go get it. His earnestness was strong and even Scott wanted to do whatever he could to help his parents. Scott held up his hand. He had to go slow with his mother. She wasn't too taken with the idea that Scott had returned. Evidence that Jason was still in danger wouldn't sit well with her. Her eyes narrowed as she flicked her eyes between Scott and Jason. She lifted a hand and coughed into a fist, her body racking with the effort. Fatigue darkened the shadows under her eyes. Scott, get out of here. I've already been exposed. I need to help you. What can I do? I can go get you the cure, too. Jason and I can get it. He half-turned, but turned back when his mother slapped the glass of the window. No. I don't trust that cure. You stay away from it. She tapped her fingernail on the glass, her eyes wide with authority. Why? It's a cure. It's supposed to make everything better almost immediately. Jason lifted his hand and dropped it with desperation. Scott had to do something for his parents. He had to. He hadn't come all that way, twice, to abandon them again. Mary offered a sad smile. I'm surprised at you, Scott. How can they have a cure when they still haven't labeled what it is we have? Doctors can't agree what it is. Smallpox, chickenpox, the plague. No one knows, yet they have a cure. She reared back, her eyebrows knit together. Come on. Scott studied his mom, a smile spreading across his mouth. Wow, my conspiracy theory side is rubbing off on you. Proof you can teach an old dog new tricks. She winked, but her humor didn't reach her eyes. They fell silent, the finality of the moment not lost on either of them. Jason's gaze volleyed between them, until even his own understanding came and his gaze fell to the floor. Scott raised desperate eyes to his mother. Please, Mom, I have to do something for you. Come back with us. Be sick up there. She studied him. After a moment, she nodded, lifting her chin. Okay, you want to help? Your sister, she died, but Bryant said the baby is still in NICU. With the hospital full and understaffed, I'm worried the baby isn't being taken care of. She swallowed, genuine fear creating a shiver in her hand. You want to help me? Get your niece and get her back home. Mom, I don't know what to do with a baby. Scott's own panic grew inside him. He'd never had his own children and the thought of taking care of a small baby without his mom around was terrifying. Plus, he was destined to get sick. She'd be left alone or she'd get sick herself. There was too much against it. She's our family, Scott. Please. You can't bring her back here, but, maybe, you could take a picture of her and send it to me? She twisted her lips to the side, struggling with the tears in her eyes. You always helped me take care of the younger kids and you used to babysit. You'll be surprised how fast you remember. The baby. He could save his niece and his nephew. His mom was too stubborn to leave with him, but she wanted him to save the next generation. Scott could do that. He didn't know how, but he could try. Maybe his fatigue was making him believe he could do anything. Maybe he really could. But if his mom wanted him to save his niece, then he had to try. His chest tightened and he raised his hand to the glass, touching it where his mom's palm rested on the other side. It was the final time he would see his mother alive. Something in his gut told him that was just the way it was. He nodded and pasted a fake smile on his lips to comfort him or her or Jason. He wasn't sure. Thinking about his dad wasn't an option. Scott swallowed past the tightening in his throat. You know what this means, right, Ma? Yeah, I do. Tears flowed from her eyes and she sniffed. I thought I would be able to make it up after a bit, but... Scott. I probably, if I don't. She bit her lower lip. They both knew she wouldn't. She was too tired, too sick, and her age played a huge role in her survival. Nah, there's more than this life, Mom. I'll see you on the other side. He winked, desperate to assuage her pain and aware enough that there was nothing he could do. Love you, Mom. Not as much as I love you, kid. She jerked her chin toward the road, and moved her gaze to her grandson. I love you, too, boy. You're so special. Go save your cousin and remember how much you're loved. Tell her about us. Tell her about how much fun we were and how much we wanted you to live so badly. She averted her wet gaze to Scott's face. You have a baby to save. Her tone refused anything but immediate compliance. Scott turned from the house, grabbing Jason's upper bicep as he tried to rush past his uncle. Keeping his voice low, Scott ordered, Jason, wave to Grandma with a smile. Leave her some dignity, please. Tell her how much you love her and come with me. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. But I want to stay with them. I can help them. Jason glared accusingly at Scott, his trembling lip giving away his vulnerability. Scott pulled his nephew into his arms, in a tight embrace. No, son, we need to go save your cousin. Chapter 14, Jackson. The few news stations that were running had already announced the release of the ointment. Jackson's controlling streak didn't like the change in plans he hadn't authorized, but the part of him that wanted the world to end faster wanted to jump up and down and clap like young schoolgirl. Somehow, the virus was evolving faster than his algorithms had predicted. How was that possible? He'd created a simulation for the evolution of the virus and taken into account any viral suppressant drugs that people might pull out. Maybe the use of antivirals, antibiotics, or any other drugs had helped the evolution process. Maybe the animals and the petri dishes he'd grown his virus in hadn't been the right host body to define what the viral statutes of limitation were. He hadn't had enough people or time to figure out the exact change in genetic structure. That had been an issue he'd been willing to deal with, but he'd assumed that the virus would go the other way. With no scientific data to fall back on, he had only assumptions to go on. There were so many people infected. He had no idea how to tell when someone contracted the disease versus how long it took for them to actually display the symptoms. The symptoms. Jackson had planned on a pneumonia-like disease with onset after a manifestation of a pox-style rash and a slight fever. The alteration of the blood into a tar-like, clotting viscosity had taken him by surprise. The monkeys he'd practiced on hadn't produced the same symptoms. Sure, some of them were similar, but the humanoid versions were drastically different. The 3 homeless people he'd kidnapped and experimented on had died well before the rashes had even fully poxed. With no pustules, it was hard to see just how far the disease would go. He had to be satisfied with the results, though. Jackson pulled into the Walgreens of his parents' town a little after 8 p.m. The early spring sun hadn't won out over the drag of darkness and had set 2 hours before, leaving behind a shadow of light along the western mountain range. Leaving his truck, Jackson followed the steady stream of people as they struggled to get inside. Not one person looked to be in 100% health. Black and silvery whiskers framed a man's weak smile as he held the door of the store for a woman with her hair loosely braided. After they both went inside, she stepped back, waiting for him to pass her and then falling into step behind him. Jackson stopped beside the garbage can as he watched the people inside. There wasn't mass panic or chaos as they filed with an unnatural order to the back where the blue pharmacy sign called them back. They might run out of the cure if you stand there long enough. The last store I was at did. The voice coughed on the end of his phrase, pulling Jackson's gaze. An older man smiled at Jackson, motioning toward the glass doors. Go on. You were here first. Jackson furrowed his brow. I don't understand. Why isn't everyone scrambling for this? He'd created an irrefutable cure that would make people go insane to have it following a devastating disease that was sweeping across the world. The rash hurt, the headaches hurt, the muscles hurt. Everything was supposed to be painful, and getting the cure was supposed to be relief for that pain. The older man ushered Jackson in, falling into place behind another man in front of them. He wiped at his mouth with a handkerchief. I would imagine most of us are too tired to fight for anything. I barely made it here, but my wife, well, now, she, eyes sparkling from unshed tears, the man sniffed. The missus didn't want to brave coming out in public looking the way she does. He winked. Which is beautiful. Her hairstylist is sick and hasn't seen her in a bit. He cleared his throat, shuffling along beside Jackson. I would imagine we're all too tired to brawl it out by the shampoo. Jackson nodded carefully, watching the people passing him on their way out of the store. If any of them opened the canisters and used it before leaving the building, the rest of them could be exposed to the chemical byproducts. There was no vaccine for what he'd unleashed on the world. He wanted everyone to die, but for some reason the older man triggered something deep inside of Jackson, and he softly touched the man's coat. I think your wife would rather have you home and ice cream before she'd want this on her skin. Trust me. Something in Jackson's gaze drove fear through the man's awareness. He choked on his words, blinking and turning back to the parking lot. Jackson didn't warn anyone else, nor did he worry that the kind gentleman would cause a panic. No one would listen to an old man in a stained white shirt and baggy jeans. Approaching the pharmacy counter, taking turns, Jackson avoided touching anyone around him. Pulling out the $10 that the pharmacy sign posted above for the over-the-counter cure, Jackson nodded when an attractive woman with red-rimmed eyes caught his gaze. She looked away quickly. Hopefully, her ointment worked faster than the rest. She obviously didn't know who he was, or she'd bend over backwards to be with him. The pharmacy technician smiled weakly at him when Jackson reached the counter. $10? If you can't afford it, we have some donated bottles here. The man's hand hovered over a white-lidded container. They'd been packaged in plastic when they were supposed to be done in tin. Plastic wouldn't contain the chemical properties, not for long. I'll take 3 bottles, please. I'll also donate 400 bottles, everyone in this store and whoever comes in. Jackson pulled out a credit card, one of many to his surrogate's name. The man beamed as much as his fatigue would let him. Thank you, sir. I'll charge that right away. He lifted his gaze while running the card. This gentleman, Jackson cleared his throat. Can you wait until I'm out of the store, please? I don't want them to know. The tech nodded knowingly, handing the receipt across to Jackson. Pointing toward the paper bags, Jackson inclined his head. I know you're not feeling well yourself. Would it be too much trouble to get my 3 bottles into that paper bag? I'm worried there's latex in the bottle material and I'm highly allergic. He smiled sympathetically, certain the tech would do exactly what Jackson wanted. As Jackson walked away from the counter and reached the door, he glanced back as the tech handed out bottles without asking for money. Pure delight covered customers' faces as they turned toward the door, tears streaming down some cheeks from the generosity. Many people had been out of work for a while because of their illnesses and money was tight. Few had food or access to funds for food. Jackson understood the trap poverty was. Most people in his hometown were under the poverty line. They all owed him a huge thank you. You didn't have to worry about food or money when you were dead. He clenched the very top of the white paper bag between his thumb and forefinger. Touching the ointment wasn't an option. There was no vaccine against the neurological symptoms of the Urtica ferox poison in the ointment. He couldn't wait to describe it to his brother Miguel while he applied it to his smirking face. Placing the bag on the floor of the truck, Jackson climbed into the rig. He didn't have far to go, and then he could finally find closure on that part of his life. Pulling up to his parents' home, Jackson glanced around. While most residential neighborhoods would have lights on and some sign of life any other time of year, that time was a huge exception. Only 2 homes had their porch lights on, and they had the faded look of a bulb that had burned for far too long without rest. Retrieving the bag with the ointment in it, Jackson carried it with care. Knocking on the door, he glanced behind him at the quiet street. No children ran and played on the pothole, marked blacktop. Cars didn't drive up and down the street. In the far-off distance, a dog barked, ending in a plaintive whine as if he'd been left outside too long and just wanted in. When no one answered, Jackson knocked again, leaning his head toward the door to hear for movement inside. After another dragged-out moment, the door swung open by Miguel's wife, Cornelia. She wiped at her nose, her eyes bloodshot. "Juan, what are you doing here?" Her glare was half-hearted and she turned from the entrance to sit down on the couch between 3 of her children and 2 of Maria's. They stared forlornly at the screen that flashed a movie playing as Cornelia leaned back on the cushions, struggling to breathe comfortably. "My padre called. He said he needed me." Jackson offered the reply as if a second thought. "Your parents are in the back bedroom. Miguel and Jesus are upstairs." She closed her eyes and stopped talking. Jackson sincerely hoped she'd get to use the ointment. He climbed the stairs with mounting excitement. If Miguel was up there, then Jackson needed to be, too. At the end of the dark hallway, Jackson paused. The weird thing was, Jackson didn't even care about his brothers, but he'd made the trip to watch as his childhood tormentor suffered. There had to be some perks to ruining the world. Pushing the door open, his smirk widened into genuine mirth. Miguel's large shoulders and fit shape had somehow deflated on the mattress of the guest bed. His dark hair clung like a greasy afterthought to his scalp, protruding into the air in small tufts over his head. The pox rash had spread, bumps with white heads spotting his lower jaw and neck, moving up onto his cheeks with a slow march. He would be in a lot of pain and desperate to use the cure. Jesus rolled to his side, on the pull-out bed beneath Miguel and to the side. He blinked blearily as if using his eyes hurt more than anything else he could do. Licking dry lips, Jesus reached up and nudged Miguel's arm. "Mig. You. L. Juan. Is." He didn't continue, licking his lips again more fully, exposing the presence of bumps with white heads on his tongue. The scientist in Jackson wanted to stop everything and take scrapings of the disease to see how far it had evolved as well as to note all the symptoms each person had in the house. Finding similarities and comparing differences would help him to understand how the disease affected the human physiology. "What are you doing here, Juan?" Miguel's voice was scratchy but in better shape than his brother's. His bumps must not have spread into his mouth. Jackson held out the paper bag. He let the other side fall open and leaned closer to Miguel to reach inside. "I stopped at the pharmacy and grabbed the cure. I thought you guys could use it. Dad said you weren't feeling well." Miguel yanked a jar from the bag, his meaty fingers wrapping around the white plastic cylinder without flinching. Jackson drew back into the doorway, making sure a steady stream of air passed between him and the doorway. He didn't need a strong breeze, but he wasn't sure how much of the poison was airborne at that point. Most of the money he had accumulated by theft and fraud hadn't been used for marketing. No, most of his money had been in bribing officials with the FDA and other drug distributors as he had to get past international guidelines without having the medicine tested first. He'd paid shipping officials to slip it past customs and into countries where the disease would be hit first. Miguel squeezed limply on the lid, pushing and grunting until it twisted open. He panted, leaning back as he gathered strength. Glancing up at Jackson, Miguel closed his eyes and muttered, "Why aren't you sick?" Jackson murmured something unintelligible, watching with wide eyes as Miguel pried the seal from the top. Glaring at Jackson, Miguel sniffed the contents. "You're sure this is the cure?" He furrowed his brow and twisted his lips. "It looks like Vaseline." Jackson wanted to scream at Miguel to just put it on, but he smiled benignly while he waited. Miguel did everything with a comment and criticism. He reached in, grabbing out a quarter-sized amount of the ointment. Turning the bottle around, Miguel squinted at the small writing. "Apply to rash and sites of fever. Isn't that all over?" He shrugged, reaching behind his head and rubbing the ointment over his neck and down his shoulders. He scooped out more, sighing as he applied the cure to his skin and rubbing it outward. The ointment would soothe the symptoms for a little while, a few hours at the most. But then the poisons of Urtica ferox would work past the numbing wonders of its poison and start working the magic the infamous New Zealand tree nettle was known for. Labeled the deadliest plant on Earth, the poisons of the tree nettle could cause hallucinations, neurological symptoms, mind numbing pain, and other issues. That was at its normal concentration. But stripping the plant over the last few years and creating a toxic chemical counterpartner to the nettle, Jackson had concentrated the poison down by over 1,000 times and put it into a jar for millions of people. 1/8 of a teaspoon would be more than enough to drive a normal-sized human insane. People were going to be putting it on by the tablespoonfuls. There would be relief initially, then there would be itching and burning along the nerves, which would intensify so strongly that scratching wouldn't make anything better. If the person didn't kill themselves to make it go away, the final stage of the ointment would cause their brain to swell and they would hemorrhage to death. Jackson finally lifted his chin, arching his eyebrow as his oldest brother smeared the ointment on his skin. "Miguel, you asked why I'm not sick. I took the vaccine." Consternation crossed Miguel's face. He handed the jar to Jesus, who scooped out a liberal amount and wiped it on his face and neck, rubbing it down under his collar and sighing with the relief. "What do you mean you took the vaccine? I didn't hear anything about this. Do they even know what it's called?" Miguel scooted himself higher in the bed, obviously more energized with the pain relieved. Understanding dawned on his face as he considered his youngest brother. "You knew about this. It's called CJ-180D. Jackson laughed, suddenly giddy. "Of course, I knew about it, Miguel. It's mine." He pointed at the jar. "That's mine, too." He held up his hands as his brothers reached for wet wipes to get it off their skin. "No, don't bother. You might as well enjoy the relief now. It's on a greasy conduit so it can't be removed. You can't even wash it off." He laughed, shaking his head. "This stuff even transfers via clothing. You'll have some neurologic difficulties and then you'll die in about 12 hours, if you don't kill yourself first." He looked from incredulous expression to the next. "Which, yeah, you might want to do. The hemorrhaging is ugly." Miguel and Jesus stared in horror at Jackson. He finally had an audience, so he continued, warming to his subject but maintaining his distance from the room. "Yeah, it's mine. The ointment is called CJ-180D, Part B." He shrugged, regretfully. "It's not a fancy name, but the virus and its cure are elegant. Brash in parts, but their evolutionary components are mind-boggling." He studied his brothers, then waved his hand. "Well, mind-boggling for you. I created it, which wasn't that difficult, let me tell you." Jackson considered his brothers for another second and turned to leave. Miguel's voice stopped him mid-step. "But, why?" All of the reasons crowded in on themselves, but Jackson took a deep breath. "Don't worry about it, Miguel. The next few hours are going to be the last peaceful ones you have. I want you to enjoy them." He patted the wall and strode toward the stairs. He would need to leave the last 2 jars on the counter. No way would Miguel and Jesus share with anyone else. Jackson tapped Cornelia on the shoulder. "Hey, I brought the cure ointment. It's on the counter here. Share with whoever you want. There's 2 jars, should be enough for 15 people. Jesus and Miguel have theirs upstairs. They're sleeping it off." In a little bit they wouldn't be able to speak coherently, even though the pain would start soon after. As he left the house, Jackson reconsidered Miguel's question. Why indeed? "Well, Miguel, why not?" Chapter 15, Margie. Hands pounded on the door of the lifeboat as it lowered. A thud and then what sounded like footsteps crossed over the top as if the person searched for a way in. The boat lurched when it hit the water and the thudding stopped, followed by a scratching and bump against the hull. The boat nudged against the larger ship. The solid crunch sounded like it would hurt more if it hit too many times. Margie rushed to the driver's seat, following the instructions that were laid out in the employee handbook. Simple cards sat by the steering wheel with careful step-by-step directions. Flipping switches and pushing buttons, she at least felt like she was partially productive. Finally, something she touched released the plastic cover from the top and rain sluiced down on them with a shocking chill. Seattle rain storms were anything but tropical. There was a bitter edge to the rain as it coursed through the open top Margie had inadvertently opened. "Leave it to me to find the only convertible lifeboat in the fleet of cruise ships," she mumbled, turning the wheel and pointing the boat in the direction from whence they'd come. Whence? Now there was a word that aged her. David whimpered. Her big, strong husband made a sound like a small child in pain. She couldn't focus on that right then. They didn't have very long to be in the cold, but the short amount they would be exposed wouldn't help anyone fighting off the sickness. She looked over her shoulder, taking in the fear on the children's faces and the stalwart determination on the mother's. If anyone would pull through what was happening, it would be that woman. Margie offered a soft smile at her when their eyes met, nodding to pass on some understanding. The woman nodded back, tightening her arms around her children and brusquely rubbing their arms. We'll be out of this cold soon, guys. Just hang in there. Choppy waves pushed at the boat's attempts to make it toward the shore. Water splashed from each bump they hit and startled them with the fresh surge of cold. There was no relief as the rain pelted from above. Salt water splashed from the front and over the sides, and the wind bit at any exposed skin. If it weren't for the movement forward, Margie would be tempted to turn back and go back to her cabin. Clouds overhead hid the real time of day, and Margie felt like she'd been fighting for her freedom for days. In reality, it couldn't have been more than an hour or so. Reaching the dock didn't take long, but figuring out a way to get up onto the pier would be harder to do than just visualizing where they were going and getting there. Margie called over the wind and the waves rocking against the boat. We're going to have to climb out of here. It looks like there's a ladder, but it doesn't come all the way down. In fact, the wooden ladder fell short about 4 feet above. Margie wiped the rain off her face and set her jaw. Maybe she was crazy to think she could get a dying man off a cruise ship in the middle of the apocalypse. Of course, she was crazy. There were a lot of crazy people who did amazing things. Margie had to believe she just crazy enough to warrant that distinction. She could do CRA. Amazing, and when she got home, she'd tell Cady all about it while they tucked David into a warm bed. But how did she get them off the boat, off the water, out of the storm, and somewhere covered? She wasn't worried about upping the resale value of the boat. She just wanted to get them all onto land. A concrete truck ramp led into the water on the other side of the docks with nothing around it that was the right height for them to disembark at. Thinking outside of the box was the only way they were going to survive the situation. Margie nodded tightly to herself. She didn't need anyone's permission. She was getting them out of there. She spun the wheel again, pulling the throttle to get more speed. Over her shoulder, she shouted as loud as she could, "Hold on to something besides each other." She pointed at the seatbelts. "Put those on. They'll at least anchor you." She glanced at David, who had fallen to the floor. There wasn't enough time to get him in a belt. As soon as she let go of the wheel, the boat would do its own thing, but she'd be able to grab her husband to make sure he didn't fly too far out of the boat, if at all. Steering in a wide arc around the dock, she lined it up with the ramp, which curved 40 feet in from the water's edge. Margie took a deep breath and refused to look back again. If she did, she might balk at what she had to do. They didn't have a lot of time to get out of the chilly Seattle weather, made worse by wind chill. "Hang on!" she screamed, pushing the throttle as far forward as it would go. Keeping the wheel straight, she leaned down and pulled David toward her, grunting with the effort. His leg caught on the orange and yellow bag, and Margie hoped it was enough to keep the bag from ejecting from the boat. The rumble from the engine got louder as the water got shallower. Margie clenched her mouth shut and squinted through the rain. The impact had to be hard and fast, like a car accident. Grinding as the boat slammed into the concrete ramp made Margie catch her breath. The children screamed. The boat pushed further up, carried forward by the momentum they'd gotten by going full tilt on the gas. Instead of crashing, the boat ground to a halt, the engine roaring loudly into the air. The odd sensation of being stationary on land threw Margie off for a moment. Reaching up, she turned the motor off, panting from the exertion of just thinking how bad it was going to be. "Let's not wait for it to change its mind." Margie stood, motioning toward the mother and the children. A chart on the wall laid out how to get the inflatable slide to inflate, and Margie pushed more buttons. In seconds, a large, bright orange slide burst forth from the door. Grabbing the mother's hand, Margie blinked the water from her eyes. "Are you going to be okay?" The woman nodded, gratitude rich in her gaze. "Yes, we have family nearby. Thank you, thank you." She and her children rode down together on the slide. disappearing from view. Margie turned to David. She reached down, shaking his shoulder. David, I know you're tired and you don't feel good, but I need you to get up, please, walk. He worked his eyes open, moving his mouth. I can do it, Margie. He struggled to move, lifting one limb at a time and rolling to his stomach to scoot backwards toward the exit. He groaned, falling down the plastic slide with a moan. Margie grabbed the bag and turned toward the slide. Following David wouldn't be hard. Finding them protection from the storm was going to be harder since they had to go up the steep ramp. David would never make it and Margie couldn't carry him. The slide down was fast and she jumped to her feet, feeling her age for the first time in a while. She didn't remember the last time her hips hurt or her head pounded with a headache. If David could power through stage 4 cancer, then she could certainly get through a little discomfort to get him to safety. The bag banged against her hip as she trotted to his side. He'd come to a stop against a boulder just a few feet from the cold water. Maybe the cold had numbed his pain because he seemed more lucid than he'd been the last few days. Taking a look around, Margie had no idea how they were going to get out of there. Maybe David could make it, but she didn't see him surviving it. She dropped the bag, leaning over and bracing her hands on her knees. What was she doing? A 55-year-old woman had no business dragging her invalid husband all over the countryside when she had no idea what she was going to. In her frantic scan of the boatyard, Margie spied a small Volkswagen Bug from the early 70s. The yellow paint was chipped and the front fenders looked to have more than their fair share of rust, but the way it was parked, Margie would bet someone meant to return to it and drive it home. Would there be a spare key? Or was it locked? If nothing else, they could at least sit inside out of the intense sting of the rain. Come on, David. We can make it to that car. We can do it. She pulled on his arm, throwing it over her shoulder and yanking him forward. The wind bit and snapped at her neck and anywhere the water had soaked through her clothing. David plodded along, eating up the 20 yards or so with painstaking deliberateness. He dragged his feet, the sound grating as it broke up the sound of water lapping at the ramp and wind blowing across their faces. At the Bug, she leaned him against the passenger side and took a deep breath. Reaching for the handle, she stopped. There was no handle. It was missing. She looked around, and then across to the driver's side. The lock was in the up position. Stay here. I'll get the door. She watched David as if he were going to fall any second while she rushed around the front of the car. She pulled the door open, the squeak as it swung open indicative of more than just rust on the fenders. Pushing open the passenger seat, she called David inside. He turned, slow as molasses, and sank into the bucket seat, pulling the door shut behind him. Margie stuffed the bag into the back seat and closed her door. She froze for a moment, reveling at the lack of water and wind jaggedly clawing at her vision and face. Get comfortable. I'll see if I can find keys or something. If she didn't, Margie was comfortable saying she didn't mind dying right there. She was tired and wasn't sure how much further she could go. Taking a deep breath as the interior's cooler temperature started seeping through her clothes, Margie placed her hands on her knees and looked around the car. Keys. Reaching under the seat, she patted around, feeling for anything that could pass as keys. Nope. The glove compartment fell under her search next, revealing a .22 pistol and a box of bullets beside it, but not keys. Odd. A gun in a glove box in the liberal side of Washington state. Margie wasn't sure it was there legally, to be honest. She closed the door, uninterested for the immediate future. Visor? There was no way someone would put their keys in the visor. The cliché of it struck her at the same time that she reached up to pull the visor down. A single key plopped down to her lap. She closed her eyes in gratitude. She didn't care right then what else happened. She would be able to get away from that dark, angry ocean and the scene of the ship sitting in the harbor with countless people on board, waiting to die. Looking past the ship's hulking mass, Margie's jaw slackened. The shapes of 5 more cruise ships sitting in the water could be seen in the distance. How many people on the ships alone were stuck there? Margie cautiously placed the key in the ignition and turned. The engine spluttered, then fought turning over, but after a few cajoling taps on the gas and clutch, the motor roared to life. Here we go, David. Let's go get the motorhome. She honestly didn't mind taking the bug all the way home and just abandoning the R.V. at that point. But judging by David's pallor and the bright red drops of blood he continuously coughed up, he needed a warm place to rest for the night. She didn't know anywhere else but the storage unit and their motorhome that would work. Getting David comfortably ensconced inside the motorhome would ultimately lead to her main goal of getting back to Cady's. She could deal with a mental breakdown once they were there and safe. Unless David died before then. Chapter 16. Cady. Expecting the virus to make her sick in less than 24 hours wasn't realistic, but Cady wouldn't deny the sense of relief she had when she woke up the next morning and felt normal. A little nervous, but that was to be expected. Just because she was fine, didn't mean she wasn't carrying or infected. All it meant was she had another day to teach Bailey. Her list was long: make a fire to cook with in the stove, how to maintain coals without burning up the wood, how to turn on the generator in the garage to muffle the sound of the engine from the road and how not to die from the exhaust it gave off, how to utilize the transfer switch, how to open a soup can with a spoon, and how to reload ammunition with her Hornady reloader. The list was endless. There wasn't enough time. Avoiding the topic at breakfast, Cady nodded toward the kitchen. Can you clean up the kitchen and the table while I finish the garbage sorting? Unless you want to do the garbage? She cast an innocent glance toward Bailey as she offered. Bailey didn't balk, evidence she'd rather not touch the garbage. Things would be a whole lot easier if Cady's mom were there. Margie had been pragmatic about stuff. True, she'd probably get the disease and die, too, alongside Cady, doubling Bailey's pain, but at least Cady would get to see her and Dad again. Cady stood from the table and set her Taurus on the counter. She patted the top of the weapon and nodded toward the back bathroom. I'll be right back. Can you not move this? I saw you eyeballing it. Bailey finally laughed, moving the syrup to the cabinet. Yes, I want to have another one on my hip, like this one. She lifted her sweatshirt and showed the gun Cady had given her snugged into a holster. Cady nodded, grateful her teenager had at least listened to having it by her. Even one that wasn't loaded was a good way to bluff someone. Good girl. Unable to hold it any longer, Cady went to the restroom. She relieved herself, straightened her clothing, and then she went straight out to the garage through the mudroom door. She grabbed her gloves off the shelf by one of her standing freezers. The garbage wouldn't sort itself and she didn't want to see what the dumpsters were like. Most likely they were overflowing, if people were even getting their garbage there. Even so, the bank of heavy containers wasn't getting emptied and they would be overflowing by now. That image was something Cady would rather not think about because it brought the mental image of why people couldn't take care of their garbage or do their jobs. They were too sick to do anything. Out by the stacks of bags, Cady opened each one in turn and sorted, working her way through the collection. She slid her hand across the spot where Kent's spittle had landed and didn't know it. Standing back, she wiped her face and placed her hands on her hips. She heaved a sigh of accomplishment and glanced up when a slight movement around the front bend in the drive caught her gaze. Narrowing her eyes, she waited for the movement to repeat itself. It had been white, but not like a deer's rear end. Cady stepped back, the hair on the back of her neck standing on end and her breathing rate picking up. Something was skewed and she couldn't place her finger on it. Had the winds shifted? She stared intently at the spot until she felt her eyes were crossing. Another long moment passed and then she blinked. Maybe it had been the snow she'd caught through the trees and only thought it was movement because she'd. No. There it was again, a lurching in the island of the loop of her drive, coming up the path that went through the center. That was no deer. Kent, dressed in his dirty pajamas and his wife's white robe thrown over the top, jerked and lurched as he struggled to walk forward. He looked as if his knees wanted to buckle backward and his ankles bent weakly under his weight. He stepped on the sides of his feet as his knees pointed outward. A flashing silver line moved in his hand as he stopped and stared at the center tree. He thrust the silver thing at the tree, his hand held at an odd angle. Muttering, he seemed unaware of a black line of tar-like substance coming from his mouth and nose. Cady reached for her gun, panic growing as she patted along her hip and the small of her back for her missing gun. She'd forgotten to grab it, leaving it on the counter in the kitchen. What was she thinking? She'd admonished Bailey not to be without it, and she'd done it. Cady had gone outside without her gun. She knew better. She could try to run inside before he saw her, but as she moved slowly, she kicked a stray soup can. The jangle from it rolling on the cracked concrete seemed overly loud, and Cady closed her eyes for just a moment. Opening them, she met Kent's gaze with her own as he stopped his jagged movements long enough to stare her way with a glazed expression. The garage doors were separated by a man door, and all of them faced east, still out of line of sight from the north, the direction Kent came from. Bailey opened the middle door soundlessly, stopping when she saw the fear on Cady's face. She held Cady's gun in her hand. Kent moved closer, crossing the driveway without looking at the puddles of the melting snow. Spring was on its way, and winter wanted to leave behind as big a mess as possible. He rounded the car Cady had moved to the front of the house, close enough to identify that the silver thing in his hands was a long bread knife with a wooden handle. His grunting reached her. He was trying to talk, but the words wouldn't articulate. Angry, narrowed eyes searched Cady and the garbage bags. He was determined to kill her. She could see that. Opening her hands, Cady called to Bailey. "Throw it. I'll catch it." Bailey didn't hesitate, tossing the weapon in an underhand throw to her mom. Cady leaned forward, catching the gun by the butt and rearranging her hold in less than a second. Kent was almost on her. "Kent, stop." Her words were sharp, authoritative. She held her gun up, confident in her stance. She didn't want to kill him, didn't even want to injure him, but he was a danger to her and Bailey. She wasn't completely comfortable with the gun in her hands, but she was comfortable knowing she could at least work the gun as she needed. She wasn't a sniper by any means, but she could hit a target, especially from the short distance Kent was creating for her. He paused, but his limbs still moved in a jerky dance Cady couldn't figure out. Had the disease destroyed his motor skills? His chin twisted to the side while he snapped his teeth, moving his tongue as he tried speaking. The flesh in his mouth was a mottled purple which spread out to his tongue. His eyes bulged and blood seeped from his inner ears to trickle down the sides of his neck. Kent swiped the blade through the air, his head twitching to the side and then back to face forward. "Kent, I will shoot you. Do not come any closer." Cady slid her right foot back a few inches, lowering her chin. Her neighbor didn't stop, didn't even act like he'd heard her. Cady held her breath, but he was too close to Bailey, too close to Cady. He couldn't be allowed to come any closer. Cady held her breath and shot the ground at his feet. "Stop." But he kept coming, his arms jerking helter-skelter. Bailey's gasp at the shot drew his attention, and he lurched toward her, swinging the blade in a wide arc. Cady didn't pause. She lifted the sight and centered it on his center mass. Pulling the trigger took less effort than blinking. He dropped to the ground, his wrist bending and straightening as he fought the large blood loss staining the clothes he wore. Bailey covered her mouth with her hands. "Go inside. Don't come out until I call you." Cady didn't look at her daughter again. She had to get rid of his body. First, she had to try to process the fact that she'd just killed her neighbor, a man who hadn't hesitated to share his salmon when he'd brought some home from a fishing trip, who'd volunteered to watch Bailey when Zach had been sick a few years back and Cady had to take him to the hospital, her neighbor who was nothing more than a sweet man. Cady couldn't process the death through the silence that rang around them. After another moment, Bailey began to sob, ignoring Cady's orders. Crossing to her, Cady took Bailey's shoulders in her hands and turned her back inside the garage. "You need to go inside, Bailey." Her daughter nodded softly, sobs shaking her chest. Closing the door behind her, Cady leaned on the doorjamb for a moment before turning back to the scene she didn't want to face. Maybe if she waited long enough, it would be like it had never happened. But she turned and almost immediately regretted it. Kent's foot twitched and his eyelid ticked. Cady didn't have enough control over herself. She was still scared. She popped off 3 more bullets into the man's chest before calming herself down. Bailey burst through the closed garage door, screaming for her mother and straight into Cady's arms. Brushing back Bailey's hair, Cady shushed her. "It's okay. It's fine." His nerves made him move. I overreacted. She panted, unsure why she was so relieved that he was already dead. Bailey took a breath, staring at Kent's body. Like the fish? She shivered, her breathing ragged. Like the fish. Cady hadn't been able to come up with a comparison, but of course a fish needing to be clubbed after being caught was a prime example. She looked in the direction of Kent but glossed over what she was seeing. I need to get rid of the body. Can we burn it? Bailey shifted from Cady's arms, standing back from the gruesome scene. Do we need to call someone? She was as good at deflecting as her mother. Who would we call? Cady shook her head, suddenly tired. We can't draw attention to us. I'm going to have to drop his body by the dumpsters or maybe off the overpass. She'd mostly likely not make it to the overpass. She couldn't take the SUV. Not without ruining the option of ever having to bug out from her home. Not that she would leave her place without a fight. The drop spot she was thinking of was only 10 minutes away by car. She could load him in the trailer. Except she had to touch him to do so. Cady pushed Bailey a little further from Kent's body without trying to be alarming. She cleared her throat, trying to figure out just how she was going to do the task that lay before her. Wasn't he sick? Bailey's eyes widened with the realization, as she put two and two together. Yeah. He was. Too bad the virus didn't know the host body was dead. Cady didn't stand a chance of not getting infected by touching him. He was going to have his way. He was going to kill Cady, except it wouldn't be with the bread knife lying beside his body. Chapter 17. Scott. Maneuvering around Boise with no idea where they were headed with no sunlight to help had to be worse than a nightmare. Scott glared for what wouldn't be the last time at flashing streetlights when there was no cross traffic to be seen. There was no traffic at all. He'd left his parents' place a good 2 hours before. Jason didn't know where they were going and Scott was losing his patience. The GPS on his phone was glitching and working too slow to show them where they were going. Finally, a blue street sign caught the light from his headlights. A white H with an arrow to the left gave him a way to go. Finally. Finally. He wanted to scream it to the silent streets. The building came out of nowhere with its external lights off and very few internal lights playing. Windows facing east, the direction they came from, didn't have lights on except for the bottom floor. His mom had said things were bad, but Scott hadn't really registered just what that might mean. A building full of sick people, many of whom could be bad or dead. Ignoring the parking lot, Scott pulled up and parked the car in the ambulance drop-off spot. He looked around the dark lot and turned to his nephew. Look, I don't want to do this, but I need you to stay here. Do you think you can do that? Jason set his jaw and nodded tightly. Scott reached down beneath his seat and pulled out a 12-gauge sawed-off shotgun he kept for emergencies. This is Bessie. She isn't legal, so don't flash her around. Hold her on your lap, facing out that way. Scott pointed out Jason's door, away from him. If someone approaches the truck, you be ready. He fed the spring-loaded tube. This is semi-automatic. If you're going to shoot, you won't miss. When I come back, I'll come from the front, so it won't be a surprise. He stopped and looked Jason full on. Can you do this? He was asking a lot of the young man, but extreme times and all that. Yeah, I can do this. Jason agreed with a slight hesitation. Be careful. Scott closed the door after locking it and placed his hand over the butt of his Glock he'd tucked into his inner jacket pocket. Sliding doors protected the emergency department from the elements, but they didn't slide open when Scott approached them. Nothing happened as he stared at the sensor. He pushed along the center seam between both doors and pushed the door open, the metal brushing across the black flooring as it pushed inward. The smell hit him first before he'd even made it past the second set of doors. A mixed odor of unwashed bodies and fecal matter wafted on the air, slapping him in the face and making his eyes water. The scent was so strong he could taste the bitterness. He lifted his arm and held his jacket sleeve over his nose and mouth. He had to be infected already, so he wouldn't bother with a mask. He wasn't dumb. His efforts there were simply to fulfill his mother's last wishes. None of them were going to survive. Not if Cady was right about the virus's mortality rate. Scott had to push harder on the inner door because someone's leg blocked it from opening. As he pushed, he hoped the person would move, but it didn't happen. The interior was too dark to see clearly what was going on inside. The strength of the odor washed over him, sending bumps along Scott's spine as his eyes adapted to the dimness. Everywhere he could see were shadows of people lying and slumping wherever they could reach. Some had 4 poles beside them, the tubes connecting them to the spot they had fallen. Others held the bags in their hands, but the tubes vanished under the tangle in their laps of bag, shirts, and paperwork. Soft sounds of breathing and unsatisfied moans permeated the thickness of the air. He was tempted to leave the doors open to get some fresh air in the large area, but he would probably get yelled at. A large half-circle desk with brushed nickel letters was identified as the receptionist's desk. Scott picked his way through the unmoving bodies. There were so many. He couldn't count them and he couldn't differentiate between men, women, children, or he would look too closely and want to save them all. There was no saving any of them. At the desk, he stared at the empty seats behind the glass. Had he expected women to sit back there with their makeup tightly applied and a name badge pinned to their chests? A sign on the wall to the side of the desk area gave directions to the various parts of the hospital. The only department Scott was interested in was the NICU. He ignored the ache in his chest that his sister had been there, alive, not more than 20 floors before. Her body was somewhere in that building. NICU was on the 3rd floor. He wouldn't chance taking the elevator with the hospital in the condition it was in. An arrow led him toward the stairs. Bodies sat everywhere and Scott continued picking his way over the linoleum, pretending the bodies were just ill-placed pieces of furniture. He winced when his heel came down on someone's hand. They didn't moan and that scared Scott more than stepping on them had. He didn't look down, just stepped a little faster toward his goal. The door to the stairs, fortunately, opened into the corridor. Scott almost fell through, his anxiety to leave behind the maudlin scene pushing him fast. The stairwell was darker than the main level and Scott felt with his hands, dragging his feet on the floor. He just had to get up 3 floors. The process was slow, but thankfully he didn't run into anything like a body or an obstruction on the stairs. At the 3rd landing, Scott pulled his phone out of his pocket and shined the light to make sure he was on the 3rd floor and that there hadn't been any weird floor numbering. Foot-tall numbering reflected the light from his phone. Scott tucked his phone back into his pocket and leaned on the handle. He wasn't ready to go in there yet. This was the NICU. Neonatal Intensive Care Unit. The baby hadn't been born too early. Scott's sister had been 38 weeks along, but his mom had said something about his niece being moved to NICU because there was no room in the normal place where they kept new babies. Scott had no idea what was what. He'd never had to follow the process of a pregnancy and infant with real attention. What was he going to face on the other side of that door? The stairway didn't have as strong a smell as the lobby had. Scott was going into an area where children were sick. Possibly worse. Could he handle what was in there? He took a deep breath. If he could just get the baby, he'd come back out to the stairs and see if he could find an exit from the corridor instead of having to go back out through the lobby. Usually there was an external exit off of stairs, like a fire code or something. Scott straightened his shoulders. He could do this. He had to save that baby. His family. The only family he was going to have until he died from the sickness. He pulled the door open, prepared to be hit with an atrocious smell similar to downstairs. Instead, the odor was a combination of death, rot, and baby powder, with curdled milk underneath. A whole different level of horror. Scott entered the hallway, across from the nurse's station. A woman with an .4 hooked into her left wrist, blinked dully at him from a propped-up position on a swivel chair. She drew a ragged breath, narrowing her eyes at him as she registered his presence. Here. To. Hurt. Scott held his hands up and softly shook his head. No, ma'am. I'm here to save my niece. Newborn. Jensen. He shook his head. No, my sister's maiden name was Jensen. The baby, she's a girl, her last name is Martin. He swallowed. I'm not sure what her first name is. My sister died I don't know where her husband is and my parents are," he didn't go on, looking at the woman with desperate pleading in his gaze before he rambled on until forever. She jerked her head forward, then back, as if her neck was too weak to support her head. "Needs to eat. Baby. Save her." The woman gasped. Meager light spilled across the reception area from an LED night light that glowed from the side hallway. Whimpers and soft crying carried down the hallway from open doorways. Scott looked closer at the woman, shocked to see white-headed bumps dotting her face and around her mouth. The baby had to eat. Of course, she did. He was there to save her. "Can I do anything for you?" Scott searched the area around her for something he could do to help. She had to be uncomfortable in the chair and Scott wanted to do something for her, but he didn't know what. She stared hard at him, licking her lips carefully. Her gaze flicked past him and then to her left and right. "No one else is coming. Not in time. They, suffering." Tears sparkled in her rimmed eyes. "What can I do to help them?" But Scott had a feeling he knew what she was going to suggest. He didn't want to go any further. He wanted to push pause in time and just stop. But the universe ignored his internal pleas to stop. She lifted her hand, but only about an inch, with a finger pointed in the direction of a bucket of pre-filled syringes. "Say, Conal. Half a syringe, each for." Scott shot his gaze to her face, horror freezing his vocal cords. All of them?" Seconal was used in euthanasia procedures. Something that wasn't legal in Idaho. How far in advance had she suspected this was going to be a necessity? Judging by her own rash, she'd been sick a while. The nurse blinked, tears streaking down her cheeks. Mascara she'd put on a few days before still streaked her skin. How long had she sat there wishing and praying for help? For some kind of relief for her and the children? Please. Scott swallowed back his fear. He would surely burn in hell for assisting in the horror, but at the same time, he didn't want small children to suffer. Will it hurt them? He couldn't hurt anyone, let alone innocent babies. What she was asking him to do was enough to destroy the most hardened of men, which Scott was not. She turned her head to the side, but didn't do more as she spoke carefully. "They will sleep. Be good. Please." The children would sleep and then die. Could Scott do that? He considered all of the options before the children. What he'd seen on the streets and downstairs. How could he not help? He nodded, slowly. "Can I?" He motioned toward her, as if offering to administer one to her. The chance to help her find relief was a big one, but he didn't want her to suffer either. Not when she looked like she was barely holding on herself. A sensation of peace crossed her face and her breathing hitched. "After, babies. Them. First." She flicked her fingers from the resting position on the chair. Scott nodded. He looked on the charts, searching for Jensen or Martin so he didn't accidentally seconal his niece. On the room assignments, baby Martin was in room #N363. That would be just across the hall from the station. He crossed the dark linoleum as if trapped in a sensation of disbelief. How was that his reality? 2 cribs in the room had small LED lights above them, glowing insistently above the forms below them. The clear plastic cribs were more the size of bassinets with squishy mattress pads that weren't more than 2 feet long by 1.5 feet wide. They sat atop wheeled, wooden platforms. The first crib's occupant was motionless, frozen in a silent sob, eyes squeezed tight. Scott's heart froze. Was that his niece? All newborns looked the same to him. A blue card above his head on the plastic top of the bed declared the baby a boy with the name designation of Tomas Medeiros. Not his niece. But someone's son. Had the parents died? Were they there in the hospital, sick, and hoping to find their son taken care of when they got better? Scott pushed the cycle of thoughts from his mind. He'd never be able to do what the nurse needed, if he didn't ignore the babies. Scott dragged in a breath. His niece had to be in the other crib, but was she alive? He went to the other bed, approaching on tiptoe as if scaring her would cause her death. Her eyes were closed. A pink card named her Baby Martin with weight and length information. Scott inspected her. Tiny movements in her chest assured him she was alive. No tubes or cords connected her to oxygen or fluids. She couldn't have been in there longer than a day or so. Had the staff been affected so horribly and so fast that they hadn't been able to watch over the babies? Or had the youngest and most helpless been left behind so others could save those who could eventually save themselves? Assured that Baby Martin would be okay for a few more minutes, Scott returned to the nurse's station and grabbed the bucket of syringes. He didn't meet her eyes with his gaze as he set off to do the job asked of him. He'd made a promise to the nurse, and seeing the devastation of neglect, he couldn't abandon those babies or her to that fate. Pulling the first syringe from the 20 or so syringes in the bucket, Scott entered the first room to the right of his niece's room. Thankfully, both babies were already dead. A diaper bag had been left at the end of the crib furthest from the door. Scott didn't think twice as he swung it over his shoulder. It wasn't stealing, if the owner didn't need it anymore. His luck didn't hold out in the next room. Soft snuffling and whimpers came from both cribs as the small infants rubbed their fists against their faces, seeking something to suckle, something to curb the ache in their bellies. How long would they go, searching for love and comfort, if Scott didn't do this for them? They would eventually starve to death, lonely and afraid. Scott looked away quickly. He focused on the injection port at a joint in the foreline. He uncapped the syringe, inserting the needle into the compressed port. Scott prayed for forgiveness, pushing the plunger until half the liquid had been administered. Almost instantly, the infant calmed, dropping its hands to its side slowly. Scott shivered. Withdrawing the needle, he used the same syringe on the foreport attached to the other child, ignoring the patient while striving to harden his heart. Scott forced himself to blur everything out as he moved from room to room. In some, the babies cried with a simple desperation for attention. In others, they were already dead from neglect. But none of them left Scott feeling like he was a good person or that he was doing something beneficial for anyone. He couldn't let himself cry. Not yet. He couldn't face what he'd done. Maybe on his day of judgment, the Lord would look at him and see that his intentions were pure. Until that day, Scott doubted he'd ever be the same again. Back at the nurse's station, Scott nodded when his gaze clashed with the nurse's. Her shoulders relaxed, slouching forward. She quickly nodded, seeking the bucket at his side with her eyes. Done. Yes, I'm done. That was. He blinked back tears as he struggled to escape the enormity of what he'd done. She carefully wrinkled her nose and nodded slightly. I know. Hard. More tears coursed down her cheeks. Thank you. The act of killing babies wasn't something he wanted gratitude for. I have 2 syringes left. I can. He twisted his lips to the side, glancing at her own 4 before flicking his searching gaze her way. After taking a deep rattling breath, she nodded. Please. Scott did it as an afterthought. He was tempted to keep a syringe or both of them for himself, but he could always use a bullet. He was able to walk out of there, at least for the moment. That poor woman deserved a chance to find peace. Something she wouldn't find in the dark tomb of the hospital. He uncapped the final 2 syringes, injecting them into her injection port on her foreline one at a time and plunging them hard until they were empty. Her eyelids sank low and her lips mouthed, "Thank you again." In less than a minute she slipped into the initial sedated state before the muscles weakened. Scott dropped the bucket, but clung to the diaper bag with an almost desperate grip. Over the next few minutes, he went through each room, searching the drawers and cupboards for any items he might need for the baby. Pre-made formula in glass bottles filled the diaper bag quickly, with singly wrapped nipples and rims. That bag hit its limit and Scott set it down by the door of Baby Martin's door. He grabbed a plastic laundry bag from one of the drawers and filled it with diapers, wipes, and blankets. Everything he could find, he put into bags, until he had 5 full bags and a diaper bag. Baby combs, baby shampoo, lotions, powder, thermometers, ointment, pink and blue striped hats, onesies, socks, and blankets had joined his collection. He finally had to stop when he realized he still had to carry the baby. Approaching her crib, He pulled out the diapers on the stand beneath her crib and pulled out diapers and wipes. He had to get her cleaned up and wrapped warmly and securely before trying to get her out of there. Pulling the wrapped blankets off her, he changed her diaper. The sudden movement and attention pulled her from sleep, and Scott picked up a pink pacifier wedged between the mattress and plastic. He put it in her mouth, which she sucked at desperately. Scott didn't have time to feed her right there. He had to get her to the car and out of danger. Once they got going and he was sure Jason was okay, Scott would be in a better frame of mind to get baby Martin fed and comfortable. He finished changing her and then re-wrapped her in the blankets. Grabbing more blankets he'd grabbed from other rooms, he padded around her crib with the rolled-up material until she was snugged in the crib and falling asleep from feeling like she was being comforted. He hefted the diaper bag across his shoulders and chest, the strap long enough to leave it at his hip. The bassinet rested on the top of the stand but wasn't secured in any manner. Scott found he could pick it up and carry the box under his arm rather easily. The baby didn't weigh much and neither did most of the supplies, the liquid formula the exception. Wrapping the cords of all the bags around his other hand, Scott grabbed everything he could and left the room. The floor was fatally quiet. He used his lower back to push out onto the stairwell and he carried the baby and the items down the stairs. 3 levels down, he avoided the door with a window, pushing along the walls, around each corner until he hit a door with no window and a level-style handle he could push against with his hip. Outside, the cold brisk air hit his face with the refreshing scent of snow and mud. He shifted everything a little higher and rounded the building, coming upon the ambulance drop-off area with ambulance parking just beyond. All the emergency buses were parked in place. After seeing inside the hospital, Scott understood why. He came from the front of the rig like he'd promised Jason. His nephew's face lit up at the sight of his uncle and he leaned across, unlocking the door and pushing the door open as Scott arrived. Using his shoulder, Scott opened the door the rest of the way and slid baby Martin onto the front seat. He pushed the bags over the back of his seat to land beside Ranger, who woofed at him from his bed. Sliding the box across to Jason, Scott climbed into the driver's seat. He felt like he was being watched. He turned to talk to Jason, then stopped, turning his head back out the door and throwing up onto the blacktop. He wiped at his mouth with the back of his hand, spent. Pulling his door closed, he started the engine. Ready? How long was I gone? He had to act like everything was normal, like stealing a baby and everything from the NICU floor was normal. Did anyone try to get in? About an hour and no. Is everything okay? Are you getting sick? Jason's fear was palpable as he reached into the box and touched baby Martin's tiny hands. No, not yet. Scott pointed toward the diaper bag on the floor between them. Can you open one of those bottles and put a lid on it? She's not going to be happy with that pluggy for long. Pluggy was what his sister had called them for all of her kids. His nieces and nephews he wouldn't see again. He had no idea where they were or where their father had taken them. Scott had to keep Stephanie alive in his memories so that the baby would at least know something about her mother, if she survived long enough to care. Scott had just stolen a baby and killed numerous others. He would never be able to face himself in the mirror. At that point, he wasn't sure he deserved to live. Chapter 18, Margie. Getting to the storage facility's office was a no-brainer. Margie didn't know how long David would be able to hold on, sitting upright. The old car's passenger seat didn't lean back easily, if at all. She pulled into the parking lot of the offices, checking for signs of anyone else in the vicinity. The units were tucked behind a wellness center that featured an indoor pool and a park. Large trees divided the two properties and hid the high fencing around the storage units. There were no other vehicles in front. Rain clouds covered any evidence of sunlight and large sheets of water overworked the bug's windshield wipers. The temperature didn't warm up much, but at least there was relief from the wind. Parking as close to the front doors as possible, Margie checked for any signs that the owner was in there. She sighed at the faint glow of a light coming from inside. Maybe, just maybe, Margie would be able to get into the units and get the motorhome. Anything had to be better than that bug. Climbing the few steps to the door, Margie held her arm up to keep the pelting rain from her face. She had grabbed the bag and clutched the strap secured to her shoulder. An overhang helped with the rain coming from directly overhead, but not the water trying to catch a ride on the wind as it buffeted from both sides and her back. She wasn't warm enough to deal with much more. She just needed a place to crash, and David had to rest before she made him go through anymore. She wouldn't be able to drive the motorhome in the rain as it was, if she could even find the keys to her storage unit. The door was unlocked, but no one was inside. Margie finally felt like things were going her way. She dropped the bag beside the large desk and returned to the car. Helping David from his seat, she winced when he gasped at the cold air and rain. "I know. Let's get inside and you can dry off and get warm, okay?" He didn't answer as he followed her, doing as she instructed like a small child. He lumbered tiredly up the steps and into the office. She lowered him carefully to the carpeted floor and rolled up a jacket she found hanging on a hook. The chairs were stiff, backed and not for lounging. Tucking the jacket under his head, Margie slumped to the floor beside him. She needed a break. It wasn't what she wanted to do, when she should be watching out to protect David. Her body had a different goal in mind. She flopped to the ground beside David. She couldn't help thinking how much she was going to hurt from sleeping on the floor when she got up and a little bit from her nap. At least it was warm and there was no rain or wind. Thoughts of the cruise ship they'd left behind haunted her. How many people were going to be stuck on there? How many would be able to get off? Had that group escaped? What about the woman with the 3 children? Margie's eyes slowly closed. She would have to push everything to the side except worry for them. After her nap, she'd use the landline to call Cady. Those had to be working still. It was about time Margie contacted her daughter. If anyone was alive and thriving in these conditions, it was Cady. David's teeth chattering roused Margie from sleep. The storm hadn't abated, but the rain seemed to have slowed as the gray clouds hung low in the sky. Margie hurt even more than she had planned. Her hip joints and shoulder blades couldn't handle the pressure anymore, and she rolled to her side away from David to push herself to all fours before standing. The office had chilled and she set out to find the thermostat. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced around the office. Everything looked the same as the day they'd signed in the R.V. and left for the hotel, except Sandy, the office manager, wasn't there, and there was no sign that she was returning. Margie knelt to check David. His breathing was ragged and he had his arms wrapped tightly around his waist. She'd forgotten to lean him up somehow when they had arrived to help with the liquids in his lungs. What time was it and how long had they been there? Returning to her feet, she strode to the bathroom located in the back of the small building and used the toilet and sink. The window in the bathroom faced toward the front. Movement caught her eye, but she couldn't see exactly where it was coming from or what was making it. Back at the front of the office, Margie's eyes widened at the sight of a good old boy's truck parked in front, feet from the Volkswagen and the front door. A Confederate flag with tattered edges flew high from a pole connected to the front of the bed, and no sign of the American stripes. Margie didn't remember seeing that truck when she was there less than a week ago. 4 men climbed from the cab, carrying rifles she couldn't identify from inside. She would have to pass the front door to get to the bathroom again. A tall closet beside her would be her best bet. She glanced regretfully at David as she hid, urging him silently not to move. Cady had made Margie read every apocalypse novel out there and then some. She knew what happened to women after things fell apart. She was 55, but she was still a woman, and men who carried guns and traveled in groups like the ones out front weren't looking for people to save. She slipped through the narrow opening of the closet and backed inside, slowly closing the door and staring at the panel of dangling keys illuminated by a shaft of light. The keys. Once the men left, she could get the keys to the storage units and get their R.V. out. A sense of relief hardened into fear as the front door opened and rough voices penetrated the wood of the closet. "Look at this poor sucker. Do you want me to shoot him?" There was more excitement at the prospect of shooting David lying there on the ground than sympathy for his sickness. Margie covered her mouth with her hand. "Please, don't kill him." What had she done, leaving him there on the floor unprotected? "Nah, look at him, he's as good as dead, already. You'd be putting him out of his misery, and he's the idiot that got himself sick." The second man sounded lazier, less hurried. He would be the dangerous one with his cruelty and his unhurried tone. Is there anyone else in here? Footsteps into the bathroom and back out. Nope. Want me to find the keys? Margie's breathing quickened. She was there, with the keys. If they opened the door, she would be found. The meanness in their voices was for sport. She clenched her teeth together to keep from chattering with nerves and the suddenly apparent chill in the air that even a thermostat could help. The second man laughed like he talked to an insipid child. Why do we need keys when we have the bolt cutters? You already know where it is. Let's go get it. That's right. The first man followed the second man out and Margie waited another 30 seconds to make sure they weren't coming back in before edging from the safety of the closet. A truck engine roared from the front and the men drove their truck back into the storage units, disappearing from sight when they turned a corner. They had a specific goal in mind. There wouldn't be much time to get out of there. Margie rushed to David's side. His fever had raised. She wasn't sure how long he could go with a mounting fever and not enough rest. She crouched on the floor beside him and stared at the empty space beneath the chairs lined up along the wall on his other side. What was she supposed to do? She needed to get them food, into the R.V. and on the road to Cady. She had to face reality. The R.V. might not be an option at that point. Not if she wanted to get going sooner rather than later. Not with the men somewhere back there, looking for something she couldn't identify. David might have to deal with the bug and its discomforts. A sinking sensation overwhelmed her and she had to admit that things were going to get harder before they got easier and David was going to have to push through or give up. She wasn't ready for him to give up, so Margie was going to have to make the decision to have enough willpower for the both of them. Maybe they could get into the Volkswagen before the men returned. She moved to her knees and glanced over the edge of the window in the direction they'd gone. The truck turned onto the blacktop leading back to the office. Margie glanced at the closet. She didn't have enough time to get there or the bathroom. Her gaze went back to the space under the chairs. She dropped down to her stomach and wiggled under the legs, tucking herself back into the corner of the wall and the floor. David's hand twitched and she reached forward, clenching his fingers in her hand and pulling his arm under the chair out of view from anyone who would come in. Staring straight ahead, she half held her breath, ignoring the dust bunnies by the legs of the chairs inches from her face. She'd placed the orange and yellow bag on the floor, half tucked under the desk and her keyring with the single separate bug key on the top of the workspace. She had the R.V. keys on her ring, but hadn't been able to find the storage unit key. Whooping from outside announced the men and she bit her lip. Was she hidden enough? Would they even look for another person at that point? She edged back as far as she could, scooting her butt against the wall and holding her breath. A man entered, his scuffed work-style boots strode into view. He passed the desk, going straight to the closet Margie had hidden in moments before. Something in the way he acted suggested he'd been in the storage office before. Maybe he even knew the owner. The closet door opened wide, the keys tinkling as they hit the wood behind them. The front door opened again. Another pair of boots passing by the desk. 2 men at once. If she was found, she didn't stand a chance. A shiver shimmied down her body. Her breathing came shallow and tight. Margie's hands shook with nerves. Did you find any keys for the motorhome? The motorhome? Sandy had said Margie's R.V. was the only one on the lot. They wanted her motorhome. How did they know it was there? Margie had been the first one to sign up for the oversized R.V. garage. No. Not in here. Their feet moved, turning as they turned to face the front and Margie's position. If they sat on the desk or bent down to tie a shoelace, they would see her. She squeezed her eyes shut. Please. Not my RV. What do you think the odds are that these keys are? Look, these have coachman keys on them. What do you think? The scrape of keys on the desktop made Margie grimace. Not her RV. There's only one way to find out. The slower voice kicked the orange bag and they left the office. They would know. Margie had to get out of there. She didn't have any other choice. They would take the R.V. And maybe other items from the other units. Who knew how long they would stay? The truck engine told her she had time to get out, but not much. She left her hiding spot and bit back the overwhelming depression the loss of the keys brought about. They had no keys for the R.V. And David was too weak to move much. Why had she stopped there? Why hadn't she pushed them earlier? She had given in to her weakness and her fatigue. She should have searched for the keys to the storage unit. She'd known the number. She and David could be long gone by now, sleeping on the side of the road in their own bed. Margie braced her arms on the desk and hung her head, staring at the single scuffed, silver key with a Volkswagen symbol on it. The only key she had left was to the bug. Was it worth trying to escape in that? Could she get David in before the men returned? What if the bug didn't start? What if they'd gone as far as they could? Chapter 19. Scott. Jason handed Scott a ready-to-use bottle and Scott pulled over to the side of the road. They weren't in a residential area and they weren't in a commercial zone. It was more like a cross between a developing zone and lots of parks. Lock your door. Here. He lifted the baby into his arms and then showed Jason how to hold her, helping him position the bottle. She latched onto the nipple, eating greedily as if she hadn't eaten in a long time, if at all since she'd been born. Scott didn't doubt her desperation. He glanced at his niece and nephew as the oldest held the youngest. Let me take a picture to send to your grandma and then I need to let Ranger out to relieve himself. Jason angled the baby more to the side and smiled as Scott snapped a picture with his phone. Smiling at the photo, Scott attached it to a text message. The text read, "What's the baby's name?" Card on crib was blank except for baby Martin. Hopefully, texts were still getting through. The minimal size of the message hopefully wouldn't need a lot of a connection to complete sending. Scott had to connect with his parents one more time. True, they'd said goodbye, but the picture might give his mom some hope and she'd try to get up to his place. Hope was more powerful than people gave it credit. When she pauses drinking, put her on your shoulder and carefully pat her back. Scott glanced around, taking in the area around them as the sun slowly worked its way up in the sky. Come on, Ranger. He cautiously opened the door and let out the large dog. Ranger bounded out, rushing around the rig and peeing on whatever he could lift his leg over. After another moment, he stopped, hunching down and raising his hackles. Scott snapped his fingers and Ranger jumped into the rig. Scott didn't even look around for the danger. He jumped into his seat as well and shifted into gear, driving off before he could find out what had triggered Ranger's warning. He mentally patted his own back at keeping the engine going when he'd stopped. What's going on? Jason craned his neck around but not as much as he could have if his arms were empty. He held the bottle to the baby's mouth with a careful hand. I'm not sure, but I'm not sticking around to find out. You never know where the looting is going to begin, or if it's already begun. Scott glanced in the rearview mirror, not soothed by the lack of movement or evidence anyone was there. But isn't everyone sick? Jason shifted her to his shoulder and patted the baby's back while watching his uncle. Scott shrugged, his grip on the steering wheel tight and unwavering. Look at us, we're not sick. There's no doubt we're carrying and there's no doubt we've been exposed. I'm sure it's just a matter of time for when we do get sick. Germs affect each person differently. Think about it, when you or your brothers and sisters got sick, your mom or dad didn't get sick right away, right? Like they had superpowers or something. Then, after everyone else was better, they would get sick, if at all. That's kind of what this is like. There have to be other people like us. I'm not 100% sure one way or the other, if we're going to get sick or not, but I'm sure others are thinking the same thing and counting on the fact that most people are sick. It's a strong temptation to steal what no one is protecting. A sense of pride swelled in Scott's chest. Look at him being all big, uncle, teaching a lesson. He wanted to brag about it to his mom or Cady or someone who would get it. He smiled at Jason who had returned the baby to her lounging position and offered the small infant her bottle again. Turning onto another street, headed north, Scott yawned. They needed more sleep than just the few hours they'd stolen in the wee hours that morning. Scott's phone buzzed and he pulled it from between his legs where he'd tucked it. Swiping the screen to open, he couldn't wait to see what Mary had said about the baby. Jessica. That's what Stephanie wanted. I haven't heard from Bryant. Jason looks like a natural. He's going to be a great big cousin. Another text popped up before Scott finished reading that one. I'm saying goodbye, Scott. Don't wait for us to show up to your place. We won't make it. I'm taking steps to protect us from worse. We love you. I'm sorry I didn't listen. Get home, Scott. Protect those children. If you hear from any of your other siblings, tell them we love them, too. Scott slowly lowered the phone to his lap again. The need to vomit strong as bile crawled up the back of his throat. He was tired of the tears springing up because of the circumstances. He hated that he'd been too late. He could have been more insistent when Cady had first warned him about being prepared. He'd let his mom think things were okay to wait through. His first instinct was the one he had to listen to from then on. There were so many things he could have avoided, had he done what he knew he should do. He wouldn't have had to euthanize those babies or that nurse. He wouldn't have had to leave behind his parents as they got so bad his mom was willing to kill them. Because, of course, that's what she was doing. There was no holding on when you got to that point. When you could look at a picture of your grandchildren and you could still declare your end was near, there was no holding on. Scott wasn't sure how he was going to be able to survive with his mental capacities fully intact. He couldn't block out the horrible way he'd abandoned his mother and father. He couldn't ignore the aching in the back of his head at the memories of the small babies as he took away any chances they had to survive. What if their parents showed up, or someone who loved them, like Scott had for his niece? He'd taken their hope away with the simple plunging of 18 syringes. 18. The last two. Scott couldn't even take into consideration that the killings had been merciful. Not yet. Thou shalt not kill. He'd broken a commandment. One of the top 10. One of the ones that was non-negotiable, and he'd done it as if he had any real justification to do so. Scott doubted that anyone at his church was available for a consultation to help him get through what he'd done. Talking to his mother wasn't an option. She was past the point of understanding or being able to help. He couldn't talk to his nephew. How would he explain that part of what had taken him so long had been the fact that he had committed a mass murder? His hands shook as he gripped the wheel tighter, trying to control the shaking in his limbs. There would be no returning to his parents' place. He took the closest ramp north that he could find. All hope was gone in that arena. Scott knew a goodbye when he read it. Chapter 20. Mary Jensen. Mary wiped her thumb across the picture Scott had sent her of her oldest grandchild and her youngest together. The baby looked well. Mary had no idea what conditions Scott had found the baby in, but at least she was with them, at least she had a chance. Even if their safety was only guaranteed for a little while, it was still enough Mary could find peace in her heart. If anyone could survive the next few days, months, or years, it would be her kid. He'd always been the self-reliant one as he'd forged ahead on his own paths. Lying beside Mary, Michael couched, his body arching up and then back down. Her husband's cough didn't release anything, the rough shake in his chest jarring as he shook the bed. The longer he coughed, the deeper blue his lips became. He wasn't getting oxygen and a crusty rash of bumps had spread across his back, neck and down his chest. The pain was increasing and he was so dehydrated his urine had taken on an orange tint when he could make it to the bathroom. Mary had tucked towels under his hips in case he had an accident. She wasn't doing much better, but at least she hadn't fallen into the coma-like state Michael had. His body shifted between shivering and shaking to an almost death-like state. The varied stages were terrifying and Mary wasn't sure what was next. According to the last solid news report and multiple status updates on social media, if you went into a coma, you wouldn't make it out and your suffering was worse. Mary didn't want to wait that long and she didn't want to put her husband through that. After 51 years of marriage, she had to do better by him. She loved him too much to let him suffer, and she was too much of a coward to face that kind of pain on her own. Her mind made up, Mary rolled painstakingly to her nightstand, pulling open the drawer. She withdrew the revolver Scott had given her for a Mother's Day present a while back. Michael didn't feel Mary's fingers intertwine with his warm ones, or her damp kiss as tears rolled down her cheeks. sticking to her lips as she cried silently. She murmured softly, "Michael, I love you always. I'm sorry." Nudging his head to the side, she placed the muzzle of the gun at the base of his head, pointing upward for the maximum damage. His body convulsed with another attack of coughing. He moaned afterward, confirming the pain he was in. She didn't want to hurt him. She didn't want to kill him. But she pressed the barrel tighter to his skin, a desperate ache clenching around her chest. Closing her eyes, Mary murmured to anyone who would listen, any deity she might miss, to take his soul into their safekeeping and to forgive her for her mistakes as well as her actions. On top of begging the universe for forgiveness, she had to hope that her children never returned to her home. They couldn't find them like this. They couldn't know that their mother had committed a murder, suicide. They would never understand. Her stomach tightened and she almost talked herself out of putting them both out of their misery. But no. She had to do it. No one else was there to help them. They wouldn't make it. Something deep inside her knew there was no surviving what she and Michael had. Mary had control for a little while longer and she could decide how she went out. She could release her husband from the pain he was in. Biting the soft skin on the inside of her cheek, she held her breath, staring once more at the noble silhouette of Michael's face. She would love him well into the end of the universe. She didn't breathe as she glanced once more at his features and then turned her face away. Squeezing the trigger took no effort, but ripped the energy from her. She closed her eyes before the bang, jumping as the sound crashed through the confines of her bedroom. She couldn't look at the mess she'd made of her husband. Mary kept her eyes closed as she breathed through her nose, inhaling the sharp iron smell of his blood in the air. In a penny, in a pound. She'd killed him. Now she had to do the same to herself. Holding her breath to avoid the scent, she noticed how quiet her room was, with a random drip on the other side of the bed. His blood. His blood was dripping to the floor with a steady plop. Turning the gun toward her own temple, Mary couldn't open her eyes. She couldn't and she wouldn't. A sob broke up the cough trying to break free. She had to pull the trigger before she lost her nerve. Before she lost control of her body to the sickness. Someone, anyone, keep my children safe, protect my grandbabies, all of them. Forgive me for my weakness. Michael. I love you. Slowly, slowly, she squeezed the trigger, the cough never making it out of her throat. Chapter 21. Cady. Cady hoped her rubber gloves were on all the way. Sweat dripped down the curve of her spine as she worked, pushing Kent's body onto the trailer she'd attached to the four-wheeler. Taking a car wasn't an option. If she climbed into a vehicle, they wouldn't be able to use it again because of the virus. So far she hadn't been exposed, as far as she knew, and she didn't want to increase her odds. Plus, she could bleach down the four-wheeler and the exposure to the cold may or may not decimate the virus's efficacy. She dragged and pushed and finally rolled him face down, then face up, then face down, and face up until he came to a stop at an angle on the trailer and she could lock the ramp in place. She honestly didn't care that his leg hung precariously over the railing. He'd stopped being human to her. She couldn't look at him as anything else while she stamped down her inner horror at killing the man. Self-defense aside, she couldn't believe she'd done it. She'd always refused to kill anyone, or even use a gun. The lessons with Scott had been purely out of necessity. Cady had never believed she would actually use them. Pulling out of the drive, Cady waved at Bailey over her shoulder. She stopped and opened the gate then drove through. Going east, she took the dirt road up the main paved road of Clagstone. The four-wheeler pulled the trailer effortlessly, slushing through wet piles of snow spotting the road. Spring was almost upon them and the sun struggled to warm the still, cool temperatures. Cady's face stayed warm with a mask over her mouth and her homemade hazmat suit in place. She reached the stop sign at Highway 54 and turned left. A few acres of prairie gave way to the forest as it surrounded the homes and small farms hiding along the main streets. Midday didn't demand the use of lights, but a couple of homes had their porch lights on, as if they didn't have the energy to turn them off or as if they weren't there and had gone on an extended vacation. The more homes Cady passed, the more she noticed a red doorknob hanger on some. Maybe they marked the presence of the sickness or the death of loved ones inside. Or maybe Cady was being ridiculous and the hangers were nothing more than pizza flyers used for marketing. Cady hoped it was the pizza marketing idea and not the other. She didn't want that many people to be sick. Not in her neighborhood, her town, or her county. The more people who were sick would die. How many had already died? She didn't see another car or soul in sight, hard as she looked. Cady couldn't make herself go into town. She didn't want to witness anything that would destroy the smallest piece of humanity left inside her already damaged heart. She'd killed Kent. What did that mean she was capable of? If she could so easily put multiple bullets into a gentleman's chest, how much more did civilization have to deteriorate to change everyone? The overpass to the highway that ran north and south was through town and Cady couldn't make herself go into Athol. Not just to dump a body. The pull wasn't strong enough to expose her to more people and potentially ensure her exposure. So far, she wasn't sure she had been exposed. That was a lot of exposing to worry about. She stopped the four-wheeler at the top of the hill leading down through the thick forest and then into town. An embankment to a small valley would be the place she would drop Kent off. Trees obliterated the view of anything past the guardrails. With no one in sight, Cady parked the ATV, snapping the brake handle into its hold position and testing to make sure the wheels didn't roll. Sliding from the seat, she stepped onto the side away from the road and walked to the trailer. She might not be strong enough to kick him over the rail, but she could at least nudge him to the space between the rail and the mountainside. As she worked at Kent, to get him off the trailer, she realized she was too tired to get him further than off the ramp. She wasn't going to be able to roll him behind anything. The more she touched him and maneuvered him, the less she could do. She wasn't getting sick, she could tell that much. It was more of a weakness of spirit and mind. As much as she hated doing it, she left her neighbor's body out in the open, in the chilly air of the late winter weather, along the side of the road for anyone to see. Losing the trailer, she sighed and climbed back on the four-wheeler. Her shoulders slumped and she sat there for a moment, trying to figure out what she was doing. Her phone rang and she pulled her glove from her hand, careful to keep the infected rubber off her skin. She'd have to put it back on, but she'd done harder things. Calls were few and far between these days. Most likely it was Scott. She couldn't remember a time when hearing another human's voice was so welcomed. She missed the days when answering a call was more of a pain than something to look forward to because it was easy to take for granted. Her relief welled in her as she answered. "Scott. Did you get my message? You didn't give anyone the ointment, did you? If you're sick, don't take it yourself. Do you hear me?" Scott's sigh was rich before he spoke. "No, I didn't get your message. Text messages are going through, but the calls are sketchy. I barely have 2 bars. My mom turned the ointment down. He paused and Cady worried the phone had disconnected. After a moment, Scott's choked voice came back. "My parents, they're dead." The inevitable phrase should have shocked Cady. It should have been something that wasn't expected. His parents were healthy, before the virus, and they had many years still ahead of them. The fact that his announcement didn't shock Cady was more of a testament to what the virus had retrained her to think. It was a telling point to what killing Kent had shifted in her head. Even with all the changing, Cady's empathy hadn't altered and she hurt for her friend. "No. Oh, Scott, I'm so sorry." Cady hung her head. The traumas would come faster and faster and she wasn't sure what words were okay to say or what would be just wasted breath. Because, if she didn't hear from her own parents, she would have to make the same assumption, and what would she want to hear? What would make things better for her? She wasn't ready to give in and say that they were dead. Not yet. Cady might never see them again, but she could always hope, even as reality would dictate they had died. But Scott knew his parents were dead. The knowledge would be painful, but at least he knew. Cady envied him that knowledge. Would she ever have that closure? "I had to save my niece and nephew. Cady, I need diapers and formula when I get back. Do you have anything like that?" Scott's plea was for more than items. He needed help. He needed someone to say they'd be with him by his side. All she had to do was choose. Choose between helping her friend or a lonely death that Bailey wouldn't learn anything from. If Cady helped Scott, Bailey would be able to learn service, even in times of trial. Nodding slowly, Cady cleared her throat. What size do you need? All of them. She was in NICU. All of us probably won't make it, but I gotta hope, you know. He forced a jovial tone. We're shooting to be home by tonight or tomorrow morning. There's a dangerous feel in the air. I know it sounds stupid, but stay home, okay? I'm not sure when the looting will start or, his voice trailed off as if he couldn't put a name to what he was feeling, but that he had to warn someone. Say something. Cady understood. I'm outside of Athol right now. She softly shook her head, glancing around for anyone who might be out to harm her. But there was no one. No. Why? Alarm filled Scott's voice. He really did care. The thought warmed her heart. Time for confession. Time to own what she'd done. She had to tell Scott. If anyone could absolve her of her guilt, it would be Scott. I killed Kent, Scott. I had to. He attacked me with a knife and he was going for Bailey and she sniffed as she faced the truth of what she'd done. Scott wouldn't judge her, but a part of her worried he wouldn't think the same about her. Which he shouldn't. She'd taken a life. Scott's silence split the call between them. He didn't answer for the longest time and Cady was sure he hated her, judged her for something she couldn't believe she'd done herself. But then, just as she'd given up hope he would acknowledge her actions with something, anything. His words came soft, slow, and reassuringly. I'm sure it had to be done. You hate guns. I'm proud of you for doing what you needed to do. He didn't even sound shocked, like he had his own secrets he couldn't face just yet. I hate them even more, now, but it's a love-hate relationship. One saved Bailey. I'm not completely comfortable with them, but I put on an act for Bailey. She's learning how to use them now. She couldn't tell Scott she was forcing Bailey to learn a bunch of skills because Cady had forced the vaccine on her. That would be more unforgivable than killing the neighbor. Cady paused, then spoke with a softer tone. Thanks for your support. I'm glad I could talk to you about it. She'd changed and she needed to know she was still a good person. Whatever Scott had done, he would need to talk to her about it. Cady was ready to listen. They were going to change, and not necessarily for the better. She was already shifting, altering to fit the circumstances of the world and what she knew. Her own daughter had to make adjustments to survive. They would do what they needed to. If Cady had changed already, who would she be in the end? Would she make it to the end and just how much could she allow herself to adapt? Evolution was one thing, but surviving past your time was something completely different. How many people would she have to kill to stay alive? Chapter 22. Jackson. Jackson didn't wait around inside the house after leaving the ointment for Cornelia and the kids. She wasn't a generous woman, so she probably wouldn't take any back to his parents. Jackson wasn't sure how he felt about that. He leaned his elbow on the windowsill of his truck and settled into the seat as he watched the neighborhood. Was he comfortable knowing his parents would suffer the virus and maybe survive? Their chances were slim to none because of their age. But he was scientist enough to accept the fact that his virus had a less than optimal mortality rate. In fact, survivors of smallpox had been many more than that had died. The terror of smallpox had been its ability to kill, not the percentage that it killed. The measles was feared because of what it could do from causing sterility to death as well. Smallpox had earned a reputation, but Jackson wondered how patients would do with modern medicine and no vaccination. Would the mortality rate be affected, making it no more fear-worthy than the chickenpox? Or would it have the ability to change and adapt like bacteria had? Jackson didn't track how long he sat in his rig waiting for something like a sign that his brother had gone insane. He wasn't sure what he was waiting for. He hadn't been able to test the ointment on more than one old man Jackson had found outside the bar one night. The man hadn't gotten the virus exposure. No. Jackson had only wanted to test the concentration and to effectively administer that test. He had to make sure the subject was unfettered by the virus. The virus would weaken the system, sure, but a healthy person might administer the ointment to a sick person. If a healthy person somehow hadn't contracted the sickness and might not, either, for whatever reason, That healthy person would be exposed to the cure. The Urtica ferox would soak into their skin, and Jackson had to know how it would affect the healthy ones who escaped CJ-180D's clutches. The man's screams echoed in Jackson's memories. He'd grinned as he'd watched the man go through the stages of the cure in complete lucidity. He'd been terrified to find Jackson had locked him in a 3-inch thick plexiglass box. A vent had allowed air into the top, but nothing else. Jackson didn't need bathrooms for the Walking Dead. He'd watched the hours pass as the man's nervous system had slowly begun to respond to the poison. He'd gone crazy, crashing his head into the plexiglass until he'd slumped to the floor. Blood streaked against the inside of the box. Making his notes, Jackson had left the box where it was. He shut off the air to it and turned away. He had other boxes, plenty, and some were empty and some weren't. He didn't feel bad. Everything was in the name of science, and he was justified in his research. A gunshot rang from inside his parents' house, the flash bright in the dark as it pulled Jackson from his memories. Not just one shot, but another. And another. Then some down on the main level. Straightening in his seat, Jackson didn't even flinch. Eyes wide, he watched with a smirk firmly in place. A thrill worked its way around him and licked his lips. More flashes. Was that a scream? It didn't last long enough to know for sure. After a long moment, Miguel burst through the front door, screaming and waving his arms around his head. Juan. But he didn't see as he stared up at the skies, waving a gun around him in the air. He bent over, bracing his hands on his upper thighs. Then he stood, stared at the ground, lifted the muzzle to beneath his chin and pulled the trigger. Jackson grinned as his brother dropped to the ground. The ointment worked. He was more than a little proud of his accomplishments. Look at everything he'd done. He wasn't sure if Miguel had killed their parents, and Jackson wasn't sure he cared enough to check. He sat in his truck and considered. Did he want a chance exposure to the chemicals of the ointment? Not really. He didn't care, really, if his parents made it past that point or not. He knew they wouldn't be able to go far. Miguel had killed them, then the entire family had gotten off light. How long had they irritated Jackson? How long had they held him back from true success? How many babies had they just had to make? His family had been one of the many problems out there. Population eradication was a necessity, and if Jackson hadn't been able to secure it for his own family, he wasn't truly living by his beliefs. Jackson turned on his rig. Where to now? Did he rush toward North Idaho? It was probably best to wait for a bit. If Cady had taken the vaccine, she'd have to deal with watching her daughter die as well as those around her. That was a kind of grieving process Jackson had heard was painful. He didn't need to see Cady go through that. He'd wait until she'd recovered enough to be more open to his arrival. He didn't have anything to rush into anyway. He'd give Cady time to watch those around her die so she'd appreciate him more when he arrived. Plus, he'd always wanted to see what a large log house mansion was like in Montana. Seeing his family reminded him that he had a lot to still see and do before he was ready to settle down with his wife. They could travel and stuff after they were together, but Jackson wanted the chance to do some things on his own before strapping himself to her. Plus, what if Cady had given the vaccine to her daughter? Jackson would have to wait a year or two before he could start procreating with her. He didn't want to have to train her, but if he took the time and expended the effort to make sure she was the type of woman he wanted, then the daughter could potentially be a better option than Cady. She was younger and had more child-bearing years ahead of her than Cady did. For survival of the species, the daughter would be the better choice. Narrowing his eyes, Jackson realized he hadn't completely thought things through. He would have to figure out a way to find out which one was going to be his bride beforehand. Maybe Cady was smart and had a landline. He'd find his dream home in Montana and then he'd call her. They had a lot of catching up to do. He made his way to I-90 and continued north. CJ-180D was turning out to be the best thing ever. He coughed at the dry air circling around him and then reached forward to turn on the CD he had in the stereo. AC/DC filled the air and he grinned slowly. There wouldn't be any radio channels on and he could listen to truly good music whenever he wanted, commercial-free. He'd destroyed that mess. Consumerism was gone. Demand was gone. Jackson could have whatever he wanted, and if there was anyone left to oppose him, he'd take care of them as well. He wasn't worried of not having enough. There would always be enough for him. And as long as he continued working toward the women in North Idaho, Jackson had no doubt he was on the right path. Everything was going better than he'd planned. The virus, his creation, was doing its job. Oh, he longed to know how much it was affecting the rest of the world. Would there be anywhere on the planet that wouldn't be exposed? Jackson wasn't sure. Take out planes, trains, and ships, and it didn't matter who was out there. The world had suddenly gotten a lot larger. There was only so much you could do if you didn't know how to fly or drive a boat. How far would you be able to get in the world without those capabilities? Jackson didn't need world domination. He'd already turned it into his playground. He had no doubt the majority of the population would succumb to one stage of his plan, if not both. Maybe his offering could be considered a sacrifice. He'd never thought of it that way. He'd sacrificed the entire world for the protection of the Earth. That had to earn him some brownie points somewhere, right? Not that he was worried. Someone who could create a virus and wipe out a world had more of a god-like status than his modesty would allow him to claim. But Jackson grinned. Jackson, a god, he liked it. Chapter 23. Margie. Time could have been standing still, but Margie doubted it as her heart rate thundered and her breathing quickened. Margie wasn't sure how long they had until the men returned to the front of the storage units. She had to rouse David one more time, at least to get him into the bug. What if she woke him, got him out to the car, and it didn't start? Margie didn't take too long to think things through. She looked around the office for anything else she might need beside her bag and the one key the men hadn't taken. Rushing out to the car, she stashed her bag in the back and slid into the seat, starting the engine on only the second try. So much faster than she'd thought possible. She couldn't waste any more time. She'd wanted to try calling Cady, but that chance was gone with so many other opportunities. She rushed back into the building, glancing down toward the aisle where the truck had disappeared between the storage units. They weren't returning, yet. Crouching beside her husband, she shook his shoulder, pulling at him as she dragged him to a sitting position. David, I need you to get up. I'm sorry. One last time. We need to go in that car. I'm so sorry. David. Through the open door she could hear the soft rumble of the diesel engine of the Bug and in the distance a louder engine she recognized as that of her motorhome. David. She knelt, jerking on his arm and dragging him closer to the door where the cold air could reach him. Sobbing, Margie begged her husband to come with her. Please, for me. Please. Would she have to make the choice to leave him or stay with him and suffer whatever consequences came her way? Somehow, David did as he was told and he flopped into the passenger seat, his head lolling to the side. She didn't bother buckling him in. Slamming the door to make sure it closed, she blinked at the rain only sprinkling around her. Margie rushed around to the driver's seat, glancing in the rearview mirror. Her pulse sped at the sight of the motorhome and truck edging onto the main lane of the storage units. She shifted, glancing toward the man she was trying so desperately to save. He would survive. He had to. She was willing to do whatever it took to get him back to Cady's and safety. As she pulled out, leaving behind their home on wheels, Margie hoped she wasn't chasing their deaths. But what choice did she have? She didn't have much, but she could at least hold on to the fact that she'd proven she had guts. When push came to shove, Margie could at least say she was willing to steal a lifeboat and drive around in a Volkswagen during the apocalypse. Who else was that crazy? Exactly. Finding I-90 to head toward Spokane was easy in the mid-afternoon light. If nothing else got in their way, they would get to Cady's in 5 hours. 5 hours. That was nothing. She could do it. They would pull in just as the sun was setting. Margie could get David into bed and she could sit with Cady at the counter and have some tea. Maybe Cady wouldn't have dinner on just yet and they would get to eat some of her famous spaghetti, or they would be in the middle of canning some of the meat in her freezers. Whatever it was, they would be together. Margie could stop worrying about Bailey and her mother, because Margie would be there with them. That was the goal. Get to Cady's. Get to Cady's. The snow was muddy and crusted toward the top of Snoqualmie Pass. A rest area tempted her from the side of the road, but she didn't need to go that bad and David wasn't awake enough to ask. She would have to help him angle toward the open door to relieve himself onto whatever ground they stopped on. If the presence of the men was any indicator, stopping would be a test of faith in itself. The rickety bug didn't instill much confidence in her as the engine shuddered every 10 miles or so. Margie held it to a constant 50 miles per hour and didn't push it harder. The fuel gauge was the only true worry point for her. At just under half a tank, Margie wasn't sure how far she would be able to get on that much gas. The last time she'd owned a bug had been before she and David had been married. The gas mileage wasn't something a woman remembered after that long. She did remember it was good, but how good? As the gas needle fell, she realized she would need to top off the gas in CLELM. Snoqualmie spread out a ways and Margie focused with her hands on either side of the steering wheel, concentrating on keeping their position on the road steady. The manual stick shook with the speed. The windshield wipers swished back and forth. The end of the passenger side one had a split and squeaked as it rubbed across the glass. Rain came steadily but at more of a lazy pace than it had that morning. Margie jumped as David placed a clammy palm on her forearm. Even with the heater running at full blast, David's touch sent a shiver down to Margie's toes and not in a good way. She glanced at her husband, forcing a smile as she kept her focus on the road. The pass wasn't known for its safe surfaces and combined with the state of the car and most likely close to bald tires and Margie's nerves and it wasn't much of a reassuring situation. David's voice came with a mild shake and a whole lot of effort. "You can leave me behind, Marg. I'm going to die, you know." His soft eyes didn't leave her face. Somehow, he'd pulled from whatever had locked him in its grip for the last few days to talk to her. Maybe sitting upright had forced the liquid in his lungs to settle enough he could breathe. Margie refused to look his way in case he saw her fear that he was right. She scrunched her nose to the side and laughed challengingly. "Don't be silly. You go where I go until you're not breathing anymore. Even if it might get you killed?" There was an underlying jaggedness to the consonants as he spoke, like he tried to bite off the words with confidence but it came off as uncertain. "Even if," Margie finally glanced at him again. She offered a slight smile. "We only have 4 hours to go, David. We can get you back to Cady's. If nothing else, you'll be comfortable. That's what matters right now. We'll be safe." She glanced at him, smiling, hoping he couldn't see her fear. "Dying doesn't matter. It's how we do it that does and I'm not going to let you die before seeing Cady again. I think you and I both need a hot cup of coffee and a scone. She'll get us that and then everything will look less bleak." She didn't really believe her lies, but they sounded good. They didn't have far to go and she refused to accept that he wouldn't make it. If nothing else, she at least believed she could get them where she needed them to go. She did not believe that coffee and scones were going to fix anything except the ache in her gut. Reaching behind them, she pulled the bag partially into the opening between the seats with one hand. She unzipped it and pulled out some rolls from the bag on top. "Here, try eating this. When we stop for gas, I'll get us some water, too." If he was talking, he could eat. He needed calories and something in his stomach. "Do you need some medicine?" He slowly took the roll she offered and lifted it to his mouth. "No. I don't hurt that much right now." His statement drew a startled glance from Margie. If he wasn't hurting, then something was even worse than she'd assumed. She pushed the gas a little harder until the speed hit 55. She didn't have to get far. She could do it. She had to. Margie reached over and patted his frail leg. "No matter what you say, David, I'm not leaving you behind. We're going to face the end together. You're not going to get out of it." She grinned as if she wasn't staring the apocalypse in the face and driving a Volkswagen to get there. She could do crazy. She'd done worse. Doing the impossible wasn't hard as long as she had hope. With David alive, she had hope. She could keep going, as long as she believed she was helping him. That's all she needed. Hope. In her heart, she silently begged her husband. "Hold on, David, for me. I won't want to live if you're not here." Chapter 24, Cady. Red flyers hung from more doorknobs of homes Cady passed as she drove carefully through town. Nothing stirred on the spring day. She studied the windows as she passed, expecting to see a curtain or a blind moving at the sound of her ATV's engine, but nothing moved. The breeze picked up as she almost reached the overpass and the movement of a flyer caught her eye. But the door didn't open and the flyer returned to its position as the wind left it alone. Her ATV putted along like it was a normal day. She didn't dare leave it anywhere. Someone, if there were any other someones out there, would take it as soon as she turned her back. That wasn't going to happen. Cady pulled into the parking lot of the large, newly built grocery store on the east side of the highway in Athol. The store had just had a grand opening only 2 months before. From the looks of the parking lot, the building could have still been under construction with a stash of tractors and trucks in the corner closest to I-95. Besides 2 trucks and a small Subaru abandoned on the far side of the lot, no other vehicles were around. The general vacant feel left Cady doubting what she was doing. She didn't want to steal. She'd thought she had everything. Scott's announcement that he was coming back up with a brand new baby still hadn't sunk in yet. But the baby was Scott's family. That made her Cady's concern as well. She would help her friend and ignore her feelings for him. He was going to get sick and Cady wasn't dumb enough to ignore that fact or that she was going to get sick as well. The engine rumblings bounced off the blacktop, off the walls of the store, and then back at her. An echo effect added to the eeriness of the moment and Cady cast her gaze around the lot more than once in a fast search for danger. Yanking her gloves off near the open doors, Cady lifted the lid to the small box under the display on the four-wheeler and left the gun inside accessible should she need it. The doors were open. Why had they been left open? She tilted her head to the side, eyeing the building with suspicion. Either someone had left them open purposely, they wouldn't close, or someone was inside and had propped the doors open. She glanced around. The absence of cars near the entrance gave her a small sense of safety, but not enough to climb off the four-wheeler and go inside. After a moment, she took a chance and drove the four-wheeler and the trailer inside. She didn't need to leave anything outside. The trailer wasn't larger than the ATV width and the four-wheeler wasn't broader than 2 shopping carts side by side. Daylight worked its way through the warehouse-style ceiling, but not enough to see every detail well. Turning on the headlights, Cady searched for the baby aisle. If she'd thought the engine had been loud outside, she winced at the increased loudness indoors. The presence of the aisles and other things broke up the sound waves and at least deflected the noise to less of an echo effect. Cady wasn't there for anything other than what Scott had asked her for. Taking anything she didn't need would deprive someone else and she refused to do that. She'd already taken so much from people by not warning them earlier. Cady might not have been able to stop the outbreak, but maybe she could have done something to help even one family, one town, someone. That guilt would haunt her the rest of her life, no matter how long was left. She pulled into the aisle marked with baby supplies. Her trailer was enclosed with no top but didn't go up higher than 3 feet. She slid from the four-wheeler, grabbing at bags of diapers, no matter what size, and carefully stacking them in the most organized way possible. The most order would fit the most items. The 96 cubic feet of her trailer had to hold a lot. At 4 feet wide by 8 feet long, she wouldn't be able to grab everything in the aisle, but she'd be able to grab a large portion of what she needed. Formula. After the diapers filled the bottom 2 feet of the trailer, Cady filled the next layer with formula in powders, at least 100 cans. She wasn't sure how much they needed, but she grabbed rice and oat cereal boxes, pluggies, socks, onesies, baby food jars, as well as children's acetaminophen, and even more items they might need, like teething biscuits and wipes. She climbed back on the four-wheeler when the trailer was full. Obtaining the most she could for Scott was the least she could do. How soon would he realize that she'd known about this, that she was a part of it, even minutely? He would remember, and it would hit him that she'd been a part of the world ending, his parents dying, his sister, everyone he loved. That could happen at any time and Cady could never deserve his friendship, not now. But at least she could do her best to help him with what he'd requested. She owed him more than that. Pulling on her gloves, Cady cautiously kept the outside of her gloves away from her skin. Who was she kidding? She was probably already infected. There was no way to know. She was probably being overly cautious and she'd already gotten infected. That wouldn't surprise her. She'd never been great at the aseptic technique when she'd done lab work. There were too many variables in play and she just wanted to do the work. She drove the 15 minutes back to her place, further and further from the empty streets of town whose population was 687 before the sickness had infected them. How many were dead? How many were lying in their beds, begging for relief as she drove by? Cady wasn't sure what was scarier, that no one was outside and she hadn't seen anyone, or that she'd been infected and could very soon be in the same situation the residents of the houses was in. Standing beside her running four-wheeler after driving through the open gate, Cady studied the road on either side of her drive. She would close the gate, shutting in the theft she'd committed as well as the murder she wouldn't be called in front of a jury for. Her sins would hide with her and she wouldn't have to answer for them. That, too, left a mark on her that would leave her changed. How would she stick to what was right when the line between right and wrong became more and more blurred and there were fewer people to help monitor the decisions? No matter how much she watched what she was doing and tried to make sure she chose the right option, Cady would face more and more moral dilemmas that would come down to what was right and what was right in the moment. Would she be able to make the decisions she needed to make? She had killed a man, a friend, and at the time, it had seemed the only way. But now, looking back, Cady had to ask herself if Kent would have been stopped with just a bullet in the leg. She moved to stand at the gate, staring down the road, searching for where she could go. How far could she get if she just drove off into the forest? She could save Bailey the torture of seeing her mother get sick and die. She could abandon the pressures of trying to save Bailey so much. Cady coughed at a tickle in the back of her throat. Her eyes widened, and she reached back to feel the skin of her neck. No bumps. She couldn't be sick, not that fast. Her exposure level hadn't been that long ago. She had to push it off. She hadn't thought she'd been exposed yet. Proof that she wasn't even sure if she was sick or just paranoid. Either was a possibility. Plus, she wasn't sure what the onset of symptoms presented as. Would she start with a headache? A sore throat? Maybe she'd have a fever or a vomiting to announce her sickness. The possibilities were endless and no one out there was reporting how they started. At least that she knew of. She'd have to research as much as she could before the internet went down. She had to assume she was exposed. That was a safe assumption. When Scott returned home, he would be infected. It was only a matter of time. Getting sick wasn't a question of if, but when. Chapter 25. Cady, I know it's in here. Cady grunted, bending deeper as she reached further into the Rubbermaid bin. Rummaging through the upstairs storage closet took Cady's mind off what was happening outside her gate. She'd scraped knuckles in her attempt to escape reality. An old incandescent bulb glowed dimly above her from a side mount on the wall. She pulled another plastic bin from the deep tall shelves, hefting the one she'd been working on into the newly emptied space. The afternoon light didn't reach the closet with its windowless space and position across from the closed door of the laundry room. No sign of time passing made it easier for Cady to pretend she hadn't killed Kent that morning, taken his body and dumped it on the side of the highway, gone to the store and stolen all the baby supplies she could cram into the ATV trailer. She'd returned home, parked the four-wheeler, washed her hands, and made her way upstairs to look through every closet she owned. She may or may not have had lunch with Bailey. Cady didn't care. What she cared about was her newly appointed mission. That's all. Usually, her Christmas decorations were packed on the bottom shelf. She couldn't find any of those boxes with the strands of lights and an used 20-year-old Yule log. Maybe the ornaments had made their way out to the loft of the shed. It wouldn't be the first time Cady had lost something. She sneezed and froze. Was that a sneeze because no one dusted their closets, or was sneezing a symptom of the virus? Everything was suspect. Nothing could be ignored or cast to the side. She couldn't be vulnerable. No, paranoia would probably be what saved her daughter. Most likely it was just because of the dust. She'd taken on a difficult task, and the more she dug, the more impossible it seemed. Cady narrowed her eyes at the number of boxes and lowered the newest one to the ground at her feet. Sitting, slowly, beside the blue bin, Cady sighed. Rolling her shoulders back and leaning her head forward, she tried to stretch muscles she hadn't used in a long while. She was tired, but she couldn't say it was because she was sick. No, lack of sleep could be the reason. She hadn't slept a sound, solid night's rest since Zach, her husband, had died. Even though it hadn't been that long ago, it felt like years. Cady didn't have any tears for his loss, not anymore. Too much had happened that almost seemed like Zach had made it out of the entire ordeal with a better hand than the rest of them. He didn't have to deal with the virus, or the cure, or killing neighbors, or anything else that might come up that Cady would have to deal with, virtually alone. Mom? Where are you? Bailey's voice carried down the hallway from the stairs. Her birthday was in a couple days and Cady hadn't gotten her anything, since they'd self-quarantined a few weeks back. Having knowledge about the end of the world virus had been helpful in some areas, more guilt-inducing in others. Cady leaned back, glancing past the oak trim of the door jamb. Her daughter hung onto the landing, searching in Cady's bedroom and facing the opposite direction of the closet Cady had holed up in. Cady tapped the wood by her face and called out, "Here." Turning, Bailey spied her and loped her way. Her long auburn hair was still in a braid from that morning. As she got closer, her eyebrows knit together and she scrunched her nose. "What are you doing?" "Scott's supposed to be home in a few hours. Are we going to take the stuff over to his place before it's dark?" Scott, their neighbor, another thing she was avoiding thinking about. Cady shook her head and waved her hand limply toward the contents in the closet. "I'm looking for my old answering machine." Where had she put it? Chances were good she'd gotten rid of it a long time ago and just didn't remember. Bailey squatted beside her mom, peering into the bin. "What's an answering machine?" Her question gave Cady pause. She lifted her gaze to Bailey from the box and arched an eyebrow. "I dropped the ball on your education, apparently." "Seriously?" "It's a machine you get your voicemail off of." Cady hadn't realized that the terminology had become all but extinct. "So, a phone?" Bailey's confusion was genuine, which irritated Cady for some reason. "No. It's a machine that hooks into the wall and then the phone hooks into it. When the phone rings a certain number of times, the machine answers and, if you're around, the message can be heard. You can press play or erase or rewind or whatever you need to in person. You don't have to keep it on your phone and you don't have to remember which numbers do what, 7 to erase or 1 to replay." Cady reached into the last box in the closet. She was running out of hiding spots and patience. Understanding erased the confusion on Bailey's face. "That makes sense. It sounds interesting. What do you need it for?" Bailey reached up and played with a bell hanging from a small parakeet cage Cady had stored after Bailey's pet bird, Spacey, had died. "Finally, a good question. Grandma and Grandpa might call while we're out taking Scott's stuff to his place. If she can leave us a message, then we'll know they're okay." Cady needed to know if her mom was alive. Cady wasn't sure how long she would be down at her neighbor's house, but she had to hold out some kind of hope her mom was out there and trying to reach Cady. She'd never forgive herself if she missed a call because she and Bailey weren't there. Bailey studied the floor and then lifted her gaze to her mom's. She wrinkled her nose. "Do you really think they're still alive?" Cady didn't answer for a minute as she dug through the box. Her fingers fell onto the smooth edges of an electronic device. Dragging it from under the other college memorabilia, Cady smiled. "Here it is." She knew Bailey waited for an answer. She put the machine on the ground beside her, tugging the rest of the cords out of the box and setting them on top of the device. Putting the lid on, she braced her arms on the edges of the blue bin. Glancing at Bailey, she nodded slowly. "Yeah, I have to think that they are. At least for now. The last few days. I've tried to ignore that they might be dead, might be alive, might be sick." She raised her hand and pressed on her forehead an inch above the bridge of her nose. "Going into town this morning," she sighed again. "Look, I have to believe Grandma is going to do her best to get here. She's a tough woman. I know she's been living an easy life with Grandpa, but Mom has. She's stronger than you think." Was Cady trying to convince herself or Bailey? She knew her mother. There were things Margie could do that she didn't do anymore since she'd taken early retirement with David. Cady was always impressed with her mom and would like to blame her mother's independence and strength for Cady's own independence and strength. Now that there was such devastation in the world, she couldn't think of a better way to approach the apocalypse than to combine their strengths to survive. That'd be hard to do with her mother's whereabouts unknown. Cady held her tongue as she stood, putting the bin back where she'd pulled it from. Bailey didn't know about Cady's dad's cancer. He'd told Cady while her mom had worked to hide it from her. Apparently, honesty wasn't one of Margie's strong suits. I think Grandma is fine. She can be a brat and she's too stubborn for the virus to get her. Bailey laughed, pointing at Cady's chest. Remember when she had the shingles last year and she helped us deep clean the coop? She didn't even say anything until afterwards that she needed to put some medicine on it. Bailey shook her head as she followed Cady from the closet. That was crazy. Do you think I'll get shingles? It looks like it hurts. Why would you think you'd get them? I don't remember you having chickenpox. Cady glanced at Bailey as they reached the stairs and climbed down them together. Bailey shrugged. I don't know. You said they're contagious, so I guess I just thought I would get them, too. She rubbed the back of her arm where Cady had pricked her with the vaccine for the virus. Maybe I'm protected from that stuff, too. You think? I'm not sure. That'd be a good thing, if you were. Cady tried not to wrap her tired mind around the intricacies associated with virus. The best thing for her right then would be to rest, but she couldn't until she'd gotten Scott's supplies dropped off at his place. Getting home and into bed sounded like the best plan she could think of. In the kitchen, Cady set up the machine, plugging it into the wall where the landline hookup waited unobtrusively beside the outdoor light switches. Can you grab the phone from the office for me, please? In less than a minute, Bailey was back with the small cream phone. She placed it on the counter, then rounded the end to the sink. How long do we need at Scott's? Their neighbor would be home that afternoon or evening. Cady cleared her throat, the lines clicking into position satisfyingly loud. He's hoping he'll be home later today. He didn't give me a time, but if the roads are clear, he should get there somewhere close to sunset. Let's get his stuff unloaded and then get out of there. I don't want to be gone longer than 20 minutes or so. Cady plugged in the electrical cord and made sure everything was connected as it should be. You didn't say if he was able to get his parents up with him. Bailey turned, leaning her hip against the counter to watch Cady, her arms folded over her chest. No. He said they're dead. Cady waited for the digital red numbers to blink on as she plugged in the machine. A few beeps, a flash, and the digital numbers stayed on. She didn't want to think about Scott's parents dying. If they died when he was helping them, the chances weren't good for her parents. Cady swallowed. Look. It's going to work. Maybe. Holding up her cell, she inspected the reception bars. She shook her head. My cell service is in and out, but I'm going to try it. 3 and 2 and 3, the bars flickered back and forth. She didn't care. She'd try it anyway. Okay, when will we know if it's working? Bailey leaned forward, eyes on the machine like it was going to start dancing or singing. You'll see. Cady dialed the landline. She waited, but stared at the machine as well. She would never admit it, but she kind of hoped the machine would be some great answer. The phone rang loudly, the shrill sound like a scream into the kitchen. Cady jerked toward the plastic piece and quickly turned the volume to the lowest setting while it continued ringing. After 4 rings, a loud click filled the room, followed by a much younger Cady voice. Hi, you've reached Cady and Beth. Leave us a message. We're probably out taking over the world. We'll call you when we get back. Beep. A wave of melancholy washed over Cady. Bailey's excitement that it worked faded as well. She blinked, glancing out the window, then back at her mom. Have you heard from Beth? Cady swallowed past the tightness in her throat. No. I haven't talked to her since the night. She didn't say anything else because talking about that night was just bringing up Zach's death. Bailey didn't need constant reminders about the people they'd lost. Slapping the counter, Cady tilted her head. But, I forgot to tell you, Scott is bringing a brand new baby niece up. He was able to save a couple family members, I guess. Cady smothered her sarcastic add on. He's also bringing the virus up. He's going to expose you and I to the virus we're trying so hard to stay away from. Once he got home and Cady went to help him, her time would be up. She had to push off that moment as long as possible. Bailey's antibodies might not have had enough time to develop. Either way, getting the virus wouldn't just be conjecture at that point. There would be no going back. Nothing terrified Cady more. The point of no return had already come and gone for the world, but not for her. Not for Bailey. Bailey's expression softened. A baby? Oh, I'm so excited. Then she downcast her eyes. But, Mom, that baby will get sick and die, right? She lifted a belligerent expression to face her mom. Why should they save anyone? Why don't they kill her and leave her be? She didn't have a hate in her voice, but simply a curiosity. I mean, wouldn't it be nicer than making the small baby suffer? You know, that's a valid question. I think there's always a chance that someone could survive the sickness. Did Bailey feel that way about Cady? Would she want to kill her mom just to save her from the suffering? Maybe Bailey wouldn't fight Cady's decision to go into the woods when Cady got sick enough. Tilting her head to the side, Cady studied Bailey. I think it's okay to get attached to the baby. She will need love as well, even if it's only for a few short days of her life. Can you imagine how fun she'll be to cuddle and love on? Cady wouldn't let Bailey leave behind her hope for the good things. Not yet. Cady had to rein in too much excitement for the baby. Bailey hadn't gotten the vaccine more than a couple days ago. Hopefully, the vaccine would take hold and work, but Cady couldn't take any chances with her daughter. Unfortunately, that might not matter as Scott got closer to home. After they dropped off the supplies Cady had stolen from the store, she would have to tell Bailey she couldn't see Scott for a while. She had to stop pushing excitement for the baby onto Bailey when Cady was going to deny her access at first. Cady ignored her longing to call Beth and check on her friend. Ever since Cady had found out that she'd been instrumental in bringing about the virus that was wiping out the human race, she'd lacked any desire to check in with friends. Ignoring Beth had become almost as haunting as not knowing where her parents were. She'd waited too long. By that point, what would she say? How would she explain why she hadn't contacted her before now? Maybe it would be okay to just assume Beth was dead and go with that. Of course, Cady could never say anything like that out loud. There was no point in lying at that stage of the game. And saying that she didn't care what happened to Beth was one of the biggest lies she would have ever told. Setting the phone and machine into place, Cady jerked her head in the direction of the front door. Come on, let's get those things over to Scott's. Patting her hip, Cady was more than a little comforted that she hadn't forgotten her gun this time. Who knew which neighbor was going to try to kill her next? It would be dark soon and Cady didn't want to take any chances of being off the property at night. During the day you could at least see what was coming at you. In the dark, all bets were off. While Bailey got her boots and jacket, Cady wiped down the four-wheeler with a bleach and water mix a second time. She couldn't take any chances that the virus hadn't spread from her man handling the neighbor's body off the trailer earlier. Who was she kidding? She was probably already hosting the virus. She'd only know if she could stay away from Scott and monitor her timeline. Bailey came out of the house, pulling on plastic gloves. She glanced at the trailer and her eyes widened. I hadn't seen all of it yet. You got a lot of stuff. Is that all baby stuff? She peered at the mass collection of formula, wipes, and diapers mixed with so much more. Are you ready? Cady slid onto the ATV. Scott's house was as sanitized from the virus as it was going to be. Once he got there, everything would be exposed. This would have to be the last time Bailey helped Cady. She didn't want to think about what that would mean when Cady was exposed to Scott. Who was she kidding? Bailey's exposure was only a matter of time. Cady had to find solace that Bailey was protected by the vaccine. The only problem was, Cady wasn't sure vaccines worked and this was a disease she couldn't take any chances with. Chapter 26. Scott. The plan to take side roads home was a bust. With a brand new baby in the car and limited access to gas, Scott couldn't afford to chance too long of a drive. Not to mention, he was on a finite amount of time until the virus took its toll. If he was honest with himself, he would admit that some of the symptoms had already popped up. Fortunately for him, he didn't want to tell the truth and admit his weaknesses were about to become a whole lot stronger. He had to get home and he had to get there immediately. A fine sweat worked its way up Scott's neck, rubbing the muscles between his shoulders and neck. He ignored the insistent pinch as he forced stamina where he just wanted to sleep. Truth be told, he didn't want to take longer than necessary because of Jason and Jessica. There was nothing the kids could do if he was incapacitated. Hopefully, he wasn't imagining things, but he had a sinking sensation that the constant heat waves he was having weren't nerves. But he'd hide the fever as long as he could. No one needed to know. Not yet anyway. Glancing at his nephew, Scott smiled. He didn't want to cause alarm, but he had to ask. "How you feelin', bud?" Jason shifted in the bucket seat of the Ford Bronco and rolled his head back and forth. "She's little but she's heavy." He hadn't put baby Jessica down since they'd left Boise that morning. He had her cuddled against his chest and Scott understood the need to feel connected. If he weren't driving, Scott would snuggle the baby and pretend Stephanie, his sister and Jessica's mother, was going to walk in any minute and laugh about how much she wanted to eat chocolate but couldn't because she was breastfeeding. With the recent deaths in the family swarming around them of Scott's parents, Scott's sister, Jason's aunt and grandparents, there was more than enough reason to grieve. But they didn't have time for that. Scott would deal with that loss when he had a few minutes to himself. As it was, he had to keep things together for his niece and nephew, the last two people he had left in the world. He had checked the radio for any working stations on both FM and AM frequencies more often than was probably practical. He had to hear what was going on. Most likely there were too many sick to run anything. There had to be other survivors, or other late infected victims. None of them were making themselves known. Most likely because it was too taxing to do much more than lie there. Cresting over Micah grade on US 95, Scott's stomach grumbled at the same time Ranger whimpered, nudging his shoulder with his snout. The dog had been with him a long time and they relied on each other for more than just protection or companionship. They were friends, pure and simple. Scott reached back and rubbed Ranger's nose. "All right, buddy. Let's stop." He glanced at Jason. "She's sleeping. Why don't you put her in the bassinet and stretch your legs up here? I'll pull over by the lake and get us something to eat." They had gone full bore since leaving Boise and cabin fever was getting to all of them. Stopping for brief stints to let Ranger out and to top off the gas from Scott's tanks strapped to the top of the rig had been the few and far between breaks they'd taken. The sun would set in another hour or so and Scott wanted to be home before then. With only 40 minutes between Coeur d'Alene and his property line, they wouldn't be able to break for long. Pulling alongside the road where the shores of the lake faded into the banks of the mouth of the river, Scott sighed. They were close, so close to home. "We'll stop here before we get into town." He pointed toward a floating building with dark wood paneling and black vacant windows. "That's Cedar's restaurant. You don't remember this, but I took you and your dad there when you were about 2. He was up for work and brought you with him." Scott ignored the pang in his chest at the memory of his brother. Another person he had to accept as lost. "I don't remember, but it sounds cool." Jason shifted Jessica to the bassinet, her lips sucking silently while she continued sleeping. Climbing out of the Bronco, Scott stretched his neck by leaning his head forward and then leaning his head back. He lifted his shoulders and swung his arms. As long as he pretended that the aches and pains were from the long ride in an old Bronco, Scott could go on. He could convince himself. He had to, or he'd never be able to convince himself. Ranger bounded out of the back, barking and rushing to the side of the water. Tall trees towered over the shore as grass intermingled with the sandy beaches. With very little foot traffic on that side of the water, larger rocks were left strewn about the shoreline or they'd been dropped by glaciers thousands and thousands of years before. Moss and lichen had stained the tops of most of them with a dark umber effect that faded down to the marbled and speckled surface of the rocks. Peeking over the top of the hood, Scott narrowed his gaze. The setting sun cast a long, bright reflection across the slightly rippling water. In the distance to the east, The Coeur d'Alene resort towered above the rest of the town that was hidden with overbearing oaks and maples. The sun caught the glass windows at just the right angle, and the building could have been in the middle of the summer, filled with tourists. Scott had no idea who was inside now, but he was certain the scene wasn't pretty. He'd once read a series set in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and the scene with the bodies floating in the water had haunted him every time he'd gone to town. Ranger lapped at the water with an almost desperate gulping. Was Scott not doing a good enough job taking care of his dog? He'd make it up to him when they got home. At the back of the rig, Scott joined Jason and opened the back door. I have some Marie's. Did Grandma ever give you those to try? Looking at the stacks of bags and other supplies packed on each other, Scott was filled with a desire to just sit down and rest. Not drive. Not dig for food. Nothing. Just sit and enjoy the breeze coming off the water. At the mention of his grandmother, Jason's eyes reflected the grief any reminder of their lost loved ones brought on. Yeah, she didn't know how to prepare a couple of them, and they were kind of gross. Try as he might, his expression lost all neutrality at the mention of the ill-prepared food, and he grimaced. Let's be honest, Grandma could cook, but when she didn't know what she was doing, her food could tear your gut up. Scott needed to laugh about his mom. He needed the good to overtake the bad until he could get to a place of security and lose himself in the memories. Jason's frown turned into a half-smile. Yeah, she made this cornbread one time and she forgot to add flour. It was like eating tack. She said it was practice for when there was no more flour. He chuckled, taking the energy bar Scott handed him and a packet of peanut butter and crackers. Your Marie's aren't like the ones she had. Scott rolled his eyes. Yeah, well, I'm not going to lie. This close to home and I'm not digging for food. I'll feed you a solid meal when we get there, okay? Kid was constantly eating. Scott could see his food storage of a couple years' worth of food dwindling to a few months with Jason around. He was more than a little relieved that Jason didn't complain about the simple fare. That was as deep as Scott was going for food. The sound of a high-revving engine distracted Scott, and he dropped his own bottle of water from his lips to study the horizon just past the trees on the edge of the highway. Staring in the direction of the sound, Scott searched the road and the connecting roads he could see. The curve blocked the sight of vehicles until they were almost on them, but the sound, with it as quiet as it was, carried far. A pit in his chest gave Scott the energy he needed to kick into gear. That wasn't the sound of someone going somewhere. It was a crazy speed of someone chasing something. He spoke hurriedly, but kept his volume low. Get in the car, Jason. Get your belt on and check on Jess. Scott closed the back door and rounded the side of the rig. Ranger, come on. He called down to his dog, who had gotten a bit far down the shore, about 20 feet or so. A distance Ranger could sprint across in less than a couple seconds. Ranger glanced at Scott, but his attention was pulled towards something and he darted the wrong way to chase something along the rocky beach. The brown and black body of a raccoon dodging and skittering along the rocks and grass was barely visible from that distance. The roar of the engine grew louder and Scott's breathing sped up. He couldn't chance anything. Not right then. Leaving Ranger wasn't an option, but staying there was even less of a choice. Why was the car going so fast? He couldn't see it, but judging by the increasing loudness, he was running out of time to when it would be there. Ranger. Now. Come on, buddy. Desperation hoarsened Scott's voice, and he backed up to the truck, hurrying around the side. Climbing in, he started the engine and whistled one more time. Come on, Ranger. Come on. But Ranger didn't even bark in response. His stomach hurt and he breathed a prayer. Please, not my dog. I need him. Please. But his prayer went unanswered. Tears blinding him, Scott shifted into first. He edged slowly forward on the shoulder, unwilling to speed away in case Ranger was nearby. Ranger. We can't leave without Ranger. Jason searched his side mirror and craned his neck as much as he could. Uncle Scott, you can't leave him. Please. Every word Jason begged tore with more intensity at Scott's guilt. In the rearview mirror, a van came into view with chipped white paint and windows rolled down. The glint of a rifle barrel caught the setting sun as it rested out the side window. Choking on his words, Scott hit the gas. "We can't wait for Ranger." Scott swallowed the impact of that loss. One more incredible heartbreak he had to store away until he had time to deal with it. He sped off, ignoring the gasp from Jason beside him. Any second Scott expected to hear a gunshot, hear the van approach from behind, something that would signal their impending death. Or evidence that Ranger had made it back to the highway and had succumbed to either being hit by a car or being shot. Picking up speed, Scott careened over the bridge, shifting into third and barreling up the incline to carry on US 95. He had to get through town. Frustrated with the soul-rending loss of his dog, Scott slammed his hand on the steering wheel and snarled. He looked out the windshield and the driver's side window, careful to avoid Jason's tear-filled gaze. "Get ready, Jason. There's going to be a lot of devastation we're going to have to deal with." What kind of looting were they about to witness? "Get out the shotgun. We have to expect anything." Scott clenched his teeth together. Ranger was his best friend, and having to leave him behind hurt more than having to leave his parents. His mom had made a decision, willingly staying behind to save her grandchildren and son. Ranger was an innocent animal who relied on Scott. Abandoning him didn't sit right. But Scott had to choose between the safety of his nephew and niece and the safety of his best friend. Scott wasn't sure he could live with the decision he'd made. Chapter 27. Margie. The snow had disappeared from the edges of I-90, leaving behind a dark wetness to the dirt and tree bark. Margie longed to turn on the radio, but she would never be able to hear anything, even if there was a radio station working, over the sound of the rattling car parts and David's breathing. Margie leaned closer to her husband, careful to keep her eyes on the road as she listened to his breathing. No, his breathing had changed from rattling to more jagged, like his throat hurt. If the sound had left his lungs, he was less likely to have pneumonia. Margie could handle most diseases with palliative care as the body fought off the disease, but pneumonia was a whole different illness. Just like cancer. Margie slowed the bug's speed as they completely left the base of Snoqualmie Pass. Not another car in sight set her on edge. She chewed her lower lip as she glanced at the gas gauge. The needle was dropping faster than she remembered her old one doing in college, but back then everything went further than things these days. Sometimes, Margie swore they put evaporator into the gas, so it would disappear before being used. She would have to stop and get gas or risk breaking down on the edge of the freeway. A sign for the next exit flashed green as she popped the headlights on. "Welcome to Easton, Washington," with logos for a Safeway gas station made up her mind. She needed gas and she needed time to think. Running toward Cady's homestead was easy in theory until she added the limitations of a struggling vehicle, an invalid husband, and her own doubts and fears. Then, all kinds of small bumps in the road became mountains she couldn't see herself overcoming without a plan. On top of everything else, Margie had a suspicion that the bug wasn't keeping its fuel. There might be some kind of a hole in the fuel tank. Those old cars had a reputation for rusting out by the coast, any coast. Margie pulled off the freeway, the front bumper vibrating something fierce as she shifted down. If she wasn't careful, they'd end up dropping an axle right where they were. David opened his eyes blearily. "Are we at Cady's already?" He licked his lips and grimaced as he swallowed. He hadn't spoken much since the ship, and Cady wasn't surprised. He was exhausted, and the evidence of a slight rash creeping up the back of his neck worried her more than his cancer did. Margie turned down an empty street, heading straight for the large Safeway sign she could see clearly from down the road. The gas station part was closer to the freeway than the store. Margie had enough food in the car to get them to Cady's. She didn't have any interest in the store portion. She wasn't interested in hanging around there either. She wanted gas and she wanted out. She glanced to the left as she slowed, approaching the Safeway station. A Burger King seemed to watch over the rest of the road as a hardware store held back a bit. An ominous feel to the air shifted as she turned into the gas station. Two abandoned-looking cars had been left on the side of the road beside the entrances to the station lot. The reflective glass hinted at lights on inside, but made it difficult to see if anyone manned the store or if it was just left on by accident. Evening would rear its freezing head soon, and Margie wasn't sure the heater in the bug could handle more stress on it. She coasted into a space nearest the building and parked beside Pump 2. Turning off the engine, Margie didn't have any further to go. She couldn't drive any further without gas, and she had to drive. David wasn't going to walk with her. Winter seemed harsher off the Seattle harbor with its sharp winds and extreme moisture in the air. This side of the mountains left the air feeling warmer, a little more like spring, but that would fade when the sun completely set. Margie, there's not a lot of time. David kept his eyes closed as he spoke, as if he couldn't look at her and speak at the same time. He flopped his hand around until she took his fingers in hers. Leave me. You need to go. I'm just holding you back. Please. Just go. David finally opened his eyes, releasing his pent-up tears to roll down his pale, masculine features. She shook her head as she squeezed his hand in hers. No. We're in this together. Don't you go quitting on me, Mr. Moss. We have so much ahead of us. Cady would never forgive me if I didn't make sure you got home with me, and you know it. She dropped her teasing tone and pressed her lips together. I need you. I can't do this without you. Every promise they'd ever made each other tightened in her chest. Leaving David wasn't an option. She would make everything else work around him. She leaned over, kissing him carefully on the cheek. I know you think you're a burden, but you're not. She shook her head. She had plenty of time to apologize for dragging him out on that horrible trip when he just wanted to be in the peaceful solitude of their home. I'm going to fix everything, okay? She refused to cry. There was nothing to cry about. They would get to Cady's, and David would at least get a few days of rest in familiar surroundings. Reaching into the orange bag, Margie pulled out her wallet. She'd thrown in so many things in her escape from the ship. Her wallet was something that had been afterthought. Who would think money or identification would even be needed? But she hadn't been sure and had been barely thinking as she'd thrown together the items they needed to take with them. Habit had forced a lot of things from her purse and into the bag. She was glad as she took a deep breath and opened the door. Stepping outside the bug, Margie took a moment to scan the lot, and then glanced at the screen of the pump. The black digital screen flashed $6.42 a gallon. Margie blinked in disbelief. What? Her confusion sparked a fury inside her. Why would it cost that much for a gallon of gas? People needed to get home or get places during this emergency. They didn't need to be gouged from the navel upwards. But she bit her lip and pulled out her credit card. She'd pay it. Or, at the very least, her credit card would pay it, exactly like every other person who had paid that price. Pushing her card into the slot, Margie breathed in through her nose and out through her mouth. She was angry and tired and just plain done with the whole situation. She pushed some buttons, but then a beep that split loudly through the silence startled her. The screen flashed a message. Transaction failed. Please see cashier inside. Margie inhaled, feeling like she was struggling to breathe through a thick layer of gel. Really, she was only angry, but too many things piled on her shoulders. She couldn't go inside. She didn't want to leave David. She did, however, need to use the restroom, and she could do with some freshening up. If the gas station was running like normal though, minus references to price gouging, then maybe she had a modicum of safety there. She could go inside, use the bathroom, get some water, pay, and then come back out to finish gassing up. On the flip side, it wouldn't hurt anything to keep going. She could try running her card again. Maybe it was just an error. Swiping the card again, she punched in her zip code and got far enough to choose which grade of gas she wanted. At the last second, the screen beeped and the message flashed on the screen to go inside and see a cashier. Okay, so there was a human in there tampering with her purchase. Margie pressed her lips together. What was she supposed to do? Really go inside? She needed the gas. The temperature was dropping and she needed to get them back on the road so David wouldn't freeze to death. The heater didn't have to work perfectly to put off some heat. She'd be siphoning some from the engine anyway. She had to get going and couldn't without gas. There was no getting back on the road without gas. There was no getting gas without going inside. Maybe it would be cleared up with just a few strokes of the key and she could get out there. Plus, she really did need to use the bathroom. David hadn't gone in a while either. Margie ducked her head in, pulling the bag from the back. Bracing her hand on the seat, she reached with her other one up to softly shake David. He'd fallen back to sleep or into a daze. She wasn't sure. When she got back, she'd give him some more Ativan. David? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Or stretch your legs? I need to go inside and straighten something out with the cashier so I can get some gas. David? David's eyelids fluttered, but that was the extent of his response. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll just be a few minutes. Cady straightened from the car and swung the heavy bag over her shoulder. The bright orange and yellow could have been a beacon for anyone looking for a moving target. She shook her head as she approached the glass door to the building. Thoughts like that would make her incapable of moving, let alone getting things done that needed doing. The windows had to be one way or something similar as they prevented her from seeing inside as she approached. Hopefully, she wasn't walking into a trap or anything. A small chill ran down her spine. But that didn't make sense. If someone was going to abduct her, they'd need a purpose for doing so. She wasn't worth anything, as far as they could tell. Plus, if you abducted the customers, then where would your money come from? None of that mattered anyway. She needed gas. Going inside was the only way to get it. She'd left the gun in the glove box though. Why hadn't she thought through what she was doing? Too late to change course as she reached for the handle and pulled open the door. Inside the convenience store, Cady welcomed the warmth from the electric heat as well as the sounds of the pop machine and coolers running. She hadn't realized how truly quiet it was outside with no cars on the freeway or running around town. Breathing in the scent of gas station hot dogs and nachos, Margie could almost taste the salty extravagances. Her mouth watered and she stood still for a moment, closing her eyes and breathing it in. Just the ambience of the interior was enough to boost her morale. She should get David inside so he could experience it. Just being in there made her feel like everything was going to be okay. She hefted the bag higher on her shoulder and her worry seemed to fade. She'd pay almost $7 a gallon just for that experience alone. Metal grating on metal broke into her thought process. The lock had been activated on the door behind her. Margie's eyes snapped open. What exactly had she walked into? Chapter 28. Beth. Beth Stark swallowed another tablespoon of straight elderberry syrup. She tilted the mason jar back to an upright position and shook the glass container carefully. There was only about an inch of the darkly purple and amber liquid left. Dark sediment settled slowly to the bottom. She would have to make more. She was running out of her stockpile. Claiming that the syrup was why she'd only gotten a fever would be false since she'd given the same concoction to her kids repeatedly, but they had all fallen ill and at the moment all three were bedridden with the same ugly virus that was trying to decimate her neighborhood. Even her tinctures weren't helping the kids, and as she sipped water from one of the half-empty bottles she had lying around, Beth couldn't figure out what else to give them. If only she had a way to induce a coma. She was a firm believer that the body had everything it needed to heal itself. Comas were necessary for the body to force itself to sleep and relax so it could heal. That's one of the reasons hospitals did medically induced comas, because they worked. The only thing she hadn't tried a lot of were the essential oils. The only reason she hadn't was because when she'd approached Stephen, Jr., or S.J., with peppermint oils when his fever had first started, he'd thrown a fit and said her natural mumbo-jumbo wasn't going to work on him. He didn't believe it. He hadn't said mumbo-jumbo, either. Beth had stared at him as he'd continued cussing and using words she'd only ever heard his father use. All of her children had been sitting on the couches at the time, tired and getting sicker by the hour. Every single one of them had said no to her oils and anything else she offered them. It wasn't until they were too sick to talk that she started plying them with the elderberry syrup and the alkalized waters. The next thing she could do, since she hadn't been able to cure them herself, would be to swallow her pride in her natural remedies and go to a pharmacy and buy the cure being touted on social media and the news. Well, had been touted. There weren't a lot of status updates and the news channels were frozen screens. Plus, if Beth was honest, she'd admit the main reason why she hadn't gone out to get the cure. She hadn't wanted to miss Stephen, if he finally made it home. She hadn't seen him since the morning they found out about Zach Warren. Beth took another swig of bottled water and shook off the guilty feeling in her gut. She'd abandoned her friend in her time of grief. There was no other way to say it. She'd abandoned her oldest friend in a very serious time of her life. Beth hadn't even called to see how Cady was doing after her husband died. Beth hadn't gone to the funeral and she'd failed to take any dinners up or even send a card or flowers. Nothing. She'd done nothing. But in Beth's defense, Cady knew what kind of a friend Beth was. She loved Cady, loved her hard. They'd been close in college and had known each other even earlier, but they never expected the other to do the difficult things, which was why their friendship worked so well. Funerals and cancer were the difficult things. Cady didn't want to deal with Beth's cancer, but she'd been there. She'd backed her up. One time over lunch, Cady had leaned over and said, "If you die, I'm not going to your funeral. I don't do funerals. They remind me of my own mortality." Cady had only partially been joking. There'd been a glint in her eye that promised she was serious, and Beth hadn't doubted her words. But Beth understood. She'd agreed. Funerals tore at her, reminding her that she was close to death. She believed in auras and all that, and she worried that going to a funeral would be contagious. She'd already had her own brush with death. In fact, she'd been in remission but not long enough. Her own mortality chased her every day of her life. When Beth had mentioned her concern about the pandemic of death chasing them all, Cady had understood. The glint in her eye had suggested she understood more than she let on. Who would have thought there would be a real pandemic to kill everyone and Beth would be left to watch others die? Coughing from her daughter's room pulled her from the kitchen. Beth put the jar on the counter. There was no point putting it back in the fridge since she'd be right back out to take more. She was sipping that syrup like it was the elixir of life. She padded around the small counter that jutted out toward the makeshift dining area and into the living room. The kids' rooms were just through the adequately sized living room. The wall-mounted TV stared blankly at her. It had nothing to offer and she didn't feel like watching any movies. Times like that she wished she hadn't loaned out her full set of the Vampire Diaries. She could do with some bare-chested Ian Somerhalder right about then. Pushing the bedroom door open slowly, Beth couldn't help wondering what the famous and rich were doing for the sickness. Would they take the cure? Entering the room, Beth jerked backwards at the sour smell which reminded her of rotting flesh. The only light in the room came from the blind cracks on the bedroom window. Afternoon would soon fade into evening and Beth didn't want another night to be upon them. She stepped further into the room, ignoring the Barbie dolls and small beads strewn about the floor. There was nothing her daughter could do about it at the time and Beth wasn't going to pick them up. Ignoring them was the only option. Liv lay on her side. A chickenpox-like rash ran up and down her back and neck, easily visible beneath the spaghetti straps of the small tank top she wore. Her frail shoulders added to her vulnerable image. Beth settled onto the bed and carefully touched Liv's elbow. "Honey, are you okay? Do you need anything?" Beth had been rendered helpless during a sickness of her children. She had nothing she could offer them. At least not in the house. Liv stirred from her near-sleep state and peeked at her mother through slits in her eyelids. "I hurt, Mom." Her cracked lips and swollen eyes gave a deeper vulnerable bend to her appearance that Beth wasn't sure she could handle. "What can I do?" But Beth knew. She had to go get the cure for Liv. The other kids, too, but they didn't seem to be in as much pain as Liv. The boys had been fairly quiet during their sickness. Only Liv had coughed or groaned much, which attested to just how much pain she was in. When she was 6 years old she'd broken her arm, and hadn't even whimpered. Beth brushed Liv's hair back from her forehead. "Okay, sweetheart. I'll go get you the cure. I'll be back in a little bit. If the boys come looking for me, tell them I'll be right back, okay?" Pushing herself up from the bed, Beth winced. She didn't want to go into town. Post Falls was small but it was fierce. She'd already heard of people getting angry because the Walmart down the street was out of cough and flu medicine. Calling Cady might be her only option. She would have to suck up her pride and ask Cady if she had any of the cure or any extra. She might not, but she would be able to get some from Spirit Lake and bring it down, if she was still alive. Beth hadn't stopped to consider Cady might be dead or sick herself. Cell phones were down to 3G and the towers were only working at half-mast. There were only 2 bars of reception where she normally had all of them at 4G. What she wouldn't give to have a landline like Cady had warned her to get last year. After she got back from getting the cure, she'd check on some neighbors and see if any of them had a landline. Or, she'd just give the cell phone a try. Some reception was better than no reception. Until she got back from grabbing the cure. She could avoid swallowing her pride that long. Plus, if she checked down here and they had some, she wouldn't have to call Cady. This way, if they didn't have any in Post Falls, Beth would have a real reason to call her friend and explain why she hadn't called in a while. Cady wouldn't expect explanations, but Beth would feel self-imposed pressure to give them. And then Cady would ask about the family, Beth's kids and her husband. What would Beth say to that? Beth ignored the constant worry in her chest over her husband's whereabouts. He was a cop. She shouldn't be worried, but she was. Not that she should care, but she did. The man was abusive and delighted in it. If he was gone, she should be glad. But she didn't want to face what she was dealing with alone. She grabbed her car keys to the Ford Explorer and clenched them in her fist. Every bit of her told her not to go outside or into town. She'd listened that much to Cady about what to do. She'd planned on getting out of town as soon as she could, but her kids had fallen sick and she couldn't get a hold of Steve. Her chance to bug out had come and gone. Closing the front door softly behind her, Beth stepped toward her car in the drive as she picked out the Explorer key from the keyring. The blast of a gunshot stopped in her tracks. The sound had come from the house beside her to the east. In the quiet neighborhood, the shot had been almost too sudden, almost unbelievable. Beth tiptoed across the concrete and stopped at the edge of her rented garage to investigate further. If the shot had come from the looters who'd been hitting up the big houses in the development across Greensferry and Pololine, Beth would do best to run into her house and hide. A huge part of her wanted that to be what had happened. Or maybe a neighbor had shot at something in self-defense. That would be tolerable as well. She only had 5 feet of matted grass to cross and she'd be in front of her neighbor's garage. The cookie-cutter neighborhood was just one of hundreds in the area. Houses didn't have much room on their own parcel before they ran into the next. As Beth rushed across the opening, a cooler breeze snatched at her t-shirt. She'd forgotten a coat. Running along the closed garage door with a cracked window, Beth stopped at the edge of the garage corner and passed by the bush on the other side. Coming to a crashing halt, Beth clamped her hands and her keys to her mouth. The sudden taste of iron split across her tongue. She'd split her lip with the keys. But that didn't matter. Could anything matter anymore? Old man Beatty lay on the decorative bark of his rose beds with his legs sprawled beneath him and his .45 revolver inches from his curled fingers. His eyes stared sightlessly through his askew glasses into the dark sky. Beth didn't dare check to see if he was alive. She backed up, anxious to get the cure before anything else happened, but she moved too slowly. Rushing to her car, she climbed inside and stopped to gape in horror as a woman, Mrs. Cullens, ran from her house across the street, screaming with her arms flailing in all directions to ram herself into the back of Beth's car. Not once. Not twice. She backed up and slammed her body repeatedly into the back of the hatchback, until she slid to the ground, twitching. Her fallen body blocked Beth's escape. There was no way Beth was going to check on Mrs. Cullens. What was going on to make her neighbors try to kill themselves? Climbing over the passenger seat of her car, Beth sprinted from the doorway to the house, clamoring to get back inside. What if Mrs. Cullens came after her? What if another neighbor tried killing themselves? Beth gripped the keys hard enough to cut the teeth into the soft flesh of her palm. Slamming the door behind her, Beth gasped for air. Her chest heaved and she leaned her shoulder against the door panel as she turned the deadbolt into place. What was she supposed to do? Her kids would be all right, right? Liv would have to deal with it. Her immune system could handle it. She had to. Beth couldn't get out to get the cure. Maybe she'd force the essential oils issue. A harsh gasping overrode the sound of her own breathing and Beth followed the sound to her son's room. Tim had asked to sleep in Beth's bed since S.J. snored, and Beth had been sleeping on the couch anyway. S.J. was the only one in that room. As the oldest, he'd commandeered the room with his masculinity and defiance. Beth searched the room for her son. His bed was empty, the blankets twisted and hanging off the edge. Tim's bed was on the other side of the room, only 6 or 7 feet from S.J.'s bed. It, too, was empty. Walking further into the room, Beth caught her breath when she found her son. S.J. had flopped to the ground, writhing back and forth on the worn carpet. Black, tar-like substances seeped from his ears and his nose. He gasped again as if drowning beneath some heavy load of mud. Frightened, Beth rushed to his side, reaching out to touch his back to calm him. His eyes snapped open, then shut as he moaned, the sound more of a gargle than anything. Beth scooted back on her rear. He hadn't seen her. His eyes had been unfocused and he hadn't been present. His body was just fighting what his soul had already accepted. There was nothing she could do as her son drowned in his own fluids in front of her on the ground. With her back against the wall, underneath the window S.J. had decorated with a stained glass his grandmother had made him, Beth no longer fought the impossibility of the situation. Sobs racked her body. She drew up her knees and wrapped her arms around her legs to make herself as small as possible. If S.J., her biggest, bravest, strongest child, couldn't beat the virus, what did that say about the rest of her children? What were the odds that any of them would survive this horror? When would Beth come down with it? S.J.'s gasping stopped. He stopped breathing. Just stopped. The immediacy like a slap in the face, but full of relief at the same time. He wasn't in pain anymore. He wasn't hurting. Beth would hold on to that with a desperation she'd never admit to. But now that her son was dead and her husband was most likely dead, and 2 more of her children were close to following their older sibling, what else could wrong? Chapter 29. Jackson. Hours and hours of driving through Montana with its snow-covered mountain peaks and long empty fields bored Jackson. Big Sky Country was more like Big Bore Country. Fields full of newly planted grasses stretched as far as the eye could see, with just the hint of mountains in the distance. Then, just when he thought forever was going to be full of plains, Jackson discovered himself in the mountains. He didn't see any evidence of ranches or homes that looked anything like what he'd imagined. Where were all the log homes on lockshores with smoke trickling from the chimney and warm lights glowing through the windows? He didn't need the lights, but a log home was supposed to be the Montana thing. He had more of a chance of finding the wealthy ranches in Wyoming than in Montana at that rate. Even the mountains with their purple majesty Jackson thought had been made up in that song failed to give him a sign where the big houses were. That was one thing humans hadn't been able to destroy, some of the natural components of the continent. Now that they were all going to die, they wouldn't be able to clear-cut the forests and abolish the harsh beauties of the wilderness. Jackson grinned as he realized he'd protected the environment. He'd done that. A swelling of pride brought tears to his eyes. He could look Cady in the eye and tell her he'd done everything he could to complete their dreams. He wouldn't lie and say he'd done it all for her, but as he made his way to meet her for the first time, it helped that he had taken steps according to his convictions. She wouldn't be able to resist him. What else could he give to Cady that would have any meaning? Nothing. He had stood alone in his beliefs. He'd protected the earth. So what, if people had died? No one was completely innocent. No one was out for anyone else but themselves. Everyone would die eventually. Even the children of the world were being raised to desecrate the most valuable asset they had. Jackson wasn't innocent, but he had the right frame of mind for what he'd needed to do: complete human extinction. Well, except for himself and Cady, of course. Judging by the few towns he'd driven through, he'd done a pretty thorough job. No movement through Butte, Dillon, or even on the highway. Red flyers had decorated doorknobs, and Jackson finally realized that the flyers were the initial way to identify which houses were sick. Many doors didn't have them, but there was evidence that they had at one time. Maybe the incessant winds had ripped them off. Who knew? As the sun threatened to set and the night stretched before him, Jackson yawned 4 times in 20 minutes. He didn't have to get to Cady in one day. He needed time to decompress. There'd been a lot he'd accomplished in a short period. He couldn't see his future bride when he was still amped up on killing his family. How would he explain that euphoria? Both hands firmly on the steering wheel, Jackson decided to take the next exit, no matter what it was, and drive until he found a house he liked. He could stop and stay there for a while. He was probably running low on gas as well. Stopping would let him recharge as well as siphon gas off whatever vehicles were around the home. He wasn't picky. He just wanted to set up in a house that was more fitting his new position in life, as king of the world. A green sign announced he'd reached the town of Clinton, and only a few miles past that he'd find Missoula. He didn't want to go into a big city and set down roots. Not yet. There would be healthy people fighting the virus and looting. He didn't expect the virus to take out everyone. That was what the cure was for, to finish the job. But the immunity system of a person would determine how fast they succumbed to the virus and how much they would be affected by it. When your only test subjects were homeless people with weakened immune systems, your data tended to skew toward complete mortality. Jackson wasn't dumb. He'd come up with the contingency plan for that exact reason. Clinton it would be. Taking the exit, Jackson peered up toward the mountains. The town looked small as it was nestled in tight between fast, rising mountains and a river. The nice thing about the mountains was the secrets they held close. Driving northward, Jackson wound his way through back roads and turns, following a small river that probably passed as a creek in the large state. Tall pine trees framed in the road as he climbed higher and higher. He wasn't even sure where he was going, but something had to be out there. Just when he thought the road would go forever and never find a stopping point, the narrow path opened up, revealing a large clearing that looked out over the valley and into Missoula. A house, very similar to the ones he'd seen in magazines and pictured as his destination, reigned over the setting sun and miles of Montana landscape far beneath it. The house had been built into the side of the mountain and looked as if it could fall off any moment. Log walls gleamed in the setting sun's light. He'd found something close to heaven. Jackson parked the truck in front of the house with its deep angles and open rancher-style setup. Climbing from the cab, Jackson grabbed his backpack and closed the door. Inhaling deeply, he nodded slowly as he took in his new house. It would do perfectly. Pivoting on his heel, he took in the view of the large barn tucked against the rest of the mountaintop. The doors were closed tight, but the hint of a paddock could just be seen beyond the border of trees. The homestead was exactly what Jackson needed to reboot after the last few weeks. How long had he been preparing for his takeover of the world? Longer than many people had been alive. Certainly longer than the log home had been around. Turning back to the house, Jackson smiled as he approached the large wraparound porch and the double oak doors, which were shined to a glossy finish. A light flickered on inside and Jackson's gaze faltered. Swinging his bag around to the front, he dug into the side pocket and pulled out a hooked blade perfect for filleting fish. Leaving the sheath in the bag, Jackson hid the blade behind him and returned the bag to its rightful spot at his back. That was his house, and he was going to take it by doing whatever he needed to. Force wasn't a problem. He'd done worse. Knocking on the door, Jackson glanced around, holding his features in a pleasant, non-confrontational expression. Shadows stretched across the yard from trees and other items as the sun lingered for one more moment over the mountain range and then disappeared. The shadows disappeared and the area dimmed as lingering light kept the darkness at bay for a little bit longer. The door swung open, revealing an older gentleman in a plaid robe with a tie in front. His short silver hair was cut neatly and combed. He smiled, his eyes crinkling kindly at the sides. "Yes, are you okay? Can I help you?" His gravelly voice reminded Jackson of his own father, which only angered him. Jackson nodded, narrowing his eyes and pointing at the man's robe with his knife. "You're wearing my robe." Before the man could react, Jackson stepped forward. He sliced the blade upward under the man's ribcage and twisted, sure to have hit the heart or an artery or something with the amount of hot liquid pouring over his hand. Shoving the man backward, Jackson closed the door before stepping over his fallen body and moving into the house. The kitchen had to be his first stop, so he could wash the blood from his hands. It just wouldn't do to leave blood all over his new home. Washing his hands in the double stainless steel sink, Jackson used a brown and cream kitchen towel to dry his fingers. The elegant estate had a masculine tone to the design with dark browns and creams accented with hunter greens and sages. Cream granite with flecks of brown and gold topped all of the surfaces within view in the U-shaped kitchen. Even the island had a mini sink with multiple cutting surfaces covered in the same stone. The gas stove manned the wall perpendicular to the window overlooking the valley with a hood that added to the masculinity of the home. There was no emasculating in that house. The rugged feel didn't detract from the homey feeling but rather seemed to enhance the warmth of the appearance. Passing by the man still gasping for air, Jackson set out to explore. The man would be dead soon and he'd stop being an annoying houseguest. Something that couldn't come soon enough. Wandering from room to room, Jackson ran his fingers over the back of the leather couch in the living room and then stopped short in the doorway of a room on the end of the hall. He'd assumed the large building on the end was the garage, but instead, he stood at the entrance to an indoor pool. The humidity in the room suggested the waters were heated and Jackson didn't waste any time stripping down to his underwear. Tucking his bag into the corner, he pulled a towel from the shelves set up beside the control panel. He grinned at the hot tub set into the floor beside the pool which could sit 12 people. He didn't have 12 people to fit, but that wouldn't be a problem. Jackson did alone, he preferred it. The power grid hadn't been affected yet. Jackson accepted the home as his own and lowered himself into the hot water, sighing as he did so. Stretching his arms out along the marble tiling, Jackson grinned. That was the life. He knew it was fleeting because he had to get to Cady, but he would enjoy it for a little bit. He deserved it after everything else he'd done. After he'd relaxed enough, Jackson climbed from the invigorating warmth of the tub and dove into the cooler but still warm waters, completing lap after lap in the oblong-shaped pool. Jackson's perspective brightened even more. There was nothing he couldn't do. He'd killed millions of people by then, if not billions, and that type of power was heady to contain. Stopping at the end of the pool closest to the house, Jackson wiped at his eyes and then backed off the wall at the sight of a pair of cowboy boots standing sentinel above the water. Well, stacked jeans over the tops of the boots led his gaze up to the angry and tear-streaked face of a man whose glare could curdle milk. Jackson tread water, moving his arms back and forth while smiling at the newly arrived cowboy. "Welcome. What can I do for you?" His cocky nature had been increased profoundly since arriving there. The cowboy surely knew the man Jackson had killed and left in the front hallway. Why else would the guy be there? The likelihood that the cowboy was a rover like Jackson was very low, even lower that he would stop at the same out of the way home that Jackson had. A slight tick in the man's jaw gave away just how angry he was. Jackson's lack of concern was palpable as he grinned widely at the man. "I'm going to kill you." The man's voice was eerily similar to the dead guy's, minus the warmth and concern. There was no concern in the new man's voice. Enjoying the sensation of his fingers slicing through the water, Jackson laughed, making the connection. "You're not going to have time to kill me, my friend. My guess is you're sick, too, like your old man was. If anything, I did him a favor. I can do the same favor for you, if you'd like." One cowboy was nothing to be concerned about. Jackson's smile faded at the arrival of 4 more men, their muscles obvious in the tightly worn flannel shirts and the close cuts of their hair. Okay, 1 cowboy wasn't an issue. 5, though, 5 could become a problem. But only if Jackson allowed it. Another man stepped to stand beside the original cowboy, glaring down at Jackson in the water. He spat a toothpick to the ground and rasped, "Is this the guy that killed Pa?" The first cowboy nodded slowly. "And he's laughing about it." A vengeful glint brightened his gaze. The newcomers stepped closer, leaving little doubt what would happen when Jackson left the water. He moved to float on his back. Was leaving the water going to be the best option for his survival? Were the men angry enough to come in after him? What Jackson wouldn't give for a waterproof gun right then. Dear reader, that chapter in this book where Scott is in the hospital will haunt me for a long time. I didn't know Scott would have to do that until I was already in the chapter. I normally can write a chapter pretty quickly and this one took me 2 days. I hope Scott survives his decisions and actions. The man is awesome. What did you think? More is coming, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate you choosing me to spend your time with. I know you have a lot of options out there, but you chose a B.R. Paulson book. Thank you for that. Hit subscribe and notifications so you never miss another upload. Stay alive. B.